Wow. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everyone had a great middle of the week, aka my weekend. The world didn't explode. What a wonderful time. It's nice to have a Tangent Friday that isn't literally a nuclear explosion. Morning. Good morning. I made amazing vodka sauce pasta bake last night, and I had some for breakfast. Gamer Subs cans are back in stock. Order now. True, I would love more Gamer Subs cans. Using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. You get delicious Gamer Subs cans. I get paid. What a wonderful relationship. Thank you. We love vodka sauce, but not for breakfast. I don't know. I went to bed and I was like, damn, that was great pasta. And then I woke up to pee at like 8 a.m. and I was like, damn, I want some pasta. And then I went back to bed. And then when I actually woke up, I reheated some for breakfast. First time watching a Kirsche stream. Hello, Twitch watcher with numbers. I know, I see there's a lot of fucking gift subs flying around. Screaming Spleen, thank you for that 16-month resub, my guy, thank you. Thank you. Insolent, thank you for the 10 months of Prune, thank you. Ooh, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Big Schmeats in the chat already. Ritter Sternchan, thank you for the 7-month resub, my dude, thank you. Swift Sword, thank you for the 22 months, thank you. Keegs SK, thank you for the 5 gift chubby bubbies, thank you. Lord Suchio, thank you for the bits. Some Smuggle on a Feet fan, specifically the feet, interesting. Thank you for the 23-month resub, thank you. Maxor, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Check out how big that man's schmeat is, that's crazy. Can't even hold that, not strong enough, thank you. Thank you, Maxor. Catatonics, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Derpy Badger, thank you for the 9-month resub. You are born. Please enjoy placenta pizza. It's like personal pan size. Don't worry about it. Cami Illust, thank you for the 35-month resub. Thank you. Mist Shark, thank you for the 7-month resub. Ecron8, thank you for the gift sub to Forticon. 6 months of gift sub to Forticon. That's kind of nuts. Thank you. Thank you, Ecron8. I don't know how to pronounce your name anymore since you're Nate and not Hate. I feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong every time. Brendar, thank you for the 6-month resub. It was your birthday on the 1st. Happy belated birthday, Brendar. It sounds like the caveman version of Brendan. I am Brendar. Ooga booga. Thank you. And happy birthday, my dude. Baron von Shartstein, thank you for this 26-month resub. Thank you. Magic Man, thank you for the 27 months, dude. Mank Werewolf in London, thank you for the Proom. Mokana Lady, thank you for the 50 fucking months. That's a crazy lady right there, goddamn. Amporo, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Squunchman, thank you for the 7-month resub. Krevin E, thank you for the 11 months, dude. Crowo. I don't think I could finish saying your name. Crow. Oh, never mind, I can. Thank you, Crow of Agony, for the 8-month resub. The way that I was about to pronounce his name. I was like, how did he get away with having a slur in there? I don't get it. What did you think it said? Well, considering I pronounced it crow-o instead of crow-of, I think you could use your brain cells. Somebody tweet calling the pair of jeans a retard. Good job, bro. I wasn't even, didn't even take any brain cells to make that tweet. It was just like, damn, this bitch dumb. Must not be racist enough to get it. It's not even a racist slur. Jesus, Foxy. What do you mean? That dude is on side scrollers, got you glowing, whining about being fired, but won't name his employer. That mentality brought us here. I am really looking forward to seeing what was said. I don't know how long he was on side scrollers, but my mods did send me a timestamped link. I was completely dead during side scrollers. Ain't no way I was waking up. Alistair Corvo, thank you for the 16 months of Prune. Kirsche's chair towel? Thank you for the prune. How did you become sentient? How did that happen? Hold on, wait a minute. Not long, maybe 20 minutes tops? Okay. El Rojo Grande, thank you for the 7-month resub, thank you. Mad Titan Terrace, thank you for the 3 months. Asmaria, thank you for the 26 months. Maza, thank you for some biddies, bro. Ugh, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Hot damn. Bits for Friday tangents. I like it when people spell Friday like ice cream sundae. Makes me think of like a specialty ice cream sundae. Bro, I went to the gelato place again this week because I was like, I just want to see if they have any other fruit. All right, I still have gelato from last week in the freezer, so I don't really need any more. But like, I need to see if they have more fruit flavors. And because they make all of the gelato by hand, like every time they make, say, strawberry gelato, it's different, right? And so the last time I bought their strawberry gelato, it was amazing. It was so smooth and creamy and wonderful, and I loved it. This time when I went home with another pint of strawberry because the strawberry was different from the strawberry I had last time. And this one had like actual chunks of strawberry in it. It was so fucking good. It's like a great practice in self-control to just not eat an entire pint of ice cream at once. ZZ Floyd, thank you for the full fucking year of resubs. Thank you. And over on YouTube, I see all you pretty colorful ladies. Toric Roma, thank you. Did I see the story of a demon squirrel attacking people on Mount Diablo in San Francisco? No, and also I didn't know San Francisco had a mountain that was like named. I thought they just had mountain ranges. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Glory to Foxu and the Kirsches did your job interview yesterday. Went pretty well. Only downside, if you get this job, you'll have to leave Kirsche streams early for the night shift. Also, the Dumb Jeans teamed up with Nyara. I mean, you know, as long as you espouse the correct opinions, you know, the League of Retards gets ever so interesting. But, thank you, Internet Zen Master, and I do hope you get the job. Leaving my stream early is a small price to pay for having gainful employment, you know? I'm the only person you watch on Twitch nowadays. Due to me being in the just chatting category most of the time, Twitch decides to send you a mobile notification saying that you watch a lot of just chatting and you might enjoy Hassan's stream. No, Twitch, I will not watch that. That's really funny. That's the, hey, you're watching an anime fox talk about slightly center of right opinions? How about you enjoy this communist? Like, what the fuck? That's wild. Defter Tuna, thank you for the gift member on YouTube. Thank you. Lich Life, thank you for the $5, buddy. No message, just mushroom stamping. Thank you. Clippy the Clamor, thank you. Here's some money in exchange for Amunia. Romanian TV, still your Oshi, but you're an honorary Oshi. It's okay, I could never be that furry. Matt Larson, thank you. Munya to the left, Munya to the right, Munya all day, and Munya all night. Ah, yeah. It's like Mambo number 5, except slightly more dangerous. MC, thank you. Kirsche, when will the mouse pads be shipped? Much love, based Itachi owner. I haven't bought one in years, and I'm sad because I used to like that thing, man. Why did they have to ruin it? The mouse pads should be shipped soon, TM. I don't exactly have an ETA. I just know that the delivery of the mouse pads was late from the manufacturer. So if you had a mouse pad in your merch, unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the shipping to happen. A little bit longer, I'm sorry. Can only buy GamerSupps 12 packs, one at a time. Still managed to buy 3 with separate... Wait, are they sold out already? Are they already sold out? There's no way, bro. Lurk from the trenches. She doesn't know about the doxy chat. I don't know what that means. I don't like the name of it, though. How do I find their cans? Premium energy cans. Here we go. Okay, there's a blind box, 12-pack variety. I'm clicking on it. The palette is obviously sold out. Okay, they're not sold out yet. They're not sold out. You can still buy delicious GamerSupps cups. And by cups, I mean cans. You can buy the cans using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. Free shipping on 12 packs on the TikTok shop. I don't know if you can use my code on the TikTok shop, though. I don't know if it works there. I've never used the TikTok shop. Fursuit Friday always trends on your work Twitter. You guys blocking it counts as engagement. Why does that trend on your work Twitter? What the fuck? Buy a can for your can. Scoot, thank you. Gotta show a massive W. Your wife's old place of work shut down, was auctioning stuff off. Your wife picked up their PC monitor for $8, only to find out that there's an AMD micro gaming PC attached to the back of it. What the fuck? That's a wild find. How did the work not know about that? The Moose Nugget, thank you. Ketchup tithe, madame. October is come. Spoopy time shall be upon us ere long. What costumes do Kirsches favor? I don't know, I feel like they could get along with any costume, right? You know, like a ghost Kirsche, a screaming banshee Kirsche, a witch Kirsche, cute little pumpkin patch Kirsche. You can do anything. That Zombo come. Are there any news about the US part of TikTok being bought? I have not been keeping track of the TikTok buying. Can't use my code on TikTok. Unlucky. Unlucky. Don't use the TikTok shop. Richard Groover, thank you. You're gonna say it, chat. You can't stop me. No, don't say the N-word. Kartik Asola, thank you for the 4-month member. McFly, thank you. When am I gonna play the new Digimon game? I have like several Digimon games in my backlog. I gotta beat one game at a time. People who've been here for a few years knows what happens when I play multiple games concurrently, and it's not good. Keck McKeckerson, thank you for the 19-month member. Thank you. Thank you. Chiatos, thank you for that 16-month resub, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Flying Nook, thank you. Just use code Kirsche to save 10% on a 12-pack of Gamer Subs cans. Have some of the savings. Hell yeah! Thank you! Thank you for using code Kirsche. I love it when you do. You remember to go follow a bunch of people after watching a video mocking Denim's crash out. You followed anyone she called a Yahtzee. Hey, thanks, Tor. Torger. Like a tiger, but a Tor. Thank you. Thank you. You're nuclear. Why are you nuclear? Toric Roma, thank you. Did I see the homeless guy attempt to steal the boom device after the England Bad event on Yom Kippur? I hate how people have to phrase things on YouTube. God damn. No, but I might have a tab for that? Question mark? Dude, Guy McPants, thank you. It's new gun day. Also, hello to my wife who's watching from work. Hello, dude, Guy Pants' wife. Congrats on your new gun that you can share together. Glenn, thank you for the 3-month member. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. It isn't a party unless it's a crazy fox lady party. I didn't realize until I was almost done speaking that first sentence that it was the song by those people I've forgotten the band of. Phoenix DS, thank you. Too weird that Hassan is not going to TwitchCon because he feels unsafe. Color me shocked. I don't know why he feels unsafe. I'm gonna be real with you. That don't make no sense to me. That doesn't make sense. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. Take these doll hairs and purchase ketchup. I've actually been eating quite a bit less ketchup since I've been out at the bunker. Am I being turned into a normal human? Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You think Denims is jealous of me and other Chubas? Sure, she's got an OnlyFans, but you think that's the point? There's a degree of separation between you and Rule 34 fan art versus Denim putting out prawn shots. I mean, it's just weird. It's just weird that, I guess, I'm on that person's radar in any way, shape, or form. You know? It's like, whatever, lady. Good afternoon, Kirsche and honorable chatters. The Kirsche has been embracing spooky month, but fell into a cauldron. Is it a delicious cauldron that we can eat? Steam-powered geekery, thank you. Mount Diablo is in the San Francisco Bay Area, not San Francisco proper. I see. Besni Lala, thank you for the RSDs. Glad to be back. To your comforting Foxu, I am an emotional support creature. Patchouli, thank you. Finished work just in time for Foxu Friday. Happy tangents to all your Tylenol Americans in chat. True. True and real. Kane's brain, thank you. A good monsoon, Kirsche. Your mind is filled with... You should probably get that checked out, honestly. That sounds like it might be a doctor problem. Yeah. That was a new mouth noise. That's what he said. You know, I have to read it. Quick, she needs Tylenol to restore her autism. You know what I really hate? I hate that, like, when drinking Arizona iced tea from the miniature cans, I make, like, really obnoxiously loud mouth noises. And I don't know why. I don't do that on the tall cans, and I don't do that on any soda cans. But when it comes to the small Arizona cans, I just make like a cartoonishly loud slurping noise. Like, hold on a second. Let me fucking embarrass myself here for a minute. Like, chicken, fucking listen to this, chat. Why does that happen? Why does that happen on small can? I don't get it. I don't understand. You do that as well? You're okay with that sound. Because you're a fucking cartoon. God damn it. Your mom makes the worst slurps with her tea. You can't stand it. Small can makes lewd noise. I literally don't have that issue with any other can. But one of the Bunker Bros bought like a box of the small Arizona cans, and I was like, I'm gonna tear that bitch up. And so I took out a can and I slurped it last night, and I was like, fuck, why do I make obnoxious noises with this can? I used to get smacked for making that slurp sound when drinking beverages or eating soup. I don't do that sound when eating soup or drinking out of any other can. It's just this one, and I don't know why. It sounds like you're sucking the drink out of the can and not letting it flow. Maybe I'm just that eager to drink the iced tea. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. You can tell it's 3:30 p.m. where you are because the schizo guy in the halfway house in the next neighborhood over is screaming at the invisible wasp people. That'd be a fun interview. Is it wrong to want that sound to be one of the random alerts? Can you tell if I'm drinking iced tea or eating a cheeseburger? I don't know, man. Dicea Bronx, thank you. Small can sounds are the mating call of the Kirsche. Good lord. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadian. Small can has small opening. You want that sound? What the heck? What the heck? All right, let me take away these Gamer Subs cans that you can buy today using code Kirsche for 10% off. Isn't that the Stalker from Helldivers? I've never played Helldivers. I've not played that gomage. Help. Okay, I have the side scrollers from this morning when Kangming came on. We tried to get him to come on yesterday, but he was outside. Our audio was a bit scuffed. We tried our best. We tried our best, but side scrollers had him on properly today. And we get to see what's going on. So he put out a video talking about how he was fired. I don't know if side scrollers plays that tweet again. I don't think they do. Next, you're gonna eat a cheeseburger with realistic video game cheeseburger eating noise. I think if I actually tried to eat a cheeseburger, making the cheeseburger eating sounds from that one game, I would actually choke and die. It would be like the Jello incident, but 20 times worse. Hello, Moke and a lady. Hello, I saw you resub for 50 fucking months last night. Thank you, Moke and a lady. Oh, thank you, thank you. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. Living in existential dread. Smashed spider, but only got its leg. The spider disappeared. So somewhere in your home is a spider missing a leg. And has a vendetta. I'm sorry about that. I hope you find it soon before it regrows its leg with a mecha spider leg and comes for you in your sleep. They play a small part. The part about white-splaining. Okay, alright. I know. Elasser JJ, thank you for the Canadians. Take your maple money, Foxwoman. Thank you for the maple monies. I love maple. Maple's delicious. So many months. That's 2.6 years. Can we slow down, please? I agree, Baitos. Mr. Beautiful Singing Guitar Man. Thank you for the 32 months at tier 3, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, Baitos. Thank you. So let me see if I can find really quick Kangman's post so I can play that for you guys so there's a little bit of context for people who weren't watching side scrollers. How do I find this? Kangman Lee Twitter. I'm going to assume that it's probably a pretty recent post. I don't know how many times a day this guy posts. Finally got your hands on the Premium Energy Variety Pack. I can't wait for them to come out with more flavors. Completely, honestly. I just like... Hold on, speaking of which... All right, I wanted more cans too, chat. I wanted more gamer subs cans too. And my phone volume is on just in case I get a phone call. I don't know if I will get a phone call, but I have to leave my volume on at the moment. Because phone call might happen, and I need to pick that up if it happens. It's very important. Plain strawberry flavor needs to happen. Oh, buddy. Jimothy Farm! First week on days, and you got sick, even though you work remote. Also, don't read this out loud. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jimothy! I'm sorry you got sick from winkly-wonkling around your sleep schedule. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that happens sometimes, but you'll probably be able to get into the swing after like another week or so. I think it's like what, 2 or 3 weeks for you to settle into a routine kind of thing. What flavors would I like to become cans? Oh god. You goofball caught. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadians. Maple bacon is best support animal. Change your mind. Well, that's a dead animal, question mark. Some guy, thank you. BRB, gonna take some Tylenol to restore your magicka. What the fuck? Think you're gonna wait until they release more flavors before getting the cans? You don't want to give TikTok your money, and shipping, even with the code, is $10. Yeah, shipping the cans is a bit pricey. It do be a bit pricey to ship the cans. Alright, we're good with clicky clackies. I'll never change my keyboard, man. LSR JJ, thank you for the Canadians. Take your maple money. Thank you, I love the maple money. I thanked you already, but I love maple. Lawn Dragon, thank you. Your friends say you have a great voice and should be a VTuber. You're interested, but you're a guy. No one cares about male VTubers. Should you try it or not? I mean, you can if you want. There's some male VTubers who got a sizable audience. It's like, I mean, if you're interesting and you run around and make yourself known, you could probably get a little stroke of luck, you know? It's all about a little stroke of luck, as well as the grind. Clippy to Clamor, thank you. Someone said you have nice cans, and you concur. Do they make the same sound if sucked on the... No! Let's not talk about that! Did I ever hear back about the Ice Pop Gamer Subs idea? I got a resounding... That would be neat. Not sure how possible it is. So, you know, we'll see if it happens in summer, because that's definitely a summer item. PMC, thank you for the 5 gift subbies. Thank you. The gift subbies on Kick. Thank you, PMC. Thank you, PMC, my guy. And Tripwire, thank you for that 2-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. So, there is this Kangman video, and we played it on side scrollers, but I will play it here just so people know exactly what we're talking about. Put it on 1.5 times speed. We'll do some speeding here. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kangmin Lee, and I was just fired from my job for my conservative beliefs. This wasn't about my job performance or my relationships with colleagues. It happened because of the things I've said online and the political and religious views I've shared. Right before I was about to head out to work, I got a call from an executive at my workplace, and he opened with this.
The reason for this call is that we decided to terminate your contract effective immediately.
Oh.
Beginning today and going forward, you're going to cease all contact with employees, and you are not welcome on our campus.
So they told me I was being removed immediately and not to return. The main reason? Because my posts were dehumanizing and derogatory.
It's clear to us that your commentary invokes language that's derogatory and dehumanizing.
The specific example they kept bringing up is when I called women who celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk hags and psychopaths. And apparently, that's unacceptable. What else are they? Calling them psychopaths is mild compared to the depraved gloating over the death of an innocent man. But they didn't care about the context. So what specifically?
Well, how about yesterday when you implied that women shouldn't have the right to vote and that women are hags, miserable people, birthers, and psychopaths?
I didn't call women that.
Yes, you did. It's very clear. We have evidence of it.
Yeah, you can pull it up. I said that.
And I said on side scrollers, it's the exact same thing as like my AGP tweet, where it's consistently taken out of context. And they say that I said something that I did not. And that's used as like evidence against me everywhere. And it's wild. And I hate that people do this.
Liberal women who dehumanize people and celebrate that.
You did not say liberal women. You did not say liberal women.
The context is...
There's no context. Your language
do you mind if I can...
I'm going to finish. Your language is dehumanizing. You target every kind of identity that's represented. I'm embarrassed that we're just realizing it.
So the context behind that is the thousands upon thousands of videos and tweets and posts of people who were celebrating the assassination of a husband and a father 2 weeks ago. So the context is the sheer number. It was like 80 to 20, 90 to 10. The majority of people celebrating his assassination, someone murdered in cold blood, were women. Now, these are women who are untethered to their family. They don't have good family lives, right? They have abandoned their families, and they don't have children. So
you don't know that. You don't know that.
Okay, sir. So this is, sir. Am I allowed to finish, or are you going to keep white-splaining to me?
We can be done with the conversation. You are no longer permitted on this campus. You are effectively terminated immediately from your employment.
I asked for another example, and he accused me of saying that fat people shouldn't exist. What?
You clearly believe that fat people shouldn't exist.
What?
Correct?
I have never said that. I've never said that fat people should never exist. This is your emotion speaking. If you're able to at least use your fat as a reason.
We have a file full of odious things you said.
Odious, like what else? What else?
Any one of which would be eligible. We would escort them out of the building. My only regret is that we just discovered this at this point, and that's on this institution.
Okay, so I don't understand what beliefs that I hold, because I don't dehumanize women. I have talked many times on my platform about how women are incredible, that their telos, which means design in Greek, is to birth life, and that's a very important role in civilization. I've said that multiple times. I said they're empathetic, they're compassionate, they're a great nurturer.
Oops.
And caregivers. That's what I've said. I've also said that men need to step up. I've never said that men are better than women or women are better than men. I've never said that fat people should never exist. That's absurd. All I've said is that they should take care of their bodies and that they should steward the bodies that God has given them, right? So
I'm not interested in this debate.
And you see, no matter how much I try to reason, this is how liberals think. They don't value diversity of thought or the free marketplace of ideas.
And I think that basically gives us an idea of like what he's going through. I gave all of my opinions like on this video on side scrollers yesterday, so I didn't want to like completely talk over it and stretch it out and tangent on it again today. But I did want to give people kind of an idea about what we're about to watch with side scrollers, because we did get Kangman on briefly yesterday. We went over by like an hour trying to talk with him and figure out like our audio issues, because he had said that he doesn't want to release the name of the institution that fired him or the guy that he was talking to on the phone that was incredibly rude. And so I had a couple of questions about this, and some of them kind of got answered, and then I wanted Craig to ask about filing an EEOC complaint, since this is very obviously discrimination. So hopefully we get answers to those questions watching side scrollers from today. They just found out what he's done, but they had a big file on him already. Something doesn't add up. I'm not focusing on that so much, because them saying that they have a folder on him could just be the result of like someone sent them all this shit, right? Like someone sent them like the initial like, oh, fat people should lose weight kind of thing, and then they sent him like the women tweet, and then they sent more tweets, right? So it's not really that far-fetched that in one day some crazy people went through his tweets finding like buzzwords and whatnot. Not that hard to pull data off a website quickly. Yeah, exactly. Or they just decided to scroll through his feed and just start putting him down. It wouldn't take long. Yeah. Miss Darkness, thank you. Happy Tangent Friday. Kangman now works with Benny Johnson. Yeah, Benny Johnson reached out to him pretty much immediately after he posted that video. And then they announced sometime last night that he would be working for Benny Johnson's company. So he's already got a way better job with people that aren't going to treat him like this. But I feel like protecting the company by not saying who they are is a bit silly. And I found his reasoning to be also a bit silly, because he was like, I don't want, any of the students to have any fallout, but I'm not entirely sure what kind of fallout would happen to the students, because I haven't seen that. Someone super chatted on side scrollers. There were like 2 instances of students having had fallout from like a cancellation before. I'd never heard of those 2 instances, and I can't remember them off the top of my head because they weren't my super chat. They were side scroller super chat. I can't remember. I didn't write it down. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians a fat file of bullshit. Sounds like the same that happened to me for Offkite. Yep. Yep. Shame the institution. They need to be held accountable. That's how I feel. Like, it's... by keeping it quiet, I feel like it's perpetuating and protecting the people that want to do these kinds of, like, cancel culture tactics. I don't see any kind of fallout that could be worse than what would be gained by outing these people, but let's see what Side Scrollers has figured out.
Super Chat, Rector Nation's Rumble Rants here in just a little bit. But joining us now, a super viral poster and newly employed after being canceled. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Side Scrollers, Kangman Lee. How are you, buddy?
One second.
Oh no!
Oh, it's Netflix, Kongman.
I was trying to delay as much as I possibly could there.
I was gonna say, he's black
didn't
now.
Quite work out. We'll get to Netflix.
funny.
There he
There
is.
Hey.
Kongman, how are you, dude?
There? Doing well, man. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Thanks for coming on with us again after yesterday. Let's just kind of give everybody a quick recap. You posted this just a couple days
My
ago
hat's in the
over on
way.
X. You said I was just fired from my job again for conservative beliefs. This is with a 7+ minute video here. We watched it on our stream, but just give everybody a quick TLDR on this.
Yeah, TLDR is that right before I was about to head out to work, I get a call from an executive, and because I get so many spam calls these days, I don't have it so that my phone rings for an unknown number. So it's an unknown number, get a voicemail, hey, do not come to work, do not come to campus before you take this phone call. So I'm like, I'm probably screwed. This is like PTSD. This happened to me 4 years ago when I used to work for a pharma company, and they did the same thing because I was fired for being against the vaccine mandates. And of course, being against the vax mandates at a pharma company is a no-no. And then so I'm like, oh, damn, this is going to happen again, isn't it? And then so...
Whoa, hold on. Back up. So wait, you worked at a pharma company during COVID?
Yeah.
And you were like, no. I'm not taking
wild.
this shit.
That's wild.
I mean, it was just unbelievable because I majored in chemical engineering, for those who don't know, and I do have a pharmaceutical background. I did pharmacology research in college, so it was like I'm like used to this stuff, and we just kind of.
Ryan, thank you. If the left doesn't want peace, you say we oblige. Yeah, no, like I said, I don't like wishing for violence, and I would like to see things be able to be resolved in a peaceful manner. I black-pilled a little bit yesterday on side scrollers where it's just like I'm so sick of seeing these people get their way. And it would be so easy if companies would just stop bending over backwards to appease ideologues. And we need to get the ideologues out of these positions of power if we want anything to change.
Throughout like over 100 years worth of vaccine technology and consensus just to forcibly jab everyone with an experimental vaccine that was developed in 6 months with no longitudinal study. I was like, hey, this is kind of crazy. Let's not force people to do it. Anyways,
Kinda.
They didn't like that. They fired me. And then so I thought, I was like, man, this is going to happen again, isn't it? And sure enough, it happened. And he was accusing me of all crazy things. And of course, I'm a staunch right-winger. I'm not ashamed of that. I am a Christian conservative. I also love anime and all those things too. But, it's like, I feel like I'm just a normal person from like 40, 50 years ago. But apparently that's grounds for dismissal and for calling people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk hags and psychopaths. They said that I was calling all women that. I'm like, no, I don't view women like that. I've very much been clear on my platform that I respect women. I believe men should protect and honor women. Mm-hmm. I believe that chivalry is a very good thing. We've lost that in our society. And just because feminism is rampant in our society and so much man-hating is there, doesn't like give men an excuse to be unchivalrous, essentially. And so, anyways, I was trying to explain that to him, and then he just wouldn't listen. He said, no.
I mean, I kind of agree, but also, I don't want men to willingly put themselves in dangerous situations where their entire lives can get ruined, because that is the climate of where we're at the moment, where a man that should be hailed as a hero is instead arrested and his entire name dragged through the mud for the entire world to see. And it's like, yeah, it would be great if all men everywhere just decided, fuck it, I'm going to be chivalrous anyways, and I'm going to play the role of the hero. But not everyone wants to fight those court cases and have all that shit about them, lying about them online for years, just following them around. And like, I don't know how you go about fixing something like that, except removing all of the ideologue judges and DAs who deal with letting all these criminals go while prosecuting people who should be held as heroes. Right? Like, it'd be great if we lived in a healthy society and we could shame men for not being chivalrous, but we don't live in a healthy society. And so I think a dose of reality needs to be planted into that. His view is idealistic. You're not going to prison for helping a woman who probably voted for the punishment that you will face. It all depends on where you live, you know? Like, if you live in a very high-trust area, you could probably safely defend those around you. But if you live in, like, New York City, all you're doing is putting yourself in danger from, like, other people around you, the person you're trying to save, the court system. It's just, you know? The Dork Laird, thank you. Christians really need to stop interpreting pacifism out of the Bible and embrace malicious compliance. Just make false accusations carry twice the time of the crime in question, once for trying to falsely imprison someone, twice for trying to make everyone else complicit. There definitely needs to be harsher punishments for false accusations. I really hate the rhetoric of like, oh, if you punish people who lied about it, then, you know, real victims won't want to come out. And it's like, no, the more people who lie about it and go unpunished, the more victims worry that they'll be seen as a liar and no one will believe them anyway. Zlyzon Doppelganger, thank you. Only physical force will get them out? I really hope that's not true. Codbo 3 RGM 3, thank you. Avalanche time! Mother bleeper! Oh, mother bleeper. I was like, what? I don't know what this is. Thank you. Thank you for the member. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The more the left get consequences in turn that they had done to others, the better. I agree. I mean... I'm glad tides are turning, and I'm glad that we have, like, verifiable wins that we can point to. Sometimes when I read how there are still people giving in to the whims of these psychopaths, it's exhausting, man. It's exhausting, and I'm sorry about that. I felt so fucking guilty, and I'm whiny. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're terrible, you're a bigot, you're a dehumanizing, derogatory person, and I'm just trying to explain things to him. He just would not listen, and eventually I'm like, is there any way to reverse this, any way we can work through this? He said no. Top down decisions made, and I was like, okay, well, this kind of sucks, because I thought it really does feel like a stab in the back, because you start working for places, and it's not a huge company, but you start working for places, developing these relationships, and it sucks. It really does suck. It's like, instead of having that conversation first, it's like, okay, we're going to fire you because we already created a false image of what we believe you are to be. And yeah, no excuse. It's just awful.
I want to tell you, you released some of the call that you had with this person. By the way, we spoke privately about this. You said it's okay to mention that you worked in education.
Yeah, we'll just say the education sector, which is why yesterday I was explaining that there are students involved, which I don't want to get them kind of entangled with all of that, which is the biggest reason why I don't disclose.
See, which again doesn't make any sense to me. If there are students involved, right? Because he didn't use the word involved previously. So if there are students involved in his firing, if they're involved in the way that the students helped get him fired, they should have repercussions for being psychopathic little ideologues following in lockstep with the administrators. If there are students involved who didn't want him fired, well, how would we know about that? And also, what kind of fallout would they face at this current moment? Because who would even know that those students were involved? Would the administrators, if you call them out for their actions against you, decide to throw the students under the bus who didn't want him fired? If they were to do that, they would make themselves look tantamountly even more evil. So it's not even like an acceptable loss. It's just like, I don't understand exactly what he means by this.
Place I worked at, otherwise I would.
Okay, so the pushback on that we heard, and Kirsche actually wanted to ask this question in particular, was previously when there's been firings when it comes to the education sector, right? The places have been called out, schools have been called out, but the pushback hasn't gone to the students. They have not been caught in the crossfire, if you will, right? So how would you respond to that in saying that there's precedent here saying that the students won't be caught, and it'd be for the greater good to speak out on this so another Kongman Lee doesn't happen in the future?
Yeah, I totally get that point of view. I err on the side of like extreme caution when it comes to minors and comes to students, because of what I've seen on the internet, what people can do on the internet, and people will target others. And
I mean, again, I can agree with that, but by not calling out the company, by not calling out the administration, again, the administrator said his only regret is not knowing how bad of a person he perceives Kangman to be so he could get rid of him sooner. If there are students that are Christian or more conservative they too will be discriminated against by this administration. So by not calling them out, actually more harm is going to be coming to those students than him staying quiet. Like, all he's doing is allowing the cycle to perpetuate, in my opinion here. Miss Darkness, thank you. You're a survivor of sexual assault. You hate the false accusations that get lumped in with actual cases. The left sucks at being advocates. The left sucks at being advocates because they're only advocates for themselves. When you notice that everything they advocate for is not in order to advocate for the people it would affect, so they never actually advocate for bettering the situation of black people or minorities that they claim to champion. They don't actually better instances for women. They don't better cases for sexual assault survivors. They use all of these things in order to advance their specific ideology, because a lot of these things, you look like a bad person if you try to present any argument against what the left is trying to do. It's very unfortunate that so many people who are actually affected by bad things have to deal with the left using it as just weird talking points. If the student were to be targeted because of him, it would be entirely because the administration threw the student under the bus, and that would probably result in more firings and lawsuits than necessary. Yeah, I have no idea. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. Don't be sad about blackpilling. It's okay. Take heart. We're winning, but it's a slow process. Rome wasn't built in a day. And I know it's a slow process. I'm very well aware. Sometimes I let the frustration show. I appreciate you guys. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The left-leaning employer calling him dehumanizing. Mr. Pod, do I have a kettle to sell you? True. Psycho, thank you. Watch the new Don P. AI Ice commercial. Had fun making it. Here's your ammonia tax. Heck yeah, I love ice commercials. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. If this is a college, those are adults. I have no idea, because he switches back and forth between saying, like, minors and students. So I don't know if he's using that to, like, obfuscate what kind of an educational institution he works at, or if it might just be not a university. I have no idea. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Whenever you hear the greater good, you just think of the cult, like chanting of the city council and Hot Fuzz. True.
I just didn't want to risk it. I believe there's a lot of innocent people who could potentially, even if the possibility is small, a lot of the times we don't even think of the possibility of certain things. Like, for example, when I got doxxed earlier this year, like, I didn't even think that would happen. I saw other people get doxxed, but I was like, that can't happen to me. The possibility of happening to me is very low. And then
if you're online in any capacity, I don't care how large of a creator you are always in danger of getting doxxed. Do not think it cannot happen to you. It is not, again, if you are online in any capacity, it is not a matter of if you get doxxed, it is a matter of when you get doxxed. It will happen. You cannot avoid it. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. It was probably some kind of high school or private school you're betting. It's probably for the best that he doesn't name and shame the high school, especially if he decides to sue the organization. If he's deciding to sue, then that would be the most thing that makes sense. If he's not going to sue, then not naming it makes especially no sense. Maddie P, thank you. There's no need to apologize for being human. You made up the term black pill bulimia because we're all gonna take one eventually. We just have to puke it back up. True and real. Think of the government like a cruise ship, not an F1 car. It takes time to turn the ship. Very true. Very true. Thank you for the encouraging words, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, no. I definitely think, especially if it's a high school or a private school, it should be named and shamed. Because again, these are the administration that is supposed to be looking after these kids. And if they're crazy ideologues playing politics like this, they're not taking care of those kids. So what kind of damage has already been done in the classrooms? What kind of damage has already been done? How far do the politics of this administration go? Are there men playing in the women's sports there? Are there, like, changing room issues there? Like, what else is being perpetuated that we won't know about? Which is why I think the naming and shaming is so incredibly important, especially when it comes to educational institutions, because those were the first captured decades ago.
Happened. And I'm like, whoa. So I think after that moment, too, I was like, start to get really cautious about the kind of information that I put out and the kind of people I get caught in the crossfires of my online posting and my content creation. And so I do think that there is merit to what Kirsche said yesterday, and I totally understand the people who feel that way. I just err on the side of extreme caution when it comes to minors and students.
Are you more concerned? Obviously, I get what you're saying, right? Are you more concerned about the left freaking out about this, or the right taking action against potential, people caught in the crossfire, or is it just anybody?
I think anybody, but I do see an increasing number of right-wing or right-wing affiliated people, anons on the internet, who are doxing people.
I would like to know where he gets this statistic from, because when people were getting doxxed for celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, something that he supported, by the way, these were people who were being doxxed for supporting and celebrating a murder. I didn't see anyone doxing random people or going after random people. It was very targeted towards the people who were celebrating the murder. I don't exactly know why he's trying to both sides this issue. Especially, again, when he supported the comeuppance of those getting doxxed for celebrating the murder. I don't really understand this logic. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Is that government cruise ship, the HMS Titanic? Look at some of the governments in Western society that have been captured for too long. I mean, yeah, we gotta control that steering wheel, man. By the way, your second order friend that worked for the Utah state government seems to have been let go in light of his celebration for Charlie's murder. I am glad that you could help, Vaush, my guy. I'm sure the schadenfreude of your friend freaking out after his firing felt pretty good. He's beginning to sound like a conservative. I was like, he's only ever been nice to me, so, I don't want to insult the guy, but, I'm feeling like this is definitely not the correct direction to go if you want to have an effect and you actually want things to change and you actually want to protect students going to the school in the future.
And I just don't want to risk that with minors. I just don't want I don't want them to get involved. Yeah.
So I wanted to go back to your call, because there was one point in particular that we all kind of giggled at yesterday here. I want to play this just for a second as, let's just kind of see what happened, because I feel like this is...
You have a feeling he knows exactly what students got him fired, and he wants to protect them because he feels they shouldn't be engrossed into the current political climate in spite of them doing it, means they are already indoctrinated. And I think that would be a case of, not having a hardened heart, like men who can fix the bad times and bring about the good times need to have, as it were. Because if you know that there are students that probably contributed to you getting fired, there should be no, well, I'm not going to out the school in order to protect those students if that's what happened. Because, again, they're just going to keep doing that to other people. They're not going to just limit it to the administration or their fellow students. They're going to end up leaving that educational institution emboldened and empowered and knowing that they can have an effect on people's lives if they don't like them. And that is a very dangerous person to let just go out into the wild, man. Fear of FEMA, thank you. If he didn't name them, you don't believe it even happened. He probably faked it just to get a new job. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I know everybody is immediately 1,000% critical of any content creator, whether it be YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever. And the default assumption is they're lying until proven otherwise. I don't like that default position. I know a lot of them do lie. I don't think he would have any reason to do that. I don't see this as a lie. I don't see this as made up. I see it as him probably erroneously thinking protecting the students, regardless of what their affiliation is the correct and moral and Christian thing to do. And I just vastly disagree with that. And I think that attitude is what has gotten us to as bad of a place as we are. It's like if a 17-year-old committed a murder, would you protect them from the consequences? These students, if the students were involved in getting him fired, might not be murdering someone, but they are committing life ruination by doing this to him. And they will go on to do it to other people, especially now that they know that doing it to him had successful consequences. It had the results they wanted to see.
Did you edit this at all? This is definitely
Yeah, I did.
edited,
Your question is, why was he recording a random phone call from his school? He said why. He said that he got a text message saying, hey, don't come to the campus until you take this phone call. If I had someone say that, I obviously would also load up my recording software and record that fucking phone call. I record like support phone calls that I have with like Comcast and shit, because they will lie to you, right? So like, I don't see recording something like this as suspicious at all. This is just normal behavior. Also because he regrets not recording the last time he got fired. Yes, that too. Therian, thank you. Right-wing anons he mentioned are incel types. I have no idea. Praxis Fall, thank you. Just want to say this. The longer the violence continues from the left, the worse the backlash of the people will become. So the boat needs to turn quick. Yeah. Tiger King Rex Carter, thank you. Does seem like he knows some students threw him under the bus. I mean, we can only assume because he hasn't said it directly. So I want to make sure I'm not, like, asserting anything for 100%. That's why I keep saying, like, if this is the case. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Unfortunately, there were some people who were getting doxxed for merely not mourning Charlie properly. We can't go full red terror here, not yet. I haven't seen those cases. Maybe they did happen, and if people were getting doxxed for not mourning properly, that's retarded. However, the only time I've ever seen anyone say, oh, they're upset that we're not mourning Charlie properly, are people who celebrated his death and want to conflate that with just not mourning him properly. I haven't seen that. Maybe it's happened. I've only seen it used as an excuse by malicious actors who were celebrating. So, that's just what I have seen. Anya. If you assume it makes an ass out of you and me, exactly. Exactly. Back to playing here.
I definitely edited it just to shorten it. I didn't like take out parts of the conversation to like take it out of context and make him look like worse than he was. I actually saved this image. He said some like other insane things, and he was a lot more emotional than was portrayed here. It was a 30-minute phone call.
Okay.
But yeah.
I wanted to play this.
Personally, I would also release the raw just because as soon as anyone with malicious intent sees this and hears him saying it was edited, they're going to be like, well, it was probably edited to make him look better and to make the administration look worse, and there's something that he's hiding because he edited it. That's exactly what they do, and that's exactly why when I release things, I release the complete raw. I don't care how long it is. If you want the truth, you're going to listen to it, is how I feel. If you're not going to bother listening to it, you weren't interested in the truth in the first place. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. When you find your conservative spine, you need to bring the God hand of consequences to slap the left back into order. Yeah? Yeah, like I said, I felt the same exact way. I was like, I don't want to cause any drama. I don't want to cause any issues. Maybe if I'm just quiet, things will get better. You know, maybe the in-game devs will reach back out or some shit. But after watching that one Asmongold video, I was like, no, you know, Asmon's probably right. Staying quiet isn't going to help me. It's not going to help content creators coming after me. It's just going to embolden the people who were successful in getting rid of me by giving misinformation and not giving the full explanation of things because they had it in their heads that I was an acceptable target to financially ruin. Unfortunately for them, I wasn't really getting paid by in-game very much. It was a labor of love, which made it worse for me personally, but didn't affect me financially. Based spine-growing foxsuit, yeah. Sometimes all it takes is like hearing someone that you kind of look up to and you kind of respect saying something that makes you feel like, you know, if they can do this kind of thing, I can too, and I can stand up more for myself.
And releasing that actually, like the whole thing eventually?
Yeah, maybe one day if people do want it, but yeah.
No. See, that's weird. That's, again, weird. Not maybe one day, because anyone who has malicious intent can disregard everything he says by just being like, the phone call was half an hour long, we only have 7 minutes and 34 seconds, we don't know what he's hiding or what he's obfuscating, and they can just use that to springboard off and make up whatever the fuck that they can think of. So having the raw available isn't like a maybe one day thing. I think that should go up on his YouTube channel. Excuse me.
I actually have a question about that. So, like, when did you start recording? When you knew he was basically going to fire you, and did you tell him that it was being recorded?
Well, it was just a scary. I have PTSD, and I wish I recorded the first phone call when I got fired 4 years ago. So I
Yeah, there's
just
the
was
other
like,
thing.
just in case there's a potential lawsuit, and just in case there could be something, there's any like legal action to be taken. I just wanted like records. Yeah.
And, okay, before we get
Makes
to the
sense.
actual call, do you think that there could potentially be legal recourse for you being fired for this,
Remember
or is this
the
more of
EEOC.
a? Do you think that they just, like, do you think there's quote unquote just cause, or you feel like they have just cause?
I do think in the state that I live in, it is an at-will termination state, and so they can terminate me for any reason. And in my employment contract, they did say that they have the right to terminate me for any reason they deem necessary. And so I could potentially go along the religious discrimination route, but that would kind of be hard to prove. So I am still talking to some.
Why would it be kind of hard to prove if basically the phone call gave us all the information for him discriminating along political lines? That's also a protected thing. And it's like, you have more than enough proof that you didn't say the things he was claiming that you said. I mean, I don't know how much money this dude's got. Lawsuits are expensive. Lawsuits are expensive. The amount that it cost me to just send that cease and desist was ridiculous.
Thank you, Hidden, for the 100 fucking slaves! Thank you! Thank you. I'm you.
I got a bonus, have some or whatever. It's not like I want you to triumph over the haters or anything.
Thank you for the triumph coins, Hidden! I like how the TTS said bonus, because I thought it was going to say boner for a second, the way it paused mid-word. Thank you. Thank you, Hidden, for having a bonus and not a boner. Thank you. He's a victim, but he's not seeking justice. He just wants to survive, but he's afraid to live in truth, and truth free is above all. I mean, it's fucking frustrating. Well, I said it correctly, chat. It's horrendous to have to go through mentally to deal with the legal route of people who are attempting to ruin you. Like, it is a massive fucking mental toll, but it is necessary if you want things to change. Like, if I had shut my mouth and just like dealt with what Vice was doing to me, I would have lost so much more than I did. And I would have just been another body on the pile of like leftist terrorist victories of trying to financially ruin their perceived enemies. Because again, they're not calling me a Nazi because they actually think I'm a Nazi, because I'm not. They're calling me that because I'm an acceptable target for any of their tactics, up to and including termination. If you recall correctly, even just the copyright counterclaim lawsuit that Sargon did cost upwards of 140K. Even though he won, it took like 2 years. It's a long and drawn out process. And so like, I wouldn't blame him if he didn't want to specifically do lawfare. I think he probably should, and he has a good case in this instance. But the bare minimum is calling out the administrator and the company. Contract can say you don't have a break time and you work 12 hours. Doesn't mean it's illegal. Zenik, thank you for the czar, is going to push back on this. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. We don't beat them by being them. We beat them by being better than them. As good as retribution might sound, it's a slippery slope and it feeds the cycle. I mean, you can believe that if you want, but I feel like that's the mentality that perpetuates the farm murders in South Africa, and that's the mentality that perpetuates the shit that we've gotten ourselves into in the US and the UK. I don't think turning the other cheek and forgiving people is going to make any sort of difference in current year. That is just, we are way beyond that. You could have tried that maybe in the 1960s, but we're way beyond that now. You don't understand the suspicion that Erica wasn't mourning properly and just acting? Do people not understand we all mourn differently, or just completely neurotic? Well, it's not even just mourning differently. Like, she's mourning the loss of her husband and also picking up the torch and carrying on what his life's work was. So I think the people that are like trying to demonize her for carrying on his life's work don't exactly understand what a real relationship is. Can you get that investment legal thing we read the other day on stream? The what? Anya. None of us see how she's handling it behind closed doors? Absolutely. We only see the image she's projecting. A hound of ill omens, thank you. He's probably trying to make himself better than those who had wronged him personally, you say? Make them weep what they sow? Make them weep? Elijah Snow, thank you. Politics is only protected in California. It's illegal mindset on the Corano stuff. He explained it. I thought that was something that was protected under one of the fucking title thingies. Carrying on Charlie's mission gave Erica strength and passion. I am not you, thank you. Very common tactic when firing someone or terminating their contract is to hand them a bunch of cash and an NDA, which limits what they're allowed to say, but you doubt this applies here. That'd be interesting. Revenge is eye for an eye, and worse, justice is punishment that befits the crime and making sure the evil is not repeatable. Yep. Once a lot of leftists started feeling their lives being affected by the horrendous shit that they say, not even jokes, just like a "I'm glad he died" kind of nonsense. A lot of them began to realize, hey, why are the rules being applied to us?
Go for the hands so they can't hurt anyone anymore. Always move to make sure this garbage never happens again.
Yes, I want to come out of this where everyone can agree cancel culture bad. Thank you. Walla walla bing bang. Craig looked it up on side scrollers yesterday. Supreme Court ruled that political affiliation was also protected. Okay, good. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy. I'm scrolled up hella on YouTube. Ein Moment. Robo Schmeets, thank you for those 100 fucking slaves, brother. Thank you. Say in a war, you get up out of the trench and scream, "We're hurting each other for no reason. This is insane." You're 100% right. Also 100% about to get hurt. There also have been diplomats working to find a peace agreement, but just don't fight back is insanity. I agree. The people who think that we're in a position to not fight back, I think still have not realized that we are in a war. It's just a wild thing to say. And like I said on side scrollers yesterday, I think I'm more fed up with the "don't defend yourselves, don't fight back" people than even the original "I just want to grill and I won't defend my right to do it." I feel like those are probably one and the same people, but it's just like an exasperation kind of thing.
Anya munya.
Phoenix DS, thank you. Didn't cost you too much to send your former employer a cease and desist through registered mail by a lawyer that worked on your mother's will. The harassing calls stopped right quick. Oh, that's kind of nuts. I'm glad it wasn't crazy expensive for you. I know it's crazy expensive for me. Maybe there's a difference between like being a regular guy and like having a public figure. Unfortunately, it costs more for me to do that kind of stuff. Massive Doge, thank you. Kirsche, you gonna go balls out, chat? Yeah, sun's out, buns out, baby. Psycho, thank you. There's a difference between turning the other cheek and what they want is for us to spread the cheeks and take it. True and real. True and real. Anthony, thank you. The eye for an eye thing is all good, except they have already poked out both our eyes and beat us with a bat. Even Buddha strikes back after 3 times. When the monks have had enough, Pakistani National, thank you. An eye for an eye makes the world go blind. No, I'm not foolish enough to take their eye. I take their heads. They can never mess with me again. Oh, damn. Grilled cheese enjoyer, thank you. As a Christian, you tire of this weak, feminized outlook. We must resist. They forget themselves. True. Toric Roma, thank you. You pray your wife will be like Erica if you ever die earlier than we plan at 100 years old with 6 kids and 300 grand and great grandkids. That's a lot. I hope you get the giant family you desire. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Sometimes glassed earth is the only answer when the ones that want you gone don't want peace. Now, Munya. Since he's mentioned that it's edited, all the school has to do to clear their name is release the unedited cut. A lot of HR associates have to keep as many receipts as possible just in case they face a lawsuit. Well, this is again another thing that I hate about everywhere the world works. A lot of people believe that putting out information, even if it exonerates you, is wrong and bad, and you shouldn't do it. I have been told that I should not be keeping receipts of things before. And it's just like, do you see how many people go after me at every point in time? If I didn't have these receipts, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. What do you mean? And they're just like, yeah, but like if you put out the receipts, that just creates more drama, doesn't it? And it's like, no, the normal people with functioning brains can see the actual evidence and how I'm being lied about. What do you mean? How dare you keep proving yourself innocent? I know, right? Phoenix DS, thank you. Sometimes glass to earth is the only answer when the ones that want you gone don't want peace. Yeah, it's impossible to verbally negotiate with these kinds of propagandized people. And it's a very unfortunate point that we're at.
Lawyers, but not sure
Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
It is absolutely wild that you've gotten fired for common sense multiple times now.
It
It's
is.
the times we live in, you know, it's
Yeah.
great. It's crazy.
Let's get to this call here because there's a point here which we all laughed at, which I wanted to play.
Now, these are women who are untethered to their family. They don't have good family lives, right? They have abandoned their families, and they don't have children. So,
You don't know that. You don't know that.
okay,
And-
sir.
and
So
to
this is,
to suggest that the answer is to
am I allowed to
all
finish,
women
or are you
don't
going to keep
vote?
white-splaining to me?
Which his response here is like everything.
Which was fucking hilarious when I first heard that. And the guy's response just being that low, like oh, you just fucked up, buddy. How dare you use my magic spells against me, you know? Like literal villain dialogue in like a Star Wars movie, man. Cesario JPN, thank you for the Kirsche cosplayer process server fee. What? Must have been confusing to the server to be convinced to put on the outfit to serve the letter. Oh yeah, I was like, what are you talking about, the server fee? I was thinking of like Discord server. Yeah, it was like a little confusing, a little funny, but she enjoyed it. Dare turn my own spells against me, Potter. Yeah, right. Only problem people keep receipts. Person with Arctic IQ, probably. You'd be surprised. Fan service games, thank you for the 4-month member. We have to use their tactics. Tards who don't understand that have to be laughed at. I don't know how you get people to understand that point. And it's like, it's fine if you don't want to be one of the people who like actively does things in the pursuit of that, right? If you're not personally affected, I still think Kangman here should out the university or school or whatever the fuck it was. But it's fine if you are like, I can't participate in this, but don't impede others that are trying to make the world you desire come into existence, you know? Percy's, thank you. Sargon summarized cancel culture with the prisoner's dilemma game theory. The right needs to clap back and make it suck for everyone for a bit so that both sides can finally agree. We need to cut it the fuck out. Yes, that's a very good point to make.
Were you walk us through that interaction right there? Because we laughed at that because it's almost like using their sword on themselves.
Yeah, exactly. That was towards the middle part of the conversation, but he would not allow me to fully explain myself for more than 20, 30 seconds at a time.
He was good at interrupting.
I allowed him to speak for over a minute at a time, just explain where he's coming from, where his stance is, where the company's stance is, all that stuff. I'm like, okay, so then allow me to explain that post that you're specifically referring to, and let me explain what I believe and how you are taking that out of context. And he's like, nope, not going to listen. You don't know that. And he was accusing me of not doing the research, not knowing anything, attacking people, all kinds of marginalized groups. And I'm like, dude, I'm a Korean American. We make up 0.6% of the population. I grew up being called Chinese and Japanese.
Yeah, but you're white adjacent, so like you don't matter. You don't matter at all. How dare you speak the old magic to me, witch? I was there when it was created. Energy in that laugh. What the fuck? Yeah, again, it's a little fucking crazy. And I'm sorry, I have to interrupt this very serious video with my Azure Lane stuff had finished, and I need to do something really quick, okay? I just figured I'll bring it up on screen so you see what I'm doing, okay? All right. I just finished avocado nonsense, and so I need to plant avocados. What's this? I need stuff. Timber. I hate fuck you, timber bitch. I hate that. I don't have peanut oil yet, I don't think. Okay, so the guy walked into a chess match, got punched in the face, thinks, well, maybe if I put him in check, he'll stop punching me. Yeah, unfortunately. Give me those eggs. Give me the eggs. I love egg. Oh my goodness, your brain is so smooth. What do you mean? Why is my brain smooth? I need... What is this? Oh, yeah, that's right. Fuck, she's still in there for 1 hour and 51 minutes. God damn it. God damn it, I want her to give me extra. Okay. Since I can't have her give me extra, let's just see how many avocados I can plant on my own. Let me just see here. Black Knight Leader, thank you for the biddies. You're sorry many people attack you and want you gone. You're nice, smart, have a very romantic voice. Oh, thank you! The lesbian biker is very romantic. You don't say that lightly or casually. You're not saying it's okay, but it's people like Destiny or Xander Hall TV, I don't know who that is, that deserve the attacks I get. Oh, I don't want to say anyone, like, deserves the attacks, right? But it's like... It is kind of wild what some people can get away with saying, and I'm over here just being a cartoon talking about, hey, maybe we should have, like, borders and shit. And apparently that's a problem. Why are these 2,400 gold? Why are these so fucking expensive? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Damn. That'd be 2,397,600 island coins. Fucking Christ, brother. I don't even know how many avocados this better give me a decent amount of avocados. If I plant this bitch and it's like 10 hours and then it gives me like 6 avocados and I can't even get my fucking carrots tomorrow, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so fucking mad. Okay, it's 4 hours. This better give me like 10 avocados, I swear to God. I swear to God. Look at this garbage chat. I have all 3 of my transports filled with fucking carrots. 2 of these have been since day 1 of the release of this mode. And carrots are so far fucking down the research tree. They're in the cooking tree for some reason. Instead of the farming tree. You unlock carrots over here. You need level 21 for carrot unlock. And untold amounts of island coins. And yet, from day 1, level 1... You can get carrots fucking you out of rewards. It's kind of garbage. It's kind of garbage. Bagman watching this like, work in my farm, damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. You sent me a dono on Twitch earlier. TLDR, you asked an innocent question in the chat of a VTuber in question spiraled down to calling me a racist for some reason. You left that community today. Too toxic. I didn't see that message. I don't know if Binary Mind caught it. That's crazy, though. That's fucking crazy. I know some people have said that, like, they can't even use, like, my emotes in certain Discords without people literally having a fit. It's actually insane. This is what Kirsche sounded like playing MMOs. There's no rerolls on the dailies. You can reroll the island request here. Not this one, because this is an event, but, like, the other ones you can reroll. These, you can't reroll. These you're just fucking stuck with. You're just fucking stuck with these. Unfortunately. You use my emotes whenever you please, fuck them. Yeah, that's how I feel. I was like, fuck, man. The Dark Seraph, thank you. Damn, French game looks different from what you remember. What chapter are you on? I might be a little obsessed with boat farming. I might really fucking like this mode. Alright, I can't help it. I can't help it. New Jersey. New Jersey. Oh, I need to buy more chicken feed. Hold on. My chickens, they need more food, chat. And Kirsche emotes are a good litmus test to filter out the crazies. Now that I agree with. Mr. Marmalin! Mr. Marmalin, thank you for those 10 gift subs on Kick, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Help, my sends, it's too high. I still haven't fixed it because I don't care. Confirmed she loves farming but hates the dent, man. I love farming, but I don't want to do that kind of farming. I want to make like a fucking fruit vineyard, man. Clucky, clucky. Let's buy 2 of these. I need to plant some more wheat. Some more wheat would be nice. I don't know what I planted here. Alright, I planted some Napa cabbage. There's a thing way down the tech tree where, like, it expands the zone with which you can plant crops. And I feel like that's wicked helpful. Kirsche being a woman of video gaming, color me shocked. It's where the Tylenol American habits came from. I'm not a real Tylenol American, I just played MMOs. This is Farmville for her. Oh, how hard did I get into Farmsville? I actually never played Farmville. And when I was younger, I joked about how Farmville is not a real game. And then when this mode came out in Azure Lane, I then again joked that I am now the Farmville Facebook mom. It's, you know, how far we have fallen. Gonna buy 9 of those. Am I running low on anything else? I don't think so. Wheat is below 100. I almost got 200 corn. I got over 200 rice. The nap is at like 158, 140 potato, 164 soybean. I got a lot of grass. I think the only other thing that's low is coffee, but I don't really need a lot of that. So I think we're fucking chilling. I mean, maybe I could put down a couple of more soybean or cabbage, but they're kind of expensive. Fillion's Wynant sits around ranting about politics and playing Azure Farm Lane all day. That's a great art piece. Fillion asking me for like some of my good cookies, and I'm just like, hold on, my farm needs tending. Wait, I just bought the wheat seeds. What did I say I wanted? I wanted soybean. I'll buy 6 soybean and 3 cabbage. That should be good. I don't want to use too much of my money because I don't know how much fucking carrot development is gonna cost, man. Carrot development might eat me out of house and fucking home. Cause I can't see what it costs to research it until I'm level 21. I don't know if anybody has reached level 21 today, but I am level 20. Let's see. Development rank. Usually it would be people up here. Looks like level 20 is the cap, so 21 is tomorrow. So nobody knows what carrots cost, I suppose. Unlucky. Holy shit, how the fuck did I get to 60? Bro, I am climbing the dev ranks here. I feel like I'm so fucking far behind and somehow I'm rank 60. What the fuck? A heathen from Texas, thank you. How long until Gamer Subs makes a Tylenol can? Oh my god, please. Please give me the Tylenol flavor. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Too bad they have coffee instead of Gamer Subs, energy drinks, and boat game. Oh my god. Can you imagine?
Spicy cat raid.
Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I took a break in the middle of some important news because I needed to plant some vegetables. I needed to do some farming. Okay, all right, okay. I did this inefficiently. I should have walked in between the two things, but like whatever, man. It's okay. It's all right. Asuki Wookie, thank you. Why Fox so good at sleuthing? She got good tails. True. They're very fluffy. You can touch them. New Gamer Subs flavor. Weaponized autism. I don't know if that would be an okay name, but I wish they would. Okay, I bought chicken food, I think. Yeah. Help. New Jersey, you got good animal husbandry. Chimkins. Please give me chimkins. I wonder if for season 2 they'll fix the boat girls as well. Because their skills do not conflate with their skill points. And it's very unnerving, actually. Alright, we're gonna accept this. Get 10,000 coins. I love it. What's this? Carrot and pear juice. Fuck, how do I make carrot? I can't make carrot and pear juice because I don't have fucking carrots! God damn it! God, I got so angry. Fuck. New Gamer Subs flavor, Tylenol American, and AFK NyQuil flavor. Well, we already have lean. Do we really need AFK NyQuil? Tangerine Tangents as a flavor. As a little X for a cat butt is funny. Yeah, Twitch said that that's illegal. You can't have emotes with a little X for the butthole on animal emotes because apparently that's lewd, question mark. I don't know what the fuck Twitch staff are doing to little cats, but you know. Alright, I don't think there's anything else I have to touch. I think we're good here. Because I need to make fucking carrot juice, and I don't have carrot juice because this game is weird. Is it at the Polar Bear Tea House? I can't remember which one has the fucking carrot juice, so let me just check here. A carrot and pear juice. I don't have citrus fruit, so I need to plant more citrus fruit and carrot. So, I'm gonna go plant a tangerine tree, I guess. Actually, no, I don't know how long they take. God, I wish my fucking fluffy fox woman was done with her shit so I could have her tend to the trees instead. God damn it. Oh yeah, that's right. If I'm doing it manually, I have to go there physically. Go to the plantation. Plant the shit myself. The injustice. Heathen from Texas, thank you. Happy Friday, Fox. So you also got a new gun recently, and you're moving into a new apartment at the end of the month. Oh, hell yeah! I hope your new apartment is wonderful. Hope you have a good time there, man. You're out of the loop. What's a Tylenol American? Apparently you shouldn't be eating Tylenol while pregnant because it can cause autism. I need the citrus fruit. At least they're only 1,200. The trees are so fucking expensive, man. Like, literally insanely expensive. Okay. Hopefully planting one citrus tree will be enough. I don't remember how much citrus I get from one tree. Boop. 1 hour 46. How much for this bitch? 3 hours 50 minutes. Alright, now I just sit here and do nothing, I guess. I have... How much money? 14,000. Oh, fuck! I forgot I got a fucking thingy! Chat! I can pull for a boat! I forgot I got one of those! I forgorbed. F? There should... Oh, yeah, there is a bit of a red square. Why is it red squaring me? The thing doesn't need citrus, it's pears. It says pear and carrot, but it needs the citrus fruit. It needs this. Trust me, it's the citrus fruit. It's the correct icon. Some things in this game are a little Englishy. Don't worry about it. Smokey M10, thank you. Hey Kirsche, who's the bro with some tales from the cornfields? In less than a week, there's been a triple homicide 6 minutes from your workplace and a police chase that ended in airtime, a fire, and an IED being found a few minutes from your parents' house. You sound like you live in a war zone, my guy. Shit's heating up. I hope you stay safe. That's scary. It's not the citrus fruit, it's the Yoizuki pear seed. It's not the Yoizuki pear seeds, right? Right? Let me go check. Let me go check again. Polar Bear Tea House. Select. Worker Jew. Because I can't click on it. I have 6 of them, though. I have 6 of them. Okay, so let's go to my warehouse. Chatter, do you live in Africa? Mango. Strawberry. Onion. Oh, I do have 6 Yoizuki pears. Oh, and I have 0 citrus, it looks like? Oh, fuck. Oh no, I do have citrus. They look the same! 11, I have 11 citrus fruit. They look the same! Oh, God, the citrus fruit has a green leaf and the Yoizuki pear has a stick. Fuck me! Okay. Alright, well, after I pull for this boat, I have to do Yoizuki. Fuck, that guy was right. Fuck! Fuck! Why do they look the same? I'm so sad. Oh no, not the worker Jews. It's okay. I'm getting more boat women to replace the worker Jews. We tangenting to a game. Look, man. One guide. Look, I got one guide in a good way this time. Hello, Tashkent, and your fluffy coat. I like your fluffy coat. What the What the fuck? Her graph is so fucking funny. Her graph. Look at her graph. Wait, it's like a Pinocchio graph, man. That's funny. Okay, I have to hold control while I squiggle this back into place here. I think we were like this. I think this is where it was, maybe. Maybe. I can't find my mouse. Anthony, thank you. Apparently the judge is giving his little speech right now before sentencing Diddy. Oh. Praxis Fall, thank you. Don't we live in a war zone in the US? The corp you work for is starting to think so? Jesus. Alright, New Jersey, she's climbing the ranks here. Where's Tashkent? What do you do? Her farming is atrocious. Manufacturing and gathering, pretty nice here. I guess her gathering is her only, like, good skill. Everything is E, and gathering is D. What? These other people have, like, C's, man! These other people have, like, C ranks. What do you mean, D? Oh. Saratoga's actually pretty good. She only has 2 E's. I didn't even realize that. That's crazy.
I'm on you.
Tashkent is just happy to be there. I guess so. Alright. Okay, now that I know I've bought the wrong fruit because they look the same, fuck me! Internet Zen Master, thank you. Only half listening. Foxu, how did you convince Nux and his Billy Mountain Jews to work on my farm? They're not Mountain Jews! They're worker Jews! What do you mean? They're like little birds! Manju is the mascot of Azure Lane. I have one being my leaf-holding slave, flying next to me. Cute little chimkin. Seed shop. Yeah, because there's... Oh, fuck, they look the same, man. They look the same. I hate video game. God damn it, we have to waste more money dollars on giant fucking seed bullshit. Why are they so expensive? Let my people go, Kirsche. Your people are chimkins? Fat little chimkins? Oh, yeah. I wish I would get more free honey. Oh, wait, do I? Oh my god, I do. I do get free honey. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful time. I didn't know that. Okay, back to what we were doing. Because I don't think I have enough money to really do any other research, because I gotta keep it. I only have 13.5k. Gotta keep it for carrots, man. Gotta keep it for carrots and hope that I get them. Marcus Lawshy, thank you. Try Kirsche's Gamer Sub flavors. Use code Kirsche for 10% off your order now with 100% less acetaminophen. True. No acetaminophen here, guy. Toric Roma, thank you. Nux Foxwoman collab when? I don't know. I mean, we kind of did a gaming collab at one point, but I think a yapping collab would be fun. Yeah, we're going back to the video now. I just minor interruption. Welcome to my normal life.
All the time, and there's times where I felt like I didn't belong, and there's times where I'm like, man, like I feel left out, and I'm just like, dude, like, isn't that your whole mantra of being inclusive to people like me? But then just because I don't toe the line, and because I'm not in line with exactly what you want me to say and believe, that you're gonna attack me like this and unjustly fire me. And he just wouldn't let me talk. And I think for the most part, I was as cordial as possible, but I was getting frustrated. Like, just let me talk. Wasn't the whole premise of let minorities speak, hear black voices, right? Hear Asian voices, hear their voices, their marginalized voices. He wouldn't let me.
Again, we know that that's all bullshit. And if you're going to fight against this, because this is Marxist rhetoric, these are communists you are dealing with, if you're going to fight against it, you can't just keep saying, well, yeah, you're hypocritical because you claim to be for marginalized voices, and I'm a marginalized voice and you're not letting me speak. They claim that, but we know they're not actually about that. They don't care. It is a means to an end that they want to use to get where they want to be, culturally. So, like, calling them out on that isn't going to make any sort of effectual change. You have to actually fight back in order to get any leeway anywhere. Case in point right here, he's still very naive about what leftists are. Unfortunately so. Heathen from Texas, thank you. Foxer, did you hear about the people in LA running around giving surprise Narcan to homeless people about a couple of weeks ago? No? What the fuck? Phoenix DS, thank you. Can they be turned into chimkin nuggets with honey dip? Yes, that is a housing item. I don't know if it has honey dip, but it's a box of chicken wings.
You speak. And so all of that talk it's all nonsense. It really is nonsense. They don't actually believe that. They just use it to virtue signal and use it to win brownie points so that they look so virtuous and so...
Yes, but if you know that, why are you not calling them out? Any fallout that happens is quite literally justified based on what they did. I don't think there's going to be any innocent collateral damage in this. Sure, if federal funding gets pulled, you can see that as collateral damage to the students. But why should we allow federal funds to keep going to these ideologues that will damage the students further? Help!
Like, amazing, and it's all sanctimony at the end of the day.
Yeah, the tolerant left being so tolerant yet again.
What would you say to people who say you have been introduced to consequence culture for your actions?
I mean, it's fine. There's a lot of liberals who are pulling on my tweet where I was like happy that people who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk were fired. And I'm like, well, there's no equivalence. I mean...
It was the same thing when people tried bringing up the tweet of me celebrating Atoya Yamaguchi. Him killing a politician that desired to bring Maoist communism to Japan is vastly different from some random guy who just wanted to talk on college campuses that had no influence on policy whatsoever. I was like, there's a complete difference in celebration there. If I was alive at the time when, like, I guess some sort of authoritarian government existed, like Hitler or Mussolini, yeah, it'd probably be great. Probably be great if they died as well, right? Like, I don't understand the equivalency. Honestly, having a hard time feeling bad for the guy because he won't put those people on blast. It's like, that's what needs to happen. If you get caught up in one of their life ruination campaigns, you need to have the spine to defend yourself. You need to have the spine to put that information out there in order to show people, like, hey, this is who's in control of your institutions and this needs to change. Zach Clausen, thank you. Mountain Dew is our word. A proud Mormon. Zach Waters, thank you. You love listening to this at work? Hell yeah, work time, brother.
I hold normal conservative views from like 40, 50 years ago. And yeah, you might think it's extreme because the Overton window shifted so far to the left. But my focus is first like God, then it's family, then it's the freedoms and goodness, virtue, beauty, protecting all those things. And a lot of the times you have to expose the evil and the ugliness in our society. And in order to do that, but that's so evil. I don't think so. I think it's very normal, and I think that's a normal opinion to have. In the same way, like I don't think anyone should be fired for being pro LGBTQ. But it's gone to a point where like I don't think anyone, regardless, left or right, should.
There's a difference between being pro like LGBTQ whatever, and then forcefully giving them advanced privileges over other people because of their immutable characteristics when it comes to hiring or education. And that's where it becomes unacceptable. Discrimination, even if it's positive, is still a type of discrimination. Because to positively discriminate for one group means you're negatively discriminating against a different group. That was hypocritical of him to say, given the situation, expose the evil. It just feels like, and I mean, I guess this is probably where some of my frustration came from the other day when I was on Side Scrollers. It's like, we keep seeing this shit happening, and if we want it to stop, we need to defend ourselves. We need to say, hey, what's happening isn't okay. These are the people who did it. Vent your frustrations at these specific people. I don't see there being any negative repercussions for the students there. Is he worried about exposing his own personal info? He said he's already been doxxed, so it's like, that's not even an issue. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. It was ironic how Stalin died in his last days. He didn't trust his doctors and passed of a heart attack in his office with explicit orders of not wanting to be disturbed. I remember someone else bringing that up before, where like the advisors were like, should we check on him? Is it going to be worse for us if we disturb him when we were told not to? Or if we go check and he's dead? You know, like Anthony, thank you. Diddy got 50 months. That seems kind of low. I'm going to have to look that up after the Side Scroller segment.
Have a job at a company if they celebrate the death of innocent people. For those who they disagree with politically, you celebrate their murder, you dance on their grave, and you call for more of those assassinations. I don't think you should be employed anywhere. I think you should be ostracized from society because you have broken the social contract. We can't have a conversation anymore. And so it's like they think it's hypocrisy. I'm like, you know what? Whatever.
They're going to say it's hypocrisy because, again, they know you hold the principle that cancel culture is bad. They know that cancel culture is their weapon that they can wield against you with impunity because you desire to live by your principles. You're going to have to harden your heart and say, you know what? My principles are not going to be given to you if you don't respect them. Why should I give you the benefit of my ideals if only to have them used against me? You don't believe in my ideals, and everything you do is going to ensure that I become oppressed under your boot. So why would I continue funding my own demise? That doesn't make any sense. So they're going to try and call you hypocritical and guilt you into feeling bad because they know that that is the tactic that has worked for years to make sure that conservatives and people to the right of the center do not defend themselves. If he's truly doing this because he wants to protect the children, it seems to you that some students have very public social media profiles celebrating violence, or if people look into the school, many people will be exposed. Well, I mean, again, if he's talking about people who disagree with him politically being found out to be deranged, again, that's protecting people who would do this to other people like him. He's creating more Kongmin Lees in the future. God raised Sodom and Gomorrah because it had been a lost cause.
You call it consequence culture. I think I was unjustly fired. You guys can all look through my tweets and you can look at all my posts and see if I am truly this crazy person that they made me out to be. But I think I'm a pretty normal person. I think I might have been even considered liberal like 100 years ago.
I mean, like, yeah, basically. But I get called Hitler today for having the same opinions as like a Democrat in the 90s. Like, it's crazy, man.
Well, I think that's your cardinal sin of knowing what a man is and what a woman is. It's pretty rough, man. So that's crazy. Well, look, you lost your job, and there was a great outpouring of support. I think your Give Sin Go it like crossed like almost $10,000, right? It's crazy. Congratulations on that. But actually, like right after you were on for a few minutes, it was announced that you were rehired. You have been rehired, uncanceled. as
But Benny
Johnson has hired you, and you this was announced yesterday. He said, "I'm proud to announce that Kongman Lee has just accepted a position at our growing media company. Kongman will join Team Benny immediately, making this the single shortest cancellation in modern history. About 24 hours, Kongman will work in our editorial and creative teams at Benny Media. He's a skilled editor and sharp digital talent. We are very proud to have him join the team." So
congrats.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So walk me through this. When did Benny reach out? How quickly did this happen? And when do you start working for him?
Yeah, it was crazy. So I posted it, and I knew it would get some traction, but I didn't think it would go viral to the point where Elon Musk is replying to it.
That was crazy that Elon
so
saw
many
it.
people were responding to it, sending encouragements and telling them telling me that this wasn't right, and just being really awesome and supportive and caring. And Benny, he replied to me, he said, "I'd like to hire you." And I said, "Oh, can I DM you?" He's like, "Sure." And then he DM'd me, and then we talked it out for a bit, and then we exchanged a phone call, and it aligned. He's like, "You seem really great. Like, send me your stuff." I sent him some of my video editing, and he's like, "Dude, you'd be a perfect fit for our team." And it works exactly in line with what I already had planned after this firing, is that I'm going to be working part-time for him with his team to support whatever the work he's doing over at Benny Media. And then I can, for the rest of the week and all the time that I have, I can work on my own content, build on my own brand and my own channel. And it's a really good position. And I'm just so thankful. I'm thankful for all of you guys who have supported and donated. I was blown away. I've never done a Give Send Go before. And there's a part of me, I was just insecure a bit. I thought maybe like a few thousand at most, but it's reached almost 12,000 at this point, and I am blown away.
Which is a nice little safety net to have after being fired.
A lot the past 2 years, and just to see this outpouring support really does mean a lot. It really means the world to me. And yeah, just gonna be going full, pedal to the metal and going all in on making content, talking about things that matter to me. Like all the diversity and the DEI and the disgusting thing that's infecting not only Hollywood.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's a good thing to talk about stuff, right? It's a good thing to talk about stuff and inform people. But if you're yourself not going to take any kind of action, I feel like talking about that stuff rings very, very hollow. And after Gamergate, where people had incentive to not do anything and just continuously being outraged, I think a lot of people are more incredulous when it comes to watching content like that and like what I do. And it's very normal for people to be inherently suspicious of grifting in general, because they're just like, well, if you're just going to talk about it and not do anything, then why are you even complaining, right? And it's that's why I encourage people to get involved locally. That's why I have a plan to get involved locally when I move back to my home area. I've already been talking to some politicians in the area. It's been great conversation. There's things I want to do to help enrich my local area when I move back there. There's things I want to do, and I want to encourage other people to do that shit as well. But being all talk about how you're against this stuff and how it's bad and how it needs to be defeated, and then going, well, I have a chance to defeat some of it, but I'm not going to because I'm worried about the students. It just comes off a little disingenuous to me. It comes off as I want to participate in this fight, but not if I have to actually do something and put something on the line in order to defend it. And it's kind of like me with the Vice situation as well. I could have just sat there and taken it, but I wanted to do something. Not just to clear my name, not just because what was done to me was wrong and egregious, but if I make a stand, if I speak out, if I show, yes, you have a way to fight back against this shit, it will encourage more people to do so. It'll make the strikes after me less potent. It's another thorn in their side, Still don't trust Trump or Elon, to be honest. I mean, don't fully trust any politician, man. I can't understand not wanting to do something when there's a golden opportunity. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. Get off the fence, Post! The fear of having symbolic blood on your hands was always a psyop to deter proper retribution. True and real. Imagine I will help in local politics by door knocking with one of the iPads on a robot thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Trust but verify should be the bare minimum. Yep. You would fight the DEI shit, but there's no DEI at your company and your city's pretty red. I'm glad you live in a nice place, my dude.
But also anime and Korean culture and Korean dramas, and it's all getting infected with all this. Talking about culture, talking about politics, all these things that matter to me because I know it matters to all of us as well. So I'm just gonna do that, and I'm just really grateful for this opportunity. It's grateful for everyone, grateful to God, and yeah.
Well, maybe you can make a regular appearance over here on Side Scrollers now. If you're not tied down by the man, you can do some stuff with us as well. We'll find a way. You also you have your YouTube channel as well, which is great. So people can go subscribe to that, Kongman Lee TV, which we'll make sure to put a link to that for everybody down below, and go subscribe, and we'll continue to watch you grow. And if you guys want to contribute to the gifts and go, the newly employed Kongman Lee has down there, so you guys can help him stay on his feet over here, which is just wonderful. But congratulations, man. Look, we always talk about how, like, the space that we work in, these things happen where people are canceled. Going back to the start of the show, we had Carol Lynn get canceled, and then she ends up better than ever working for Ripaverse. You know, there's so many people who have had cancellations happen, and it's the best thing that ever happened to them. So I'm sure that's what's going to happen to you as well.
Yeah, and you know, as a Christian, I just hold on to the promise in Romans 8:28 that God works all things together for the good of those who love Him, who are called according to His purpose. Sorry, I got like 2 hours of sleep last night, so I'm like all over the place. But yeah, so thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. And yeah,
You think the dude that is world rocked and he's still trying to recover his footing, hence why he's not full on getting back at the woketards? I mean, you're preaching to the choir. Like, again, look at what happened to me for months this year. People lying about me, trying to smear my name. Like, when you search for me on Google, like, the first thing that comes up is that Reddit thread full of lies that I apparently have to deal with now. I thought I could just ignore it, but apparently I have to do more than just Vice. I don't really take that as an excuse, right? Because as a woman, I feel like men are supposed to be more warrioristic than I am. And if I was able to fight back and defend myself, a man has zero excuse for cowering in the way of a fight, right? Zero excuse. If I could do it, a man should be able to. The second time this has happened, it's not in his nature to hit back, for better or for worse. It's unfortunate. As you said, it took Asmongold for me to shit on Quine Bobs. Yeah, exactly. Like, I was, like, full speed ahead on, like, taking down Vice, but I, like, still wasn't sure about outing people like Crime Boss. And then when I heard Asmongold, I was like, yeah, absolutely. He's right. He's right. I shouldn't be worried about that. Speaking of Craigathy and Blabs, did I see somebody coerced them with AI and you cleaned it up? They need their own special bows. Kurgan, thank you for the 11-month member. The Foxy's flock is vigilant. We'll be watching. This conversation is probably what leads to him eventually throwing the school under the bus. I hope so. I really, really hope so. They should not be allowed to get away with what they're doing, because it's going to create more of him, and it's whatever they're doing there, they're not going to be good for the students. Not only able, but ready. And I know there's things that I'm not going to be able to do, but I'm not going to demonize the people that do them. I'm going to get out of their fucking way. Always watching Mike Wazowski. Always watching.
Thank you, Penguin Lord! What the fuck? Penguin Lord, thank you for the 500 slaves? Jesus fuck, dude? What the hell? What the fuck? Why so many? How did you even get so many slaves? Mr. Penguin Man, thank you. I wonder if he's just sitting on all of the other penguin eggs, and then when they hatch, he gives them to me as slaves. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I hope all of this is just him being smart about playing the weakness. I hope so. Because I mean, there's a strength in that as well. If he's writing up a lawsuit to absolutely cripple them, a fucking bravo, brother. I will applaud you at the end. And I hope that will be the case.
Manya.
I feel like I was gonna read something, but I forgot where it was. Don't kill yourself, Penguin. We're here for you. What? What? Oh, hell, hail, Penguin Lord. $500 is historically like an army of slaves. I know. He's giving us an army right here, right now. Yamunya.
I do think that these cancellations are blessings in disguise, because then you find your squad, you find your people. And although we don't have to agree on everything, like we do agree on one fundamental thing, is that, we can find the common humanity in each other. And I think that is really important.
I want to get to, we do have a couple super chats that actually, for you real quick, if you don't mind, Kongman.
Yeah.
So real quick, Dak Forever says, getting fired like this shows you who they are. They don't deserve your hard work and
I want to see if any of the
dedication.
super chats
Thanks,
have questions.
Thank you.
Choose News says, being this job was in education, was this employer government funded in any way? Because that...
Marcus Loshy, thank you. The Reddit post is the first that pops up when you just type in Kirsche. Yeah. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that the mods locked the post and showed how many reports they had for misinformation and harassment, and they chose to still keep it up. I don't know if, like, me contacting them will have any effect. I really don't want to have to deal with things like I did with Vice again, but I will if I'm not given any other choice. Blue Liar, thank you for the 500 yen. Not sure about him, but maybe it might be worth sending stuff on Bridge since he mentioned DEI. Not entirely sure. I mean, if somebody wants to have a conversation with me about Bridge, I would like to have the information showcased.
That makes this a worse offense and should be made public.
Yeah, I'm actually looking into that, because I was talking to some lawyers and they said, like, look into that. And I was like, okay, so I don't know yet, just because I have been busy. I'm in Nashville right now. That's why I'm not in my usual PC
Did you say
setup.
Nashua? Like New
I'm at a
Hampshire?
conference, but I will be looking into it, yeah.
Awesome. We have this from Cold Acid, says, for the leftist, inclusion is only for fellow travelers and useful idiots. Diversity of thought is verboten in those circles. Mahong. Thank you, Cold Acid. Kongman, I don't know if you...
I heard
if you know
Nashua,
what,
not
Mahong
Nashville.
means,
Thank you, chat.
But
Mahong?
you ever heard of Mahong before?
I haven't, no.
Blabs, can
No,
you
you wouldn't.
can you educate him really quick?
I said mahjong backwards or like incorrectly, and so it's mahong now.
Oh, okay. There we go. Joey says these crazies are getting defeated at every turn, and I'm all for it. Thank you, Joey.
Yep.
And we have this from Montesquieu, says there's currently a leftist invasion underway. And interesting, Montesquieu.
Point is that the right understands reality. They understand material reality. They understand natural law and how people operate and think. And then the left, they don't. And they have this like crazy utopian, unrealistic view of how people should live.
A crazy utopian, unrealistic view of how people should live, like how you shouldn't out people who damage those in gainful employment because of their political beliefs or their religious beliefs, and you not calling them out on it because you're worried about some fallout that doesn't have any precedent for even being worried about. I don't know, man. Like, I really feel like this should be an easy way to fight back against a massive regime.
And how people think and act, and then they try to destroy everyone's lives as a result of it, you know?
They're all insecure little bitches.
And mentally ill.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And Marmalin says, did you catch
Marmalin?
that he said this was shocking and recently brought up, then goes on to say, we have a large file of all your offenses.
Again, I don't think this is weird. The same thing happened with Offkai. All they have to do is like search for keywords on your Twitter and be like, here, we have a binder of shit. Right? Like, it doesn't take long to amass a large file if you're literally digging purposefully for stuff that you want to get offended by.
Did you pick up on that? Like,
yeah, I'm like, he was mad. I didn't include this, but as part of the phone call, he said that you didn't disclose that you had a social media presence. And I'm like, you never asked. But then once they found it, they like kept a whole file full. And I'm like, okay, then the moment you saw something that was potentially concerning, why didn't you just talk to me? This is why HR departments are so stupid and useless. They don't actually...
HR departments aren't there for you, they're for the company. That's always been the case. HR is not your friend. Never treat them like it.
Care. They don't actually care about the whole, like, you know, oh, we value diversity of thought and we want to be inclusive of everyone, no matter your religion, your belief. Like, they don't actually believe that, because the moment you don't fall in line with what they believe in, they're like, screw you. and they will fire you and try to destroy
Well,
your
yeah,
life.
because they're there to disarm you, so you feel like you can come to them with your problems. But when you come to them with your problems, if the problem is a problem for the company, you become the problem.
And ruin your reputation and your image and everything in the industry, whatever industry they're a part of.
Well, we are very excited that you landed on your feet so quickly. And
It is
you,
very
thank
good
you.
that he
your new
did
job
that,
with
yes.
Benny. We haven't actually
Big
met
congrats
Benny
on the
before,
Benny
but it'd
job.
be great to maybe now that you're in, maybe you can tell him that we're not so bad over here at Side Scroll.
Oh yeah, he's great, and he hangs out with all the guys over at G&G and Friday Night Tights,
yeah.
and he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, man. Very proud of you. And keep us updated on your.
I really need to ask about Tuesday night's main event again, because I know they wanted me to come back on Friday Night Tights, but Fridays are my tangent day, man. If I skip a Friday, the weekend streams and the video game enjoyers suffer. I need my tangent Fridays, so I can't realistically do collabs on Friday. So I gotta ask about a Tuesday night again. To realize what the left wants on paper, they would have to understand nature first and the sobering realizations that go along with it. Man has to understand nature before nature can be changed. The true building dam is true trying to culture humans with their human nature. I have absolutely no idea what you just said. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Never handle the left with kid gloves. They need the tough love of the book coming down upon them. True, unfortunately, the kid gloves handling, we lost that ability ages ago. Before I was born, most likely. Tiger King Rex Carter, thank you. Kier, you have more backbone. I literally do. He could have at least provided more context. As I completely understand the position that he's coming from, and this would have probably been a decent position to have, even just a couple of years ago. But we are well beyond, I don't want to name and shame people who are literally using their ideology to ruin people who they believe are politically othered. Oh my god, no, I am not for doing anything that protects them. Anthony, thank you. Hey, judges in current year, he says he wants to give a message to abusers and victims and only gives 50 months and a 500k fine. Some message, judge. 500k, that ain't nothing for Diddy, what the fuck? Blue Liar, thank you for the yen. Oh, I already read that earlier. Thank you again, Blue Liar.
Thank you.
Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The left would call Star Trek fascist because it doesn't follow all their tenets, true and real. Or we at Human Resources value diversity and inclusion from all walks of life. Be they Marxist, anarchist, leftist, democratic, socialist, social democrat, social liberal, or even Maoist, true and real. Apparently the message he wants to send is, look out! You don't respect his wishes and you hope someone figures out who his former employer was and goes nuclear on them. I don't know how they would be able to find out who his former employer was based on the little amount of information that was given. But, you know. I think he'll be a force for good if he talks about more Korean culture type things. If it's just typical right-wing stuff, then less so. Won't let you super chat saying you married a Muslim woman on 9/11. What the fuck? Is this perhaps an NDA or a legal thing? I mean, if he's building a legal suit, it makes sense that he's being vague, but he's only said that, like, he's maybe thinking about it, which could, again, be obfuscation, right? You always want to be as vague as possible if you are building a legal case, because you don't want anybody to, like, know exactly what you'll be doing with that legal case, exactly. Patrick Elsie, thank you. You got threatened at the job site by your on-site lead. You took it to HR with the notification that you want to press charges. HR took 24 hours to investigate, and the guy is not even getting fired. HR won't do shit for you, buddy. I hate to say it. Let's see here. Let's look at the Diddy stuff. Oh, and my mods did find Eldar Lalafel's Supa from earlier. You asked a VTuber you used to follow, won't say who, asked an innocent question about if the VTuber in question would take an offer from FaZe Connect if given. Her chat spiraled down to calling me racist, even though I'm not employed by FaZe. That's really fucking odd. That's really weird. I don't understand why that VTuber had a literal fucking meltdown. But yeah, I can see why you left. That's crazy. That's crazy. What a retard. Fucking what? Jesus. People think you work at FaZe for some reason. I even stopped, like, saying that, like, I'm not in FaZe joke years ago. I don't understand how people conflate that. I don't understand how people conflate that at all. Like, I'm friends with Pippa and Mari__EN. Like, I'm on good terms with, you know, some of the other talents in there, but, like, I'm not part of the company. I've never been part of the company. Conflating us is a little bit of a weird thing to do. Kirsche could never join because she couldn't hawk Fishman's coffee if she ever wanted to return to Duncanland. Good lord. The VTubers should stop being vegetables because they're engineered by Monsanto and they work closely with the US government. What the fuck? Iron Johan first, thank you for that gift sub to Roger Wind. Thank you for the gift sub. And Oogu, thank you for 5 more gifts. Oh, I didn't even notice we had a treasure train fucking pop up. Thank you, special scam train. Thank you, Oogu, for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. And Oogu, thank you for those 300 biddies. At this point, the left just needs a taste of its own medicine, and hopefully after that, we can all go back to agreeing cancel culture bad. Let's not do that, brother. Defiant motherfucker, thank you for the 18-month subby bubby. Senator Bigglesworth, thank you for the biddies. Happy Friday to the glorious Foxy and honorable chatters. Had a shit week with shittier coworkers. Hope you're all doing well. I am doing great, man. I'm doing great. Moinia. Vouch, thank you for that gift sub, my dude. Thank you for the gift sub. Treasure Train level 2, we're nuts. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You blame ESL? I mean, we're all a little bit ESL, don't worry about it. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 7-month member. Pet the Foxu, Pet the Kirsche, more Munya for everyone. 2 more months until YouTube birth, hell yeah. Glitched Bob, thank you for the biddies, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Lord Suchio, thank you for the biddies. El Rojo Grande, thank you for the biddies. Cold Acid, thank you for biddies. And Cataclystia, thank you for those 5 gift schmeaties. Thank you for the gift schmeats. I love the schmeats. Tigernaut, thank you for the 36-month resub. It's been 3 years. Where did the time go? That's a great fucking question. I have no idea. Miss Foxu, have you seen the synopsis for One Battle After Another? Nope, never heard of it. Looks like a fever dream of Antifa glorification, and the poster is that of a pregnant woman incorrectly wielding a machine gun. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. Killick VT, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Binary Mind, thank you for the biddies. Get treasure trained. True. Get ran over by the treasure train, idiot. Michael Turner, thank you for the 9-month member. Please enjoy a placenta caramel apple. Hegelian dialectical materialism was a mistake. You watch some tick history vids about how it is the unhinged base of communism and fascism. I don't think I've ever heard Hegelian dialectical materialism. I've heard Hegelian before, but not the rest of those words. Not the rest of those. So the Diddy sentencing that just happened here, we got a fucking breaking. 4:41 p.m., literally like 20 minutes ago. Real Sebastian Monroe, thank you for the 27-month resub. 48 pounds lost, septum straightened, close to submitting waiver packet to the National Guard. This year's going well, and you're glad I'm here to keep you and chat entertained. Always Blanya! Hell yeah, Real Sebastian Monroe. Congrats on the weight loss. I hope you could get your National Guard waiver packet. I don't know if that's getting in or getting out. I don't know what the waiver packet's for, but whatever getting you want, I hope you get it. Hegel's sophistry has done irreparable damage to society. Oh, yeah. Sean Diddy Combs, is my BGM on? It is, I'm wonderful. Was sentenced to more than 4 years in prison Friday, solidifying the hip-hop icon's fall from grace after his depraved secrets were exposed in a blockbuster, stomach-churning sex crimes trial. I feel like putting a rapper in prison for 4 years is basically just like, we're gonna give you a vacation meant to stimulate your brain so that you can make better rap music afterwards. Like, I don't think this is really that much of a sentencing at all. How did he manage to only get a little over 4 years, man? That's encouraging it. You abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically, Judge Arun Subramanian. That's why he didn't get a good sentencing. He was in a Star Wars court, told Combs before heading down the sentence of 50 months at the end of a marathon, nearly 6-hour-long hearing. How do you start by saying you abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically, and then only give him a little more than 4 years? Like, come the fuck on, man. More than 4 years is a crazy way to say less than 50 years. Why did it happen for so long? Because you had the power and resources to keep it going. And because you didn't get caught, Subramanian said. A meaningful sentence is needed to protect the public from further crimes. Well then, once again, why didn't you give him a meaningful sentence and instead just give him, like, a sabbatical to think of better rap songs? Like, what the fuck? The highly anticipated sentencing unfolded in the Manhattan federal courtroom where jurors found Combs, 55, guilty of prostitution charges after 2 harrowing months of testimony delving into his twisted, violent, and baby oil-drenched private life. Disgusting. No, a piece of snail. Mr. Snailman, thank you for those 5 gift schmeats. I don't know what snail schmeat looks like, but thank you for it. That explains it, New York. Man, Combs' sentence is shorter than the roughly 5 to 6 year term recommended under federal guidelines, as well as the more than 11 years sought by prosecutors. A meaningful sentence, said the judge. Less than the recommended 5 to 6 years under guidelines. That's wild, bro. It's also a far cry from the 14-month time-served sentence his high-powered defense team had argued he deserved. I wonder if they put that in here because it's like, look, he got more than what they were asking for. That's good, right? Combs, clad in a wrinkled oatmeal sweater and donning black reading glasses, stood up and read a lengthy statement, apologizing to victims Cassie Ventura and his influencer ex-girlfriend, quote-unquote, Jane, but otherwise spending most of his 12-minute address focused on himself. He begged the judge for another chance and vowed that he was a changed man. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will forever have to carry, he said. I'm not this larger-than-life person, I'm just a human being. I've been trying my best, I got lost in excess, and I got lost in my ego. Jurors found Combs not guilty on July 2nd of sex trafficking and racketeering, the top charges that had carried a maximum sentence of life in prison. Boy. After he was convicted of the lesser raps, the judge ordered that he remained locked up in a hellish federal prison until his sentencing, despite attempts by his lawyers to spring him on bail. Why was it hellish and also good? Good, they finally kept someone locked up instead of sending them out on bail for once. The Harlem native had once stood atop the music world, growing his Bad Boy Records label into an empire worth nearly $1 billion, starred in movies and hosted lavish, celebrity-packed white parties in luxurious locales such as the Hamptons. Why were they called white parties? But behind the glitzy facade, Combs harbored a dark side, one that burst into public view when Ventura filed a bombshell November 2023 lawsuit accusing him of viciously beating her throughout their decade-long relationship. Ventura also revealed that Combs nurtured a perverted proclivity for freak-offs, grueling, drug-fueled romps accompanied with copious amounts of baby oil, in which he watched her have sex with male escorts. I just, you know, how did he get such a light sentence? Combs quickly paid Ventura $20 million to settle the case, but her lawsuit opened the floodgates for sickeningly similar accusations against him and a fateful federal criminal probe. After dramatic raids on Combs' mansions in Miami and Beverly Hills, he was eventually indicted and arrested in September 2024 on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution. And I want to point out, Ventura deciding to put herself in crosshairs here to tell what happened to her and take him to court over it is why we're here. Her deciding to have the courage to do that is why he's facing any kind of repercussion, as stated by the article itself. Even though she was, like, paid for the case, the fact that the case hit the news at all allowed other people to come forward with their stories and build an even bigger case against him. As like, this is why, like, if something bad has happened, you should absolutely always speak out. That one was juicy. Wolfgar, thank you for the 13-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Ryoko, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You're furloughed due to the government shutdown, debating getting a new job. You have 18 years towards your retirement, so you want to hold out. But you're tired of being used as a pawn in political theater. What do? I mean, that's a great question. That's a great question. I'm not really sure. If you could find a job that pays better, I don't know if you could find a job that has better benefits than a Fed job though. That would be an interesting way to go. And then you wouldn't have to worry about the furlough stuff anymore. However, what I did find was interesting is that when federal employees are furloughed, you get back pay when the furlough ends.
A Diddy after party and 3D holograms of scantily clad girls opening Christmas.
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to mute my alerts. What was I saying? Fuck, I didn't want to forget it, and now I've forgotten it. Fuck. When you work in the federal government, when the federal government has a furlough, everyone who gets furloughed gets back pay. Personally, I think the majority of people should not get back pay, like military and some other people excluded. In the private sector, if you get furloughed in the private sector, there's no back pay. No back pay for anyone. And I think it's very interesting that the people in the federal government still get to profit off of shutting it down. And I don't think that should be the case. Furloughed Fed employees only get back pay if Congress passes a bill. They always have, but things are different now. From when I was looking it up, it doesn't look like they have to pass a bill. They just get the back pay once the furlough ends. Once the furlough ends. This is happening because the politicians who still get paid can't play nice with each other. Why should regular people get punished for that? That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense. If private sector furloughed employees don't get back pay, the federal ones should not either. Sure, they're going to let themselves get paid? Yeah, right? A Fed boy gets a state or city job. You're a Fed employee. You've been through a few of these. Yeah, it's kind of fucking rough. But I just don't think that the back pay should happen for most of the people in the federal government, especially since private citizens don't have that option. It's worse. This isn't just a paid vacation. It's a college degree training in prison. You can see Mega Diddy coming out. Mega Diddy. It was made law in 2018 or 2019 that furloughed employees get the back pay. The thing that gets you is that the furloughed ones get the back pay and the essential ones get the exact same back pay. The furloughed guys just get a paid vacation. I can't parse what you said. You call shenanigans. Let me get my broom. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Well, furloughed in the private sector, you work elsewhere, but government aren't allowed to. Also, it's a factor. The people who are willing to shut down the government in order to pressure to get their way should not be getting back pay after the furlough ends. Also, contracted work is a bit more complicated. The payments don't go out, but the contract still has a set total obligation that has to get paid out. People forced to work get through the same pay as people who get sent home on furlough. Hanya, you just got this random ass emote, the little wavy hand. Oh, there's like a jerking off one from before. We all know how sex criminals are treated in prison. How are all these chatters supposedly working in the federal government, yet they're clearly ESL? Repult, I don't think you have to ask that question. When government workers are getting furloughed, are not the ones voting on the spending bill. The entire government is, like, shut down at the moment. Like, literally all shut down. So, like, the Congress people that are not voting so they can send it into a furlough also aren't getting paid, which is why even if they have to sign a bill, you know it's gonna get signed. It's gonna get signed. The shutdown doesn't affect Congress and their staff. Let me look that up, because that's not, to my understanding, how it works. Three days ago, NBC News. See, that's even more fucked up, if true. Members of Congress still get paid during a government shutdown. How can you send the government into a furlough and then still collect pay while the other feds have furloughed pay? Like, that doesn't make sense. That's even worse, man. That's even worse, man. That sounds so unbelievably ass backwards. What the fuck? Millions of federal workers won't get paid during a government shutdown, but the people who could prevent or end a shutdown, members of Congress, will still receive a paycheck. That's because their pay is protected under Article 1, Section 6 of the Constitution, which states the senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their service to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. The Constitution says members will be paid. Rep. Joe Morrell of New York, the top Democrat on the House Administration Committee, explained to reporters Tuesday. Some lawmakers don't like that practice or the optics of it. Senator Andy Kim, Democrat New Jersey, is one of a handful of lawmakers asking that their paycheck be withheld during the shutdown. Once again, withheld during the shutdown. It's all performative. It's wrong that the president and members of Congress get paid during a government shutdown when our military and public servants don't, Kim said in a statement on Tuesday. I'll be refusing my own pay if we end up in a shutdown, and government leaders shouldn't be playing with other people's chips. I was in the Marines during a furlough and always thought it was messed up that they get paid and we didn't. Yeah, if anyone should still continue to get paid, it would be the military people. Like, what the heck? There should be fines for shutting the government down instead, or the rest of us should get a tax cut for it. I think if you're going to let the government shut down, obviously Congress and them should be the ones feeling the repercussions in their paychecks, with no back pay afterwards. It shouldn't be an option for them to put the government into furlough. It should be like, we should never do that because we won't get paid, the other feds won't get paid, and it will just be bad for everyone. That's all they do is play with other people's chips, pretty much. Kurgan, thank you. Yes, Congress still gets paid. That is incredibly fucked up. Or we just keep it in furlough. Yeah, just keep it in furlough forever. But then also take the pay away from the people in Congress. Congressional salaries are a rounding error. They all make their money from insider trading. Presidents also get paid during a funding lapse. President Donald Trump donated his government salary during his first term and said he's doing the same this time as well. So I don't know why you even mention it if presidents get paid if he's literally not even actually taking the paycheck the entire time. In a letter to the head of the Senate Disbursing Office, Kim formally requested that his paycheck be withheld until the government reopens. Across the Capitol, Representative Kat Kamik, R. Florida, made a similar request in a letter Tuesday to the House Chief Administrator that she shared on X. The Democrats want to shut the government down because we won't give them free health care for illegals. On top of that, they won't even pass a bill that protects our military or border patrol agents' pay in the event of a shutdown. So let's see if they're willing to give up their pay as well. I'll start. Democratic leaders have disputed that they want to give undocumented immigrants free health care, calling that a lie. In their funding proposal, Democrats are pushing to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire at the end of the calendar year and roll back cuts and changes to Medicaid enacted in Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. If our service members and federal workers won't get paid because of Trump and far-right extremists, members of Congress shouldn't either, Representative Josh Gottheimer, Democrat New Jersey, posted on X on Tuesday. I'll keep fighting to lower healthcare costs and work across the aisle to keep the government open. Some lawmakers said they can't afford missing a pay period. I just don't believe that. I'm not wealthy and I have 3 kids. I would basically be missing, mortgage payments, rent payments, child support, Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat Arizona, told NBC News. So it's not feasible. Not gonna happen. Oh, silent butter dog. Oh, I forgot I muted my stuff earlier. They got the tail end of the butter dog.
My favorite part of the shutdown is all the Dem reps straight-faced trying to blame Republicans because they quote are in charge of everything.
Yep.
Like, motherfucker, we have 53 seats and a new budget needs 60. How can they just like this?
Because all they do is lie, man. It's also tiresome. It's also frustrating, man.
Thank you, Low Speed Boot, for the butter doggo. The beautiful butter doggo. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I don't remember which dono I muted during, because I was in the middle of trying to remember something. Oh god, what dono was it? Because I need to reread that. You don't have a hard time, or you don't have a hard time believing that the people who got the country into 32 trillion also can't manage their own finances. True.
This one, thank you!
Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the 25. Sorry, my brain is small and I can't remember things with sounds. Hassan Pike, never forget, Hassan Piker attended a Diddy after party and saw 3D holograms of scantily clad girls opening Christmas presents. The fact Diddy and Hassan apparently are cuckolds is hilariously fitting. Is 3D holograms of scantily clad girls opening Christmas presents a euphemism for, like, cocks in a box or something? I don't get it. Ruben, you need to have a collab with a stream with Razorfist. You can give me some very polite words about him.
Ammonia?
Send that to Congressman. You send the Congressman to Caleb's show. He probably needs it. It's nice that Trump did the thing. He memed them until they cried and proceeded to make memes about them crying. I just can't believe that fucking that weird guy from California trying to position himself as like a presidential candidate or whatever. I can't remember his name, dude. His name's not worth remembering. But the California guy that everybody hates. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, that guy. Every single one of his tweets is in all caps. And I don't understand making that choice. Praxis Fall, thank you. You liked HLC buffs? Take on the shutdown government? The citizens shouldn't have to pay any taxes on anything when the government shuts down? Ooh. Ooh, that would be nice. I would be like, hey, Mr. Taxman, I got these 2 weeks of furlough I don't have to pay for. His Twitter is ran by a dumbass named Camille Zapata. How the fuck did we figure that out? It's supposed to parody Trump. It's not doing a very good job. Patchouli, thank you. Gallego is gonna miss payments. Damn, what a shame. Kind of like how you had to live off credit cards during the COOF shutdown to pay bills, right? Flying Nanook, thank you. Another sentencing just came down. The person that targeted Kavanaugh also received the lighter end of the sentencing due to the judge buying the trans bullshit. What the fuck? I hate our justice system. They announced who ran his Twitter? Why would they announce that? That seems like a very weird thing to do. Most members of Congress receive a salary of $174,000. Lawmakers in the top leadership posts receive more. While the federal workers will be furloughed and sent home during a shutdown, active duty service members will still need to show up for work without getting paid, which is kind of fucked up. Why aren't we furloughing the actual Congress people and still giving active duty service members their paychecks? The same goes for so-called accepted or essential civilian workers. That includes people like air traffic controllers and Transportation Security Administration agents who help ensure public safety and national security. In previous shutdowns, employees at intelligence agencies typically have been treated as essential workers and were required to continue to report to work. But according to internal policy guidance for the Defense Department obtained by NBC News, employees working on intelligence that is not directly related to current or planned military operations, such as political and economic intelligence, will not be required to report to work and are not in the accepted category of federal workers. Under the Pentagon Contingency Plan, employees working on intelligence activities deemed essential for national security will continue to report to work. Because of a law Congress passed in 2019, federal employees, including legislative branch employees, are guaranteed... Okay, so like that guy said earlier, and I countered saying I don't think they have to pass a bill in order to give the furloughed spending. I am correct there, that guy was wrong. Because of a law Congress passed in 2019, federal employees, including legislative branch employees, are guaranteed to receive back pay following a shutdown, regardless of if they were in furlough status. And I thought that this was the case, but I doubted myself since chat told me otherwise, but I was correct! At the Department of Homeland Security, most Customs and Border Protection and Immigration and Customs Enforcement employees will not be paid during the shutdown, but they will still be required to work, DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said. Roughly 150,000 employees from CBP, ICE, and the U.S. Secret Service will be affected by the shutdown, as well as about 47,000 U.S. Coast Guard employees. Better fire them then. Oh, fuck, another dollar in the Kirsche was right jar? Hell yeah, brother. Why is this allowed? Wouldn't this be the best time for an enemy of the U.S. to attack? I mean, I don't think it really matters. As the military people are still on shift, they're just not getting paid. And I think they should be getting paid, but it's not really going to affect that. Jabronius Cranston, thank you. Good evening, Foxu and honorable chatters. Today is your birthday, and your wishes for freedom to all Kirsches and a himbo for the Foxu. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Jabronius Cranston, my guy. I hope you have delicious pastry today. Hope you have delicious pastry on birthday day. Happy birthday! That's a change. You accept your bads. You've always been accepted. It is what it is. I mean, it happens, man. It's not a big deal. Toric Roma, thank you. If we force judges to actually follow the laws on crime sentencing, maybe the criminal justice system would improve. If only we could get them to actually follow the law. Imagine actually following the law. Okay, back from that tangent to the Diddy article. After dramatic raids on Combs' mansions in Miami and Beverly Hills, he was eventually indicted and arrested in September 2024 on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution. The trial began in May with a gray-haired grandpa sweater-wearing Combs, who had been a snazzy fashion plate before his downfall, being carted daily from Brooklyn's notorious Metropolitan Detention Center. I mean, it's all part of the optics, right? Hey, these are twins, and they're wearing twinning suits. Combs did not testify during the headline-grabbing trial, which drew scores of observers to the courtroom, including the mogul's mother, children, and supporters, such as fellow disgraced rapper Kanye West. Prosecutors called 34 witnesses as they painted Combs as the kingpin of a criminal crew that plotted a slew of crimes over 2 decades. Including setting Kid Cootie's Porsche on fire? What a random thing to add! The rapper, real name Scott Muscudi, took the stand, as did a constellation of Combs' former assistants, ex-girlfriends, and escorts hired to perform in the freak-offs. Combs controlled every aspect of the marathon sex sessions, demanding his lovers apply copious amounts of baby oil and plying them with ecstasy so they could stay awake, witnesses testified. Sean Combs booked speaking event for next week despite facing decade in prison? How the fuck are you gonna have a speaking event after you just got sentenced, man? What the fuck? Sometimes you need to set a Porsche on fire. It happens. It was more Kid Cootie's fault for having a Porsche. Jesus Christ. It was arguably Ventura's testimony that proved the most heartrending. Ventura, who took the stand for 4 days while 9 months pregnant, recounted in excruciating detail how Combs beat her for years and pressured her into hundreds of humiliating freak-off performances with male sex workers. The All About the Benjamin singer even threatened to release tapes of the freak-offs if she stopped participating, Ventura testified. I feared for my career, I feared for my family. It's just embarrassing. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone, she testified. Combs mentioned his innocence as his lawyers argued that the women consented to the encounters and contended feds improperly criminalized his swinger lifestyle. Oh boy. Not bringing in the swinger lifestyle to this kind of shit. Come the fuck on. The judge disagreed. You used that abuse to get your way, especially when it came to the freak-offs or hotel nights, he said. The mogul was guilty of domestic abuse, but not the sex crimes he was charged with, his lawyers argued. He was convicted of 2 Mann Act transportation counts, a federal law making it a crime to transport someone across state lines for prostitution. So, it really seems like he didn't get enough of a sentencing. I love this woman's jacket. I want a jacket just like this, but I want it to be black. I don't know where I can find like a crop jacket with a fluffy collar and fluffy cuffs, but I love that shit, man. It's got your ballot for the California redistricting election. You need all the prayers you can that your state votes no vehemently, as unlikely as it is. Good luck. I will hope that Californians vote correctly for once. A Steel Storm, thank you. Please do not the Porsche. True, do not put your dick in that either. Super Moogie, thank you for the member. Oh, thank you, thank you. Kirsche wants to be a Final Fantasy villain so bad. What did he mean by this? If Diddy identified as a part of the LGBTQ community, he probably could have walked free. True. For the right money and tailor, you can get a bespoke jacket with the fur, even in black. I remember buying a, like, special-made sweatshirt when I was, like, in middle school. I found, like, some custom sweatshirt-making lady. And it was really cute. It had, like, fake fur on the cuffs and inside the hood. And it had, like, little cat ears on the top of the hood. And it had, like, a bunch of, O-rings and like other metal hardware along the like sleeves and the pockets and shit. It was so cute. And I remember after like 10 years, it started wearing out, you know, on the elbows and other places. And I contacted the lady again and I was like, hey, I saw your shop is shut down, but I bought this sweatshirt from you many, many years ago. And I was wondering if you still make them because I want a new one. Unfortunately, she was not still making them. I was very sad. Zantetsu, thank you for the CRC. You want Final Fantasy VIII Squall's jacket? Yeah, pretty much. It's a Final Fantasy villain looking jacket. I think a Final Fantasy villain would have way more belts, honestly. When you're rich and famous, rules don't apply. Thanks, I hate it. You're willing to bet people involved in sentencing were paid off? Oh man. Iron Johan, thank you for the bits. No, Diddy, you're not a swinger. You're just a pimp. I don't know. I've lost so much faith in the justice system. I just expect things to be terrible at this point. I just expect, like, zero actual justice to be served for any reason anywhere. I'm gonna find the tab at the beginning of today. Where were we? A little bit of updates on David, the David case here. David investigation. Authorities reveal if Celeste Rivas Hernandez was pregnant when she died. New details have come to light surrounding the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez 3 weeks after the body of the 15-year-old was discovered in the front trunk of a Tesla registered to singer David. Her death certificate has been released, stating that the teen was in fact not pregnant, nor had she been pregnant in the last year, per the document obtained by TMZ. And most people would be like, well, if she wasn't pregnant, why are you saying this? I think it's a good thing that they released this information, because some people could be like, well, what if he got her pregnant and that's the reason he allegedly, potentially could have killed her, right? We know that she's not pregnant, so that brings that motive completely off the table. The report also said an autopsy was performed on Celeste's body prior to it being released to her family on September 23rd, and that the medical examiner is awaiting toxicology results. The certificate listed the manner of death as deferred, while the LA County Medical Examiner and the LAPD try to establish how she died. LAPD Captain Scott Williams told TMZ that investigators are trying to determine if she was a victim of foul play or other causes. I mean, it's well known that women just climb into bags and lock themselves inside Teslas to slowly dismember themselves and die. He has reached out to the LAPD but has not heard back. Authorities had previously told the Los Angeles Times that they were working to establish a connection between Rivas Hernandez and David, and that the case was being investigated by robbery homicide detectives with the LAPD. That is a really ugly jacket, and it doesn't even fit him. I am very confused. Have you ever heard about VTubers getting into Ubers? You wouldn't be surprised if they did at this point, honestly. What? The romantic homicide singer has yet to comment publicly on the case. However, a spokesperson for David has previously told NBC that he was fully cooperating with authorities. I don't think we need to read the rest of it. It's just a recap on this article. Video of Celeste in shouting match rewrites timeline in David case. New footage has emerged of Celeste Rivas Hernandez that rewrites the timeline of the case as we've come to know it. The video was recorded at the home of Celeste's parents in Lake Elsinore, California, precisely a year before her body was found in the trunk of a car belonging to the rising music star named David. The public has been told that Celeste, 15, went missing in April 2024 and that her family hadn't seen her since. But new video obtained by TMZ was recorded by a Nest camera September 8th, 2024, 4 months after she reportedly ran away. Neighbors who provided the video to the outlet say it shows her arguing with people who ostensibly had pulled a prank on her. Celeste was seen yelling and swearing at individuals she believed to have played a prank on her parents' home. By the dates themselves, the video seems to prove that Celeste visited her family at least once after she ran away for the last time. David, whose real name is David Burke, has not been arrested nor has been named as a suspect. It has been reported he had a romantic relationship with the teenage girl. The medical examiner has deferred a case of death while the toxicology results are awaited, but they have determined that Hernandez was not pregnant when she died. In a statement to News Nation, the LAPD captain overseeing the investigation said it remains unclear whether there is any criminal culpability beyond the concealment of her body. Not a suspect. GamerSup cans are back, and if you want GamerSups cans, make sure to use code Kirsche for 10% off your freaking order. You get 10% off, I get paid. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you very much. Arrest for statutory. Yeah, I don't know how he's not under arrest for being in a relationship with a minor. Like, even if he's not culpable for the murder somehow, right? I don't get it, man. David's real name is David. I know, shocker, bro. Has not been arrested, had a romantic relationship with a teenage girl, not arrested. Yeah, there's so much that, like, what the fuck is happening here? Zantetsu, they give the CRCs. Leaving the other obvious BS aside, did the guy supposedly forget he had a car stored away somewhere? I brought up the possibility, right? I've been out in Bunkerland for how many months now? I let Tim drive my vehicle. So it's very possible that David was like, I'm gonna be going out on tour. Here, friend, you can drive my car while I'm gone. That's a possibility. I don't know how possible it is, but it's something that they have to rule out. Tim killed Celeste, confirmed. They have to rule out that nobody else had access to the car. Baby, you can drive my car for a full year. No, it wasn't a full year. He only started going on tour in the summer. So he had plenty of time since she went missing and when he went on tour this summer. Zliason Doppelganger, thank you. Only justice these days is vigilante justice. Unrelated. You wonder if Hassan and Destiny are avoiding windows these days. Well, I mean, I don't wanna fucking say like violent stuff towards people. You know, that's I don't want to do that. Like Hassan is avoiding going to TwitchCon. I don't really understand why, considering the violence comes from the left. So I don't really think he would be in any danger at TwitchCon. I don't know. Both Osman and Tectone have advised people not to go to TwitchCon as well, which is like, that's a bit scary. You have a car? You thought you didn't drive. I do have a car, and I don't drive. He's in danger of being made fun of. He's afraid of the candy man. Oh, no, Munya. The violence is coming from inside the house. Charminator, thank you. Can't order more. Canada Post is on strike again. I had an article for that I didn't get a chance to get to, and I thought it was really fucking silly. Maybe I can remember the Canada Post article after the David articles. But we have a shouting match, and I wonder if we can see the video? Because it says new footage has emerged, but this takes us to an article about his manager, which I also have an article open about. So it looks like we don't have access to the video. Here's another article about the recording. Video of screaming match with neighbors months after going missing. So TMZ, are you gonna come in clutch for me, baby? So this is Celeste here. We have horrendous urban music going on. We have children probably in a place that they shouldn't be if there's arguments going on. It's just like my childhood. I feel right at home.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk? I ain't gonna let you talk. No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping. Nah, you tripping. How about you ain't tripping? You gonna let a woman talk? Alright, I'm not gonna let your woman talk.
The toddler driving the miniature bicycle as she's saying these things is very astute.
Why is she over here? Again.
Your house, you don't even got a house.
Hey, bro.
You talk to.
Hey, ain't nobody black right here, homie. We're Southsiders.
I'm gonna replay that because that was funny. She said the N-word and then some guy with a Hispanic accent was like, "Nobody black here, homie." You ain't gotta be black to be called the N-word, man. What do you mean?
Again.
You don't even got a house.
Hey, bro.
You talk to.
Hey, ain't nobody black right here, homie. We're Southsiders right here, homie. We're Southsiders here. Get it right, homegirl. Shut up with your black talking. Shut up. You talking like you're black, girl, with your black talking. Yeah. Yeah. Ain't nobody black right here. What are you talking about? I said we're not black over here. Why are you calling us? You keep saying this, we're not black. Go back to your house.
I'm so glad TMZ had this video. Holy shit. Damn, he turned that around with the slick. He did. What the fuck? Is he sweeping the porch so we can be outside to watch and listen to the situation? Yeah, sometimes you gotta make yourself look busy so you can eavesdrop.
You're gonna do nothing, bro. What you gonna do? You ain't no gangster. You ain't nothing, homie. What you are but a little girl. What you but a little girl. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You need to go home. Seriously.
I'm not Mexican. Salvador, and you just tripping.
Oh my god.
Not because you tripping. Move the out of here.
Damn, she got a mouth on her for a 14-year-old. Holy shit. I'm like having flashbacks to the one that prostituted herself. She was slanging like this, dude. That's crazy. Keep in mind this is a 14. Yeah, that's crazy for a 14-year-old to be speaking like this, dude.
You ain't gonna do shit. You better get over there. Get your over there, little girl.
Flashbacks to the one who what? Oh man, you've been here long enough to remember that one. The lady that lived above my mom for a period of time. She was like a couple of years older than me, so I think she was like 15, 16, somewhere around there, and she was prostituting herself. And when her dad found out, as punishment, he beat her cat to death with a baseball bat in the street out in front of our house. That was a time to be alive.
Bro, you're gonna do Go. Go. What are you gonna do, bro?
Go call her dad, babe.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, little girl?
Thank you, TMZ. I appreciate you releasing that video. Celeste Rivas went home to visit family in Lake Elsinore, California, exactly 1 year before her body was found in David's Tesla. That's what this new video of her arguing with her parents' neighbors seemed to show. The video obtained by TMZ was recorded by a Nest camera on September 8th, 2024, months after Celeste had been reported missing. And neighbors say it shows her going off on a family over a prank. All I heard was her calling them the N-word over and over again. I genuinely have no idea what they were arguing about or how we even understood that it was a prank. I genuinely could not grasp that from that conversation. Careful, TMZ likes to DMCA. TMZ has never DMCA'd me, unlike that one other company that both DMCA'd me and tried to extort me to get me to pay them to release my video so I could edit the content out. Do you know what kind of fucked up household or environment I have this level of a septic mouth for a 14-year-old? Yeah, I do. I fucking lived it, buddy. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Ree Hassan not going to TwitchCon. If you recall correctly, Valkyrie, a Twitch flesh tuber girl Hassan has been repeatedly rumored to be dating, has also announced she isn't going to TwitchCon, so that might be why. I had no idea that Valkyrie had anything to do with Hassan. That is, I think, the most wild revelation. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Dropping enough bleeps to make St. Terry sound polite. True. Marcus Loshy, thank you. It's like you're watching a Jerry Springer episode. Yeah, that's why once I got into high school, I started asking my friends if they wanted to have entertainment for the weekend by bringing them to my mom's place. I was like, you know, we might be kind of crunched on places to sleep or places to eat, but you're gonna get some primo entertainment, I guarantee it. Bjorn Thor Goodmanson, thank you for the isks. Hamas bikers probably avoiding TwitchCon because the police can probably just tail him around to arrest a bunch of Antifa members causing a ruckus. I mean, maybe. You're fucking sorry a business tried to extort you? Yeah, they were like, if you want to pay for the rights to the video, you can pay us X amount of money. I don't remember what it is. And I was like, no, I just want to get the DMCA claim released so I can remove your video from it because it wasn't even the right video. It was just the one that came up when I tried searching for the current event. And they were like, no, if you want us to release the claim on your video, you have to pay us. And I was like, okay, well, not gonna do that. Toric Roma, thank you. We're gonna hear TMZ celebrate a car chase for her death too. TMZ will never get to forget their sins. What? I don't think there was a car chase, and I don't think TMZ's celebrating this teen's death. I don't know what you're talking about. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. At a TwitchCon in 2013, they were serving beers as open containers on a table out in the open. Only Use Me Blade would prank girls and take their drinks. Later that evening, he got his stomach pumped and had taken some half-dozen doses of Rohypnol. Well, yeah. Like, if I'm going to go to any convention, I'm not going to take an open container drink. That's just common sense. I'm also not going to take a drink that's been handed to me that's an open container that I haven't been able to touch. And I'm also not going to go alone because I'm a woman and I'd rather have someone there that could help defend me if need be. Kirsch's mom is the Waffle House of parents. That's very true. I like that. TMZ cheered when Charlie was shot, but tried to play it off as cheering for a car chase. What the fuck? I don't even remember that. That's fucked up. TMZ celebrated Kirk's death and tried to pass it off as cheering for a car chase. What the fuck? It was a line TMZ used to cover their ass at someone cheering live at the news of Charlie being shot. What the fuck is wrong with people, dude? Patchouli, thank you. It was a Tesla. Where's the Sentry mode recordings? Give us the tapes, Elon. That's my question. Teslas are recording 24/7, and I don't know if there's even a way to shut it off. So how do we not have any recordings of who was at the vehicle at the time? Or, like, what happened with her being put in the vehicle? Didn't TMZ also cause the death of somebody years ago? I have no idea. I'm just glad they have this video. You cannot shut it off? Well then, why don't we have the Tesla recordings, man? Pie Eater, thank you for the 13-month member. Thank you. Wait a second, that was your question.
Yamunya.
In the clip, a family sits outside their apartment building listening to music when Celeste starts yelling, accusing one of the kids of doing ding-dong ditching her parents' home. I feel like ding-dong ditch, especially in current year, is pretty blasé, right? I mean, like, at least they're not trying to kick in the door like the current TikTok challenge, right? What is a ding-dong ditch? Binary Mind, you're older than me. How do you not know what that is? So back in the day, us little rapscallions would ring the doorbell of a house or knock on the door and then run away so that the person would have to answer the door, but then no one would be there. And it would be like, haha, you had to take 30 seconds out of your day to answer the door. There's no one there. Gotcha. You know, like just something like simple and like not really causing much of an issue. But now, like, there's a TikTok challenge where instead of ding-dong ditching, it's like people trying to kick in the front door, like making themselves look like they're about to do a B&E. And if you're trying to kick in the front door, I have zero sympathy if you get shot for doing that, because that's fucking terrifying. Not as much as the rage with the doorbell cameras nowadays. The good old days. The media's been calling the door kick challenge ding-dong ditch. Yeah, because the media likes lying to you. Real rapscallions would leave a flaming bag of dog poo on the porch. The person who answered the doorbell would try to stomp it out. I wouldn't want to put dog poo on someone's porch. I feel like that crosses a line, in my opinion. That's boring. You blew up mailboxes with illegal Chinese fireworks. Don't blow up mailboxes. Those things are expensive.
Yamunya.
And there used to be a slur way to say ding-dong ditch, too. What? Careful, that's a federal crime. The dog poo bag is a federal crime? Remember TPing and egging people's houses? The extra mad lads would throw eggs when people came to the door. We had some urban youths throw eggs at cars in my parking lot at my apartment before. That was no, but thankfully it was before I got my new car, so I was only mildly inconvenienced instead of enraged. But, you know. Destroying mailboxes is a federal crime? Oh, that's interesting. With the price of eggs, no one is throwing them anymore. Help. Well, the nighttime vid isn't super clear. We're told the neighbors recognized the girl as Celeste because they'd seen her face on missing posters that had gone up in the area back in April 2024. Celeste's high-pitched screams cut through the air as she confronts the family with swear words and perhaps a racial slur peppering her tirade. You can hear a man yell back that he isn't black and therefore she shouldn't call him the N-word. Well, I mean, I feel like he's wrong here, but, you know. After this confrontation, we're told the neighbor's boyfriend went to Celeste's house to apologize, and Rivas's dad answered, but he seemed unbothered by the situation. He's like, yeah, you know, it's my house. I pay for it. I don't really care. It's just doorbell, man. Fuck, I don't care. One neighbor told us when Celeste was reported missing in April, her family walked around with those posters, and when the neighboring family saw Celeste that night, they just assumed she had been found and everything was fine. Trouble at home? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this Sesame Street looking ass guy? The date of the video, September 8th, is notable as that would have been the day after Celeste's 14th birthday, and exactly 1 year before authorities opened the trunk of David's impounded Tesla to discover her remains. As we reported, Rivas's death certificate was released Monday, revealing she was not pregnant, as some people online have speculated. However, the cause of death has been deferred, and LAPD Captain Scott Williams tells us that information is critical to the progress of their investigation.
Welcome back to TMZ Live. We are learning more about Celeste Rivas, the teenager. Her body remains were found in this Tesla of singer David. The investigation is still going on. We don't know the cause of death yet. Even though the death certificate came out yesterday, the medical examiner has deferred the cause and manner of death.
So just to underscore, we don't know if this was a murder, a homicide.
I want to pull this video down for a second so you can see. Oh, fuck, I can't. Oh, fuck. I wanted to show the top of his head because his hair makes me think of Predator in Alien vs. Predator. Hold on. Maybe. Shit, fuck.
This. I gotta remember 95. Look at it!
Torek Roma, thank you. What the fuck? You'd have asked if she was still missing, and then again, you're a nosy guy who likes to hear the drama but never apart. Yeah, if I was like, hey, this missing girl I found camera footage of, you know, oh, actually, they found the camera footage recently, so they probably couldn't have done that, but yeah, I think I probably would have asked. I would have been like, hey, I saw your daughter. Is she not missing anymore? Is everything fine, bro? Kirsche making a movie reference to a popular normie film. What year is it? True.
Welcome back to TMZ Live. We are learning more about Celeste Rivas, the teenager. Her body remains were found in this Tesla of singer David. The investigation is still going on. We don't know the cause of death yet. Even though the death certificate came out yesterday, the medical examiner has deferred the cause and manner of death.
So, well, just to underscore, we don't know if this was a murder, a homicide of any sort,
right,
or whether it was an OD, natural causes.
Women just do that.
Said, and they said they don't.
They just crawl
yet.
into bags and dismember
we are
themselves.
learning more about Celeste's home life. Learning this from some video that we got, and also speaking to an ex-boyfriend who lives still in the same area.
Oh, the broccoli-haired Sesame Street guy was an ex-boyfriend. Okay, all right.
Where Celeste grew up, but he spoke to one of our producers, his young man's name is Damien.
That's a weird thing. I don't know if that's in the TMZ studio or if that's in his house, but that's a weird decoration to have. I don't think I'd even want a yum decoration in my kitchen, man. That's weird.
It says that he and Celeste started dating when he was either 13 or 14, but he says that she did talk about some trouble at home, and I don't know how much of this is typical teenager or is there something especially different that was going on there, but this is what Damien...
Totally reliable witness. I mean, always be a little bit skeptical of exes when they come out and talk about stuff, but she's been murdered. I don't know how much of a reason he has to lie about anything at this point, if she's literally no longer alive. And hopefully I'm not going to be proved wrong here, but if he's going to be willing to talk about this, I don't think it would make him endearing if he were doing it to, like, try and make her look bad. Hopefully it's just describing, like, her home life situation and how she had a troubled upbringing to sort of be like, there could be more people culpable that aren't being thought of in this process.
Edited some specifics out because we have not been able to confirm them, and we don't want to do this, but he is talking generally. By the way, he's sitting next to his mother.
She said how her mom didn't treat her well or whatever, and she didn't like where she was at.
Did she talk at all about her relationship with her parents?
Kind of. She just said they were mean or whatever. She didn't like them.
What is your last memory that you have of Celeste?
We were at PE, and she told me, my friend, that she was running away, and she said it was because of her parents, and she was like joking about it, and she was like happy.
I'm a little distracted because the way this guy speaks sounds like the hi dude bro voice that I put on. Who the fuck is even the David guy? This is the first you've heard about him? I went down the David story, I think last weekend. He's some, like, multi-platinum singer that I had also never heard of until he allegedly, supposedly, purportedly murdered someone. He's, according to LAPD, not a suspect and not arrested, but the body of a dead minor who he had been dating was found in his Tesla that was abandoned in some area in LA. I don't know why he's not arrested for dating a minor. They had matching tattoos. She was in his song. Her mom said that her boyfriend's name was David. You know, like, I don't know. You have a friend who sounds just like this. He never did drugs in his life. Lamau, your poor friend. He just has the weed accent.
Like, joking like she always was. And, like, it didn't seem real because, like, she was, like, playing around, joking about it. And the next day, she wasn't at school. And then, like, that's the last time I saw her.
Yeah, so...
the good old dead minor in a trunk prank. Classic. Yeah, that's why I keep saying women just wrap themselves in bags and dismember themselves all the time. You know, it's not suspicious at all. That's totally natural.
She had run away, as you know, and we've talked about several times. She ran away in January of 2024, came back, and police got her in February in Hollywood, and then she ran away in March of 2024. Now, we're told that's the last time the family saw her, although there's some conflict over whether she came back after that.
Well, yeah, so it was interesting, too, his interview. I mean, that matches up with what we're hearing from law enforcement, that that she had some type of troubled home life, and that was the reason for her running away, obviously. And then we got this video yesterday, which was kind of shocking because we thought maybe the last time her mom had seen her, or her parents had seen her, was one of the last times she had ran away.
Right, in spring.
In the
spring of 2024.
So we spoke to a neighbor directly in an apartment right next door to where she lives. They had Nest camera. I believe we're going to show
camera
it.
footage that was. This is from September 7th, 2024, and Celeste is the woman you see there. She was arguing with the neighbors because some kids were doing
the context of the video is she lived right next door. Kids in the apartment building had ding-dong ditched her house, so she was going over there to confront the kids. And at the time, they didn't. The neighbors didn't really think anything of it. They're just like,
they had seen the missing posters, but they was like, oh, well, she's here.
After she left, they were talking. They're like, oh, that was the girl from the missing posters because the family.
Again, her home line doesn't matter. That's not pertinent to the facts of the state that she was found. Incorrect! And I already explained why what you just said in my chat is incorrect about 20 minutes ago. Her home life does matter. Her home life does matter because it shows that there are more people that have a possible connection into maybe how she turned up dismembered in a plastic bag. It points to there being possibly more suspects and other motives other than the guy that she was fucking. Celeste wasn't a woman, she was a child, yes. Some guy with cancer, thank you. Who hasn't had a body in their trunk? I mean, I haven't had a body in my trunk. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Don't these Teslas all have cameras and Sentry mode or whatever? That's what I'm saying. Where's the fucking Tesla video? Where's the fucking Tesla video? Battleizer, thank you. A lot is wrong with people. Next question. You only had that old pizza, almost a body. It would have been my body. No. Why, she got the Bigfoot stride. I don't know. She's angry.
Family had gone up and down the block with the missing posters back in April.
So wait a minute. So the idea here is that she came back in
September 2024
to her family.
Yeah.
So Anakin, come over here for a second.
We don't know.
Anakin? They literally have a Star Wars name guy in their office? What the fuck?
But she was clearly right next door to her family home on September 8th.
We have a mic. Oh, you have your mic.
We spoke to Celeste's mother before she was even identified because we got a tip. She only speaks Spanish. Anakin speaks Spanish, and you talked to her.
Yeah.
Did what we reported even identified because we got a tip. She only speaks Spanish.
Got a tip from someone who only speaks Spanish.
And you.
That's an ice call.
Yeah.
Did what we reported was the last time the family saw her was March of 2024.
So I never got a specific month from her. All I know is that she said that she hadn't seen her for a couple of years until news of her death.
A couple of years.
Well, it certainly wasn't a couple of years because she was there in April.
If she was right next to her house.
If it was September, it was less than a year.
Well,
I feel like if you're gonna go on camera and talk about a tip you got, maybe have the tip in front of you so you all don't have to argue about what exactly was the information in the tip. I feel like now that none of you can accurately remember it since it's not in front of you, it's kind of a waste of time and we don't know what you're talking about and can only take it with a massive grain of salt.
Certainly, at that point, it's
about a year. Yeah.
What's really striking about this incident, though, is it is exactly 1 year before the body was discovered in David's Tesla, to the day.
Right.
You know, the neighbors told us that they thought that she was just back home, but it seems like she was going back and forth.
It seems that way, and it's different from the initial report, which was
that she was
the final
just
time
gone
she
to
was
Hollywood.
seen was in March, and she went to Hollywood, and that was it.
Right.
Hello, my name is Tori. I'm from Mississippi, and I really hate how there's so much concern for her now that she's gone, and not when she was gone running around with who knows what. Now, the family is just as much to blame because of their negligence.
Who
and with
is
so much
this?
information coming out, I'm really not sure who to believe. But what I do know is those parents should have taken more concern when their daughter was underage and not home. Where were you?
They did call the police. We know that.
They did call police. We know that family members were looking.
Who is that woman? Why was she in here? I don't understand. I mean, she's not wrong. She's not entirely wrong. Especially because if her parents knew that she had a boyfriend and her boyfriend's name is David, how did her parents not know that David was whole ass above 18, man? Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel like if I had a child and they were dating someone over the age of 18, I'd be like, you're just not gonna do that. And I'm going to call the police. What the fuck is TMZ? Why does it have more tangents than Fox?
For her and taking steps to try and find her. But, yeah, it was clearly a troubled time at home.
What the fuck? What the that was incredibly unserious. Well, I'm glad we at least have the video that we watched. Moving right along, David's manager speaks out amid Celeste Rivas Hernandez death investigation. The manager says something. It's happening. Latinos, maybe with a name like David, they thought he was some biblical figure like Jesus, and they were fine with biblical figures inside her daughter. What the fuck? Oh yeah, you guys could see my tabs because of the 95. Hold on, I gotta fix that. I gotta put it back into tab hiding mode. I know. Thank you, binary mind. I completely forgorbed. The power. You can't see my power tabs, okay? Leaked. Gotta hide the porn tab. There's no porn tabs, you weirdo. It was important. We saw his hair. It was very important. You saw the hairline. David's manager is finally addressing the controversy. Josh Marshall has spoken out amid the investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose body was found in a Tesla registered to David, real name David Anthony Burke. And among the rumors he's shutting down is that he received an email from Rivas Hernandez's family in 2024 informing him that she was missing. This has been a tough time for my family as I am a father of 3 children, Marshall, who goes by J Mogul online, wrote in the comments of a TikTok addressing the rumors, which he confirmed to LA Mag were written by him. Oh, okay. It's the way that was worded made it sound like he wrote the rumors. Hello. Can I have volume, please?
Pin comments anymore, so David's manager Josh Marshall commented on my last video and asked me to pin the comment. TikTok doesn't allow you to pin comments anymore, so I will leave screenshots of it in this particular video. But what he said was everything that I said in the video was completely false. He said he never received an email and he had zero knowledge of anything that was going on. He doesn't live in California. He lives in a completely different state than David with his wife and his 3 children. Josh Marshall also said that he doesn't have much interaction with his clients or David because he works remotely 95% of the time. The only public statement that we've received from David has been the one saying that he's cooperating with authorities, but there hasn't been any new public statements yet from him or anyone on his team. I'll leave the comments here. You guys can, I think you'll probably have to zoom in to read them or screenshot it or whatever, but this is the main comment that
this video is false and the person is misinformed. This is the only time I'll speak on this matter. For now, this has been a tough time for my family as I'm the father of 3 children. I received no emails and I'm no one's roommate. I live full-time at home with my wife and kids. My daughter is 14 and this news is affecting so many lives. I never received any emails. I had zero knowledge of anything and I don't live in California. Also, I work remotely 95% of the time and my job doesn't require me to have much interaction with any of my clients or David, as there are many others that work with him on a day-to-day capacity, not me. This news is tragic for so many and for her family. I hope the proper authorities get to the bottom of it soon. Let me remind people, a lot of this is speculation and alleged. In the meantime, I am with my family helping them emotionally get through the news of this tragedy. Please report on factual information. Josh Marshall.
Josh Marshall left on my page. He left a few other comments responding to other people, just saying that everything is false and he had nothing to do with anything.
Interesting. And it says, I never received any emails. I had zero knowledge of anything. I work remotely. We already read that. And I mean, it makes sense for a manager to work remotely like this because they're bound to have tons of other clients. You know, it makes sense for them to be working remotely. In addition to noting a lot of this is speculation and allege, Marshall concluded with, in the meantime, I'm with my family helping them emotionally get through the news of this tragedy. E! News has reached out to Marshall for comment, but has not yet heard back. Music manager's comments come as more information is coming to light about the state of Rivas Hernandez's body when it was found, after she was reported missing in April 2024. Yeah, this is just a recap again, so we don't need to read through this. I mean, it's possible. It's possible the manager is telling the truth, but also, why would the manager just write a response to a random TikTok comment instead of having his stuff be out there by like an actual, I guess, reported magazine thing? I mean, I don't trust reporters either, but if I was the manager of someone potentially implicated in a murder plot, if I truly had nothing to do with it, I would want to be like, yeah, I have literally nothing. You can get me on record as saying that. How can he not know that his client is implicated in a murder? That's fucking weird. Also, how can that be such a tragedy that is affecting his family? Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little strange. And it seems like if he had a lawyer, he probably wouldn't have posted a random comment on a TikTok about this. Ghost, thank you. The Virginia AG Democrat nominee Jay Jones just had text exposed to him wanting to shoot a V-House delegate along with his kids. What the fuck? What the fuck? Acorth, thank you. Have I seen angry cops' reaction to service members reacting to Charlie Kirk's death? I did not. Praxis Fall, thank you. See, women do just climb into trunks after bait. Fuck you, women. No, it was my trunk pizza. Toric Roma, thank you. You might be dumb, but shouldn't managers be extremely involved with those they manage? I mean, again, I'm managed by Mythic Talent, right? My manager lives nowhere near me, but we're in pretty constant contact. You link to source in DMs? I'm sourcing. Dem AG nominee Jay Jones fantasized about shooting former Virginia GOP speaker. He receives both bullets. What a totally hinged thing to say. On August 8th, 2022, a Republican state legislator received a disturbing string of early morning text messages from a former colleague, Jay Jones, this year's Democratic nominee for Virginia Attorney General. Jones, who at the time had recently resigned from the state house after a brief stint representing Norfolk, had strong feelings about how the political class was eulogizing recently deceased former state legislator Joe Johnson Jr., a moderate Democrat with a long tenure in Virginia politics. Republican legislators like House Speaker Todd Gilbert had begun making public statements honoring Johnson's memory and political legacy, and some of those statements were making the rounds in state legislative group chats. Around 8 a.m., Jones shared those feelings with his former state legislative colleague, Republican House Delegate Carrie Coyner. In a series of text messages obtained by National Review, Jones derided Johnson's political centrism and scoffed at the glowing tributes that were being made in his honor by Republicans in the wake of his death. Damn, that was for Mark, he wrote to Coyner, suggesting he'd meant to send the text to someone else, and yet that realization didn't stop Jones from joking about what, quote-unquote, that piece of shit Gilbert, quote-unquote, would say about me if I died. Then the conversation took a dark turn. If those guys die before me, Jones wrote, referencing the Republican colleagues who were publicly honoring the deceased Johnson's memory, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves and to send them out awash in something. What the fuck? Jones then suggested that presented with a hypothetical situation in which he only had 2 bullets and was faced with the choice of murdering then Speaker of the House Todd Gilbert or 2 dictators, he'd shoot Gilbert every time, prompting pushback from his former colleagues. Which once again, when these people call you Hitler, when they call you Nazi, when they call you fascist, they don't actually think you are any of those things. They are just calling you that to mark you as an acceptable target for life ruination, for violence, for murder. This guy expertly paints that picture for us by saying, yeah, Speaker of the House is worse than actual dictators, and I would shoot him instead. 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Imagine wanting to kill a moderate Republican more than actual Hitler or Pol Pot. What the fuck is wrong with you? Coiner, the person receiving the messages, said, Jay, please stop. Jones said, LOL, okay. Coiner said, it really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on them. It isn't okay no matter who they are. The private messages offer a disturbing glimpse into how Jones, who is looking to oust incumbent Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares this fall, describes his political adversaries in private conversations. The violent rhetoric complicates an already contentious and competitive race roughly a month out from Election Day in Virginia, where early voting began on September 19th. Asked about the years-old text exchange, Coiner condemned Jones's rhetoric and said she sent screenshots of the conversation to Gilbert that day. She said she and Jones haven't spoken since, aside from a brief conversation about policy issues. On August 8th, 2022, I had a text conversation with Jay Jones when he said he was not just disturbing, but disqualifying for anyone who wants to seek public office. She told NR, National Review, in a statement, Jay Jones wished violence on the children of a colleague and joked about shooting Todd Gilbert. It's disgusting and unbecoming of any public official. I wonder if she sent the text, like it says she sent the text the same day to Gilbert. I wonder why Gilbert didn't release them until now. Have people forgotten about the Khmer Rouge? And Brosef, thank you for the fascism. Jesus Christ. Have a good night, Ikeron Nate. Logan's Game, thank you for the 27-month resub. Sad to hear you blackpill yesterday. Do I need to send you some hand pics? I need some hand pics and some federal agents being fired and Antifa getting arrested and not getting released. You know, I need some of that. I believe the correct question is, what the fuck isn't wrong with him? You know. Jones and his campaign spokesperson did not respond to repeated requests for comment, and Gilbert also did not respond to a request for comment. The Miyares campaign declined to comment. This is really weird. I don't know why all of them would decline. Like, it makes sense Jones would try to just ignore this and brush it under the rug, but why would Gilbert and Miyares not respond? This is like an easy slam dunk. I don't get it. Center penises with top hats don't do that. Roadkill VT, thank you. Kirsche, have heard of the up-and-coming nonsense pay-per-view nature in Portland County? Look up Multnomah Falls pay-per-view. Ignore AI result. This sounds like a troll, so I will not do that. This is the exact meme format of, like, look up blue waffles, new blue raspberry flavored waffle. Did I see the Antifa guy who looked kind of like a derpy bagman get his ass handed to him from some chubby nerd? No, but I might have a tab for that. Following publication, another outlet published a reaction from the Jones campaign. Like all people, I've sent text messages that I regret, and I believe that violent rhetoric has no place in our politics. Yeah, I just don't believe a Democrat when they say this anymore. Considering the amount of violence perpetuated from the left and how much it's either celebrated or downplayed, I don't believe this when a Democrat says it, especially if they have said violent things previously. After his campaign ignored repeated requests for comments from National Review. Let's be clear about what is happening in the Attorney General race right now. Jason Miyares is dropping smears through Trump-controlled media organizations to assault my character and rescue his desperate campaign. This is a strategy that ensures Jason Miyares will continue to be accountable to Donald Trump, not the people of Virginia. This race is about whether Trump can control Virginia or Virginians control Virginia. What are Democrats going to do when they can't just blame Trump for anything anymore, man? I'm like, what do you mean by this? And also, it's not a smear campaign if you literally wished for violence. It's not a smear campaign if it's not taken out of context and it's just your words that happened. Right? Like, if there had been some other context that means he didn't say these things, which would mean they were just entirely faked, right? I don't know. We saw that happen under Biden, true? Someone that would kill a Republican instead of literal Hitler. That's who I want as the chief law enforcement officer of a state. Yeah, I would have zero doubts he would continue on the fuckery of letting criminals go if he was AG. Coiner's alarm at her former colleague's violent rhetoric toward Gilbert prompted Jones to call her and explain his reasoning over the phone, a source familiar with the exchange told National Review. According to the source, the Democratic former legislator doubled down on the call, saying the only way public policy changes is when policymakers feel pain themselves, like the pain that parents feel when they watch their children die from gun violence. He asked her to provide counterexamples to disprove his claim. I think that a healthy political class is one that has an undercurrent of some kind of fear of their constituents. Not the fear of being killed, but the fear of being actually voted out and no longer having people that cheer for them, right? Because if you, as a legislator, do not have any fear from your constituents, you are no longer ruling for them. You eventually become a tyrant because you realize you can do whatever the fuck you want to do and still get votes anyway. They didn't care he was out of office. They'll keep blaming Trump well after he passed away. It'll be crazy. Battleizer, thank you. A simple, they'll blame Vance. How could a beach ball do this? Roadkill VT, thank you. It's a real story. To generate more revenue, Multnomah Falls staff is going to put the waterfall behind a curtain and charge people to see behind it. That doesn't sound... It's a satire website? Oh, okay. So this guy just got Babylon Bead. Okay, it's not real. Okay. The far left are the real fascists since they follow similar policies that were under Mao. Maybe that's why they actually feel bad when a Maoist is killed. Politicians need a healthy fear of the constituency, you know? Lugzad, thank you for the 7-month resub on Kick. Thank you. Point and laugh at that guy, chat. We've all fallen for a satire website at one point or another, man. Your only regret is that you won't live until 2125 to see Democrats call Trump a respected statesman compared to the current guy. At one point, the source said, he suggested he wished Gilbert's wife could watch her own children die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views, prompting Coiner to hang up the phone in disgust. That's crazy. That's crazy that you can say something like you wish this man's wife could watch her own children die in her arms, or maybe you hope conservative women have miscarriages because you see them as horrible human beings. Those are both crazy things to say. Absolute ghoulish behavior. It really is. Afterward, Jones continued his barrage of text messages saying he was just asking questions. They love to go to that line, don't they? I'm just asking questions. And Coiner dismissed his excuse via text and chastised Jones for hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Rather than deny that he had wished death on the children, Jones responded by saying, yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Faced with more pushback from his frazzled former colleague, Jones somehow took the conversation a step further. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes, he wrote, referring to Gilbert's wife and 2 young children. Once again, I find this absolutely insane that I make a joke having Anders Breivik and Umkanto Vesizve as my names in a MOBA game on a Smurf account. And the way that I speed told the joke for the umpteenth time got many people upset with me because they built like this weird straw man that wasn't what I said. And now you have people running around saying that I wanted children to die or some shit. And yet people on their side are like, literally, yes, we need to kill Republicans' children so that they'll start voting the way we want them to. It's all projection, chat. It's insanity. We're looping. It's always looping time with these people. Demonetizing children is a very big red flag. Okay, I don't know what you meant to say. I thought I read it incorrectly at first, but no, I read it correctly. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Speaking of Maoists, did I see the bimbo on Crowder's Change My Mind who viewed the CCP as conservatives? No, but God, what an idiot. At least demons are forced to keep their deals. Democrats are worse, true. The text revelations from 2022 came amid a turbulent campaign cycle in Virginia politics, as National Review reported this summer. The Virginia GOP ticket was rocked by explicit photo allegations involving Republican Lieutenant Gubernatorial nominee John Reed, which he denies. After a rocky summer, the Republican ticket has spent recent weeks projecting a more unified message and hitting the Democratic ticket on transgender-related policies involving women's sports and bathrooms. What was the explicit photo allegations? Dialed up as a gubernatorial nominee. Strategy tried to smooth things over. The parent spoken in April. Richmond radio host, state first openly gay statewide nominee, asked him to suspend his campaign following allegations that he reposted nude photos of men on a Tumblr account years ago that shares his Instagram handle. Why would you do this? If you're going to have like a porn account to retweet naked people, or whatever retweets are called on Instagram or Tumblr, whatever the fuck it is, why would you use the same name that you're now using for your fucking campaign run? Some people have negative OPSEC. That's crazy. To be fair, who hasn't reposted naked men? Yeah, I wanted to see if it was like him sending unsolicited pics, because that would have been a problem. I don't really care if he had a Tumblr where he was reposting naked pics that other people posted publicly. Because it's like he went to their Tumblr and then like hit the repost button, right? Like, I don't fucking care. That doesn't matter. Can't say that you have. I accidentally have. I thought the penises were covered up, but they were not! The penises took me by surprise. You don't know anyone that logs into porn sites in general? I mean, if somebody had a Tumblr, they probably were. Reposting nude men versus wishing death on someone's real children. I wonder which is worse. Yeah, I don't really care that he had a Tumblr in the past. I don't really care. In the final stretch of the campaign, 36-year-old Jones now faces another slew of other controversies relating to his criminal history, state legislative record, and professional experience. A Richmond Times-Dispatch investigation published this week found that in 2022, Jones was convicted in a reckless driving case after he was pulled over, driving 116 miles per hour on Interstate 64. 46 miles per hour above the speed limit. Sorry, too many numbers in a sentence hurt my brain. His punishment was a $1,500 fine and 1,000 community service hours, 500 of which he spent working for his own political action committee. A remarkably convenient sentence for a crime that can land convicts in jail for up to a year. That is remarkably lenient, especially if he was able to spend those community service hours literally on his own work. Come on now. Come the fuck on now. The young Attorney General nominee has also faced, oh no, he's speeding, elect the communist. No, the communist is the one who was speeding. The one who was speeding and was reckless driving and also wished death on Republican children is the one we're talking about. Jones is the Democrat guy. How does working for a PAC count as community service in the first place? I have no idea. The young Attorney General nominee also faced criticism for his lack of prosecutorial experience in his bid to become the Commonwealth's highest-ranking law enforcement officer, as well as his progressive state legislative record that Republicans pan as being soft on crime. And he's come under fire for exaggerating his legal accomplishments, including the role he played in the District of Columbia's successful 2022 legal victory against a so-called ghost gun manufacturer. Now, this might come across to some viewers as harsh, but I don't really care if his only prior is for reckless driving. I think if you are trying to run for Attorney General, you need to have an absolutely clean record. No prior arrests for anything, and no prior convictions for anything. No prior expungements for anything. If you're going to be Attorney General, it should be a completely, correctly clean record. Nothing more than parking tickets. We'd never have an AG again. We need to institute some kind of standards, because clearly whatever standards we currently have are not being respected, and that's what gives us this soft on crime bullshit that lets out people with 25 priors to murder someone, lets out people on 100 priors to do whatever the fuck that guy did. It's insanity. This guy should not be AG in any functioning world. People fuck up. Yeah, and if you fuck up, you don't get to be Attorney General. You can do other fucking things. How about that? You remember the 100 prior guy? That was wild. It's just like, Jesus, it's not a human right to be the Attorney General. If you fuck up your life, if you have prior arrests and convictions, you should not be an Attorney General. No, that's not okay, especially given political persecutions and nonsense. The answer is just to enforce existing standards, not new ones. I would like a new standard of if you have a prior criminal record, you cannot serve as the highest law chair in a state. That's absurd. That is insane if you want someone who's a prior criminal being an attorney general. We're the problem, says the others who fantasize about all of our deaths. We have standard, but no one cares anymore. No one's cared for quite a long time. Oh, I wanted to go over this later. I thought this was going to bring me back to the David tabs, because I had one more David tab, too. I had one more David tab. Nama. Should see more railroading. Okay, but you said arrests, not convictions? Yeah, if someone gets arrested, like this guy did, and he had to serve community service, that still should exempt him from being AG. Wrongful political conviction is already a problem. Let's not incentivize it. How is this political conviction? The standard is if you know the right people, you're in. The issue is an incumbent can just give a crime to their opponent, like jaywalking. Aren't those standards for voters to have and enforce? You would think so. Community service would come with conviction, not arrest. Oh yeah, that's true. So I guess I am talking purely about conviction. He was politically speeding, obviously. If you get to do community service, that was a conviction, not an arrest. You're true and correct, chat. You are true and right. Who else is going to give the IOU bail rights to murderers and rapists? I think we need to be quite a bit tougher than we have been in order to reverse the course that we've been on. I mean, trumping up charges against political enemies to prevent them from running, like blinding your rival claimant in the Byzantine Empire? They're saying the standard would encourage people to place false crimes on their opponents to stop them from running? Ah, yeah, if it's just based on arrest, I can see what you mean by that. I can see what you mean by that. So conviction. Conviction would be the standard, I suppose. Dem fantasizes about shooting children. That's fine. Gay rep admires men. Shut it down! Make it make sense! We're talking about just convictions. You can say, yeah, right. Convictions can be disqualifying. Perhaps certain ones. Damn, it is hot in the bunker today. Holy fuck. I am like becoming a foxu soup.
Thank you, Hillis Mallory, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you. Thank you.
You had the head of a local Indiana cop talk about a guy that was arrested for stabbing someone. He had been arrested 99 previous times for crimes, but yet the charges were downgraded to aggravated assault, and he could be back on the street again. Pitiful. See, this is where I'm like, maybe we should be just by arrested and not convicted. Because how do you be arrested 99 fucking times and nothing has stuck to you? It's insanity to me. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know, there's going to be people who want to use that in a bad manner. But what the fuck do we have to do in order to bring back normalcy? And I mean, just enforce the standards we have now clearly aren't working because we've dealt with so much subversion. Towel's getting extra flavoring today. God damn. Thank you, Hillis Mallory, for the huge fucking slaves. And the unfortunate information. He's like Haru Urara, but instead of first place horse racing with arrests. The answer is to actually just convict people who get arrested. We aren't enforcing our current laws, though. Yeah, but in order to do that, we need to have people like that guy I was just talking about not be in the position of getting Attorney General. If that guy gets Attorney General, it's just going to perpetuate more of what's happening. We need to get rid of the activist AGs, the activist judges, people who aren't enforcing the rule of law. But if we're going to tie ourselves into knots and be like, whoa, well, maybe someone could use this in the future against us, I just don't have any faith that it's actually going to get fixed. Zero faith. Why hasn't David been charged? Great question, article. Investigators will need to parse through more evidence after the body of a teen was found in the trunk of a car belonging to singer David before they can file charges in the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. It's still unclear how the teen died after the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner listed Rivas Hernandez's cause of death as deferred and requested additional testing. Where are the files from the cameras on the Tesla? That's what I want to know. Without a confirmed manner of death, police are unable to make arrests, attorneys say. Once it's deemed a homicide, police can dig deeper on potential suspects. I think at this point, it's more about gathering information, criminal defense attorney Sarah Azari told Banfield. Ultimately, how we defend the case depends on what the evidence is, obviously, what the charges are, but do they have digital evidence? Do they have a bunch of snitches flipping? Do they have videos showing a sexual relationship? Or something that shows more than just a connection between an older teen and a younger teen? It really depends on what the evidence is, she said. It's a criminal defense attorney, but I don't know if Sarah Azari is specifically David's defense attorney or not. But I really don't like how she said something that shows more than just a connection between an older teen and a younger teen, considering, once again, the timeline goes from when she was 13 to 15. Her remains were found one day after her birthday, which means she was killed when she was still 14. And he was 19 at the time. So, to conflate older teen and younger teen, like, yeah, it's technically correct. Technically correct, but it obscures the fact that it's a 19-year-old with a 14-year-old, which is fucked. Pedantic talk, yeah. Rivas Hernandez was reported missing in April 2024 when she was only 13 years old, authorities said. Her remains were discovered inside a Tesla registered to David Anthony Burke, David's real name, at a Hollywood tow yard on September 8th. LAPD Captain and Commanding Officer Scott M. Williams had said that there are still questions related to the teen's death. We know for sure that Celeste Rivas Hernandez died and someone placed her body in the front trunk area of David Burke's Tesla, he told People magazine. We know for sure that she died and someone placed her body. Celeste's body was likely in Burke's Tesla weeks before she was found, he told the outlet. So what they're trying to figure out is if she possibly could have died by something like self-inflicted overdose, which where would she have gotten the drugs from would be my next question. And then somebody moved her body to the vehicle after she died, and who that somebody is, we don't know. Or if there was foul play leading to her death beyond some sort of overdose or whatnot. You feel like those 5 years difference is a bit too much for Romeo and Juliet exceptions? It is. Oh, man. The singer's home was thoroughly searched by the LAPD shortly after the body was found. Police swooped on the house David had been staying at in search of anything resembling blood evidence, TMZ Charles Ladebaudiere told Banfield. They were checking drains to see if there's any blood evidence or blood or tissue, so they did a scouring of the house looking for any evidence. We know that the Tesla is his, Ladebaudiere said. The thing that's still not clear is who was actually driving the Tesla when the body was placed in the car. Who parked it where it was eventually found and impounded. Those are the dots that still need to be connected here. Where's the video? The Teslas are constantly recording. There should be video. If the Tesla has just been missing and impounded for up to a year, potentially. It wasn't missing for up to a year. It was only impounded for like a couple of months or some shit. They found it, and then it was impounded, and then after being impounded, they found the body in it. And the body had been in it for several weeks. I can't remember the precise timeline, but we detailed the precise timeline when I talked about this the first time. There was ample time for him to be in control of his Tesla before going on tour in the summer. Tesla Sentry Mode saves to USB, but it overwrites older videos when it fills up. Tesla was left on a residential street, so the body dump video was gone. Wouldn't they say that then, if they no longer have the video? Like, they haven't mentioned the Tesla cameras in any way, shape, or form.
Tesla Sentry Mode saves to USB, but it overwrites older videos when it fills up. Tesla was left on a residential street, so likely the body dump video is gone.
Well, yeah, but like, why wouldn't they say that? There hasn't been any mention of Tesla cameras either having evidence or not having evidence in any of the articles since I started covering this. There's not been any mention of the cameras, which is a little fucking weird. Get Elon on the case. Thank you, Newly Wired, for the butter doggo. I love the butter dog. It makes me happy. Not all Teslas are set up for Sentry Mode. As an auto claims adjuster, half your Tesla's involved parties can't even set it up nor provide video. Oh, that's interesting. I asked if it was always on before because I don't own a Tesla. And people in chat said that it was always on. So if it is always on, then that would be weird. Guess people don't know Teslas. I mean, I don't own a Tesla, so I can only go by what other people tell me. Art3 Maizentreri? I feel like I butchered your name. Thank you for the gift subs, my guy. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you. If the cam saved to USB, then all you need to do is disconnect the USB to negate any camera evidence. Reports said that they also get uploaded to a central server, so... Battleizer, thank you. Even if OD is on the case, someone knew she died and not only didn't report it, but actively hid that fact. It doesn't pass the sniffer test, but it would be the difference between charging someone with homicide and charging someone with tampering of a body, right? Roadkill VT, thank you. What if no arrests is... What if it was no arrests in first 10 years and convictions after? It will be politicized eventually, but that's why you write in a sunset clause. I don't think many people have an arrest in their first 10 years of life, so do you mean like in the last 10 years before they started running for office, maybe? That might make sense, maybe? You don't want to drive a PS1 graphic? Thanks, the Roadsters are neat, but you move too much stuff around. If they sound like they're trying to cover it up, they are. Wait, wasn't it specifically as... They keep saying Tesla, but I can't remember if it was specifically a Cybertruck or not. Because I could have sworn they mentioned what kind of Tesla when we first went over this, but now I can't remember. They aren't going to release everything. It's an active I know it's an active investigation, but I'm just saying, like, they haven't mentioned any of the Tesla cameras in any way, shape, or form. I think it was a Model Y. I can't remember what model it was. I just hate the lack of a grill on the front of Teslas. It looks so weird. Cybertrucks have beds, not trunks. Do they? I don't remember seeing a bed on a Cybertruck. It's an enclosed entity. The biggest concern would be avoiding any procedural mishaps that don't wind up with fruit of the poison tree. Since there's a large gap between events and the body is far gone, it complicates things, yes. Cybertrucks have a covered bed. Interesting. The cover for the bed opens. Interesting. Okay, so it can't have been a Cybertruck. I don't remember what kind of Tesla it was. It's not really a bed or a trunk. It's just kind of useless. Without these answers, it'll be difficult for police to file charges. Questions have swirled about David's relationship with Rivas Hernandez, with some pointing to alleged matching tattoos, song titles, and comments from friends. Friends of the singer frequently saw the pair together and believed they were romantically involved. TMZ's senior news reporter Charlie Neff told News Station in September. David was on tour when he was contacted by police who told him a decomposing body was found in his car. While police haven't officially linked David to the victim, a leaked David song mentioned Celeste multiple times. The track, which leaked on SoundCloud in December 2023, was titled Celeste Demo Unfin. The singer canceled the rest of his tour amid an investigation into Celeste's death. I wonder if it was a willingly canceled or if it was a you can't leave the country, so he was forced to cancel. Battleizer, thank you. Evidence tampering and obstruction of justice at least, but yes, it could still be a decent amount of suspects. Yeah. Very much so. The matching tattoos on a minor that was too young to get one, even if she had parental consent. Yeah, like, I feel like even if somehow he is not involved in this murder, he should absolutely have enough evidence against him for being romantically involved with a fucking minor, bro. A little crazy. Rappers in Try Not to Snitch on Themselves challenge. I have not had a Cybertruck bed pizza, that is correct. I've never been in a Cybertruck, I've only seen them on occasion. We're run by pedos, they don't care about that. You don't think any conviction should prevent a person from holding office, but the candidate should be required to announce their convictions, no matter how small. I probably would have agreed with you like 10 years ago, but in current year, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That was a spicy cat raid.
Master Pets, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders!
Welcome, Raiders. Hillis Mallory, thank you. D4VD, huh? DVD with a 4 stuck inside. Yeah, I guess he thought that it was deep or something. I don't know. They can't force him to stay in the country without some kind of court order. They haven't filed any on him. I don't know. I have no idea.
Master Pets, thank you for raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. We're just chilling and talking about stuff. Chilling and talking. Let's see what I have in my tabs here. Oh, I got some stuff on Portland. I got some stuff on Portland going on here.
Last night at the Portland ICE building, we witnessed anti-ICE protesters burning an American flag. Nick Sortor grabbed it from them, put the flames out, and took away what was left of the flag. Nick was arrested later in the night by Portland Police Department after videos appear to show him surrounded by anti-ICE protesters. It's unclear what exactly happened, and we're working on getting in touch with him once he's released from custody. We had seen Nick get surrounded and verbally threatened by protesters the previous night. He posted on X that he felt Portland PD would arrest him if he tried to defend himself. I read stuff from Nick Sortor's Twitter all the time. He's a pretty good source for informations. What the fuck is this thing? What the actual fucking low-level Final Fantasy XIV story dungeon is this thing I am being forced to perceive?
We got a Trump supporter. We got a Trump supporter right here.
We got a Trump supporter right here. Yeah, that's saying, hey, we got somebody who's safe to attack here. There's no repercussions if we harm this man.
Putting it on the ground and he's making it worse. And now he's standing on it.
motherfucker.
Now he's standing on it. You're not supposed to stand on it.
Once again, these ghoulish people, they're literally burning the flag, but they think that saying you're not supposed to put it on the ground or stand on it will make us comply with what they want to do. They don't care. They never cared. I'm sick of it.
Right now I think she's saving it.
He just wish he started beating them. Unfortunately, he got arrested merely for taking the flag and putting the fire out, so, you know. We have, if you're wondering why Nick Sortor was arrested and Antifa is not touched, here's why. The mayor, city council, and police chief of Portland openly back the National Lawyers Guild, which acts as Antifa's legal arm. They stood with the guild during Black Lives Matter as well. Funding flows through the National Lawyers Guild Foundation with money tied to George Soros-backed groups. NLG members show up at protests in their trademark green hats, enabling chaos on the ground. And when arrests happen, the guild is there to bail rioters out. Hell, this is exactly why these organizations and government officials deserve RICO charges. And it, they said disorderly conduct. Oh boy. That's a lot of cops on bikes. I can't tell what's happening.
No, I would agree. We didn't get very much info.
What's worse, a bicycle cop or a female cop? I mean, a bicycle cop might as well be a female cop, let's be real.
They don't like it when the tables are turned on them.
They don't? Alright, well, I don't know what this show is about disorderly conduct, because I could not understand anything in here. But this Jammies person points to a tweet that they made on September 28th, saying, who's backing the Antifa thugs attacking ICE agents, unmasking the National Lawyers Guild as their legal arm? Across America, Antifa militants are ramping up violence against ICE agents, laying siege to facilities, doxing officers, and turning protests into riots. In Portland, rioters have repeatedly attacked an ICE processing center, clashing with feds in what DHS calls assaults by Antifa-aligned left-wing violent extremists. Similar chaos in Chicago and Illinois with arrests for blocking and confronting agents. Who's enabling these domestic terrorists to keep coming back? Enter the National Lawyers Guild, the radical legal arm shielding them from justice. Founded in 1937 as a far-left foil to the American Bar Association, the NLG was branded by the House Un-American Activities Committee, or HUAC, in the 1950s as the legal bulwark of the Communist Party. The communist-rooted legacy lives on, making the NLG the go-to legal arm for Antifa's assaults on ICE and law enforcement. They don't just watch, they actively protect the perpetrators. And this is a screenshot of some kind of report thing. Pursuant to H-Res 579th Congress First Session, the National Lawyers Guild is the foremost legal bulwark of the Communist Party, its front organizations, and controlled unions. Since its inception, it has never failed to rally to the legal defense of the Communist Party and individual members thereof. including known espionage agents. It has consistently fought against national, state, and local legislation aimed at curbing the communist conspiracy. It has been most articulate in its attacks upon all agencies of the government seeking to expose or prosecute the subversive activities of the communist network, including national, state, and local investigative committees. The Department of Justice, the FBI, and law enforcement agencies generally. And we kind of talked about this on Side Scrollers the other day. Apparently the Civil Rights Act literally excludes communists and does not count them as human. However, unfortunately, they could still be offered some protections under free speech of our Constitution. So, even though civil rights don't apply to commies, they still might have some of the constitutional protections that our country offers, unfortunately. Why are lawyers dictating a terrorist group? Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't know that until yesterday on Side Scrollers. That was pretty fun to find out. No. Through its affiliation with the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, an international communist front organization, the National Lawyers Guild has constituted itself as an agent of a foreign principle hostile to the interest of the United States. It has gone far afield to oppose the foreign policies of the United States, in line with the current line of the Soviet Union. Soviet Union no longer exists, but goddamn, the true communism hasn't been tried. People really are trying. Cancerous Humor, thank you for the fucking 2 years of Proom. Thank you. You would like to see a legal precedent that strips actual Marxism from our country, but that's not happening soon. Evil Mandrake, thank you. We got a Trump supporter here as a word for word the same phrase used to justify the murder of Aaron Danielson in Portland in 2020. Ghoulish. That is actually ghoulish. I didn't know that. Thank you for the extra information, Evil Mandrake. Star Phoenix, thank you. Kind of weird to taunt someone about burning their flag within flammable distance, especially if you're the one who set it on fire. Just saying. Yeah? No? If it's your flag and you set it on fire, it's not weird to taunt someone who took it away from you trying to put it out because they're obviously unarmed and you were able to set fire to the flag. So I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Can we get a link to that tweet? In read on stream? Yeah, KB puts everything that I read on stream in reading on stream, but if you want a link to this, like, right now. Christian Barragan, thank you. Why aren't these people in jail yet is the real question. Because, like we've already talked about, our entire justice system is corrupt, from the cops to the prosecutors to the AGs to the judges. Like, it's all corrupt, man. Update tweet from Nick Sotor. I have a handful of tweets on this, so I don't know if I need that one. Please put it in DMs just in case. Criozu de Soya, thank you. Note that the DHS and GNOME are going after Antifa and not the FBI. FBI DOJ is full of Antifa simps, and Patel Bondi refused to admit it. Hopefully Bondi is on the way out now that GNOME is going in on Antifa. Patel did break ties with, I think it was the ADL today, because no, it was the ADL previously, and it was Southern Poverty Law Center today. Zachary Rawlick, thank you. Do they have to be carded commie party members? Originally, that's what the Civil Rights Act said, but it also mentioned, like, individual... I don't remember how it was worded, but they mentioned, like, it didn't have to be a card-carrying commie, which would have complicated things, because it's like, if you know that the Civil Rights Act would exclude you if you're a card-carrying commie, all you have to simply do is not be card-carrying, you know? Star Phoenix, thank you. You thought they set someone else's flag on fire? No. Take their mass defense program. NLG deploys green hat legal observers to anti-ICE riots, documenting cops to build alibis and defenses. Their hotline handles arrest, jail support, and FBI inquiries, urging militants, call us first, stay silent. In Chicago's June 2025 anti-ICE demos, NLG sent 18 observers, provided legal aid to 17 arrested amid reports of violent clashes, and denounced the police, not the protesters, as aggressive. This is the legal arm in action, minimizing blowback for Antifa's violence. They pumped out guides like legal support for anti-fascist action, equipping rioters to beat charges in clashes. They railed against the Unmasking Antifa Act and Trump's 2020 terror label attempt. With Antifa's ICE attacks escalating, NLG's infrastructure ensures these thugs face few consequences, fueling more assaults on agents. The National Lawyers Guild, San Francisco Bay Area chapter, can provide the following types of legal support: Legal briefing before an action to inform planning. Legal observing during an action to document law enforcement, including any collaboration with fascists or other right-wing forces. Once again, fascists or other right-wing forces, they don't actually believe anyone they're fighting against is fascist, but they know that calling them fascist designates them as an acceptable target. Legal hotline support during an action to report arrests and until arrestees are out of custody. Legal support post-action, including tracking arrestees through the legal system and recruiting pro bono or low-cost lawyers for representation and or coordinating with public defenders and appointed counsel. Connection with bail support through the Anti-Repression Committee and other bail funds. Anti-Repression Committee. And general legal education, training, and briefing. Bail is their powerhouse tool. NLG chapters like San Francisco's link up with anti-repression groups for bail funds to spring arrested Antifa from jail fast. They co-authored a guide with the National Bail Fund Network to fund defense for actions, code for riots. In anti-ICE violence, this gets attackers back on the streets, ready to target agents again. And you have a screenshot that says, bail funds are an integral part of community-driven mass defense efforts. Some of the most effective bail funds in the country have been created by non-lawyer, non-legal worker activists on the ground. Click on the link below to get plugged into the National Bail Fund Network and see what bail funds are in your area. Please note that many bail fund initiatives are grassroots, so they might not be findable outside of the local community. And I think it would be very interesting if someone had the time to go back to the Summer of Love riots and find out every politician and every celebrity that was taking part in raising bail money for Antifa and Black Lives Matter rioters who were arrested during that time. I think it'd be very interesting to just see how widespread it was, because I can't remember every individual who did that. Your tax money is conflicting each other. I remember when, like, streamers would put on, like, their Twitter profile that they proudly donated to Black Lives Matter. Like, it was such a weird time. Legal defense funds can serve as crucial tools for sustaining grassroots-led movements and defending the people who put their lives on the line for them. The National Lawyers Guild and National Bail Fund Network have teamed up to create a guide for setting up legal defense funds in order to address some challenges organizers may face in creating and implementing such funds, with considerations related to the fundraising, eligibility, legal logistics, accountability, and more. The 2021 version of the guide is below. Please note that since 2020, many jurisdictions have been targeting bail funds and their infrastructure, so be cautious on using this guide. Ties to Mark Elias, the kingpin of Democrat lawfare, architect of the Russia hoax dossier, and relentless election challenger. His Democracy 2025 project is an alliance of left-wing groups plotting to protect voting rights, code for rigging the system. NLG is listed as a core partner member, linking Elias directly to the lawyers bailing out Antifa rioters targeting ICE. The evidence is piling up. Internationally, NLG pushes the envelope. NLG seeks to change U.S. foreign policy that threatens rather than engages, or is based on a model of domination rather than respect, backing armed struggle as a right to resist in Palestine under international law. The violent ideology mirrors their domestic defense of Antifa's attacks on ICE, proving they're not neutral, they're enablers. Hillis Mallory, thank you. What are you? I am a lawyer. Ah, cockroach, got it. Everyone deserves no. Is this a reference to something? Because I don't understand it. Mr. Quastahopper, thank you for the 5 kick subs. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you for the 5 thick blankets for the warm bodies. We have a screenshot here. The NLG International Committee supports legal work around the world to the end that human rights and the rights of ecosystems shall be regarded as more sacred than property interests. As lawyers, law students, and legal activists, we seek to change U.S. foreign policy that threatens rather than engages, or is based on a model of domination rather than respect. The Guild provides assistance and solidarity to movements in the United States and abroad that work for social justice in this increasingly interconnected world. Riri Gaki, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Rat Raiders. Welcome, French rat lads. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're fucking reading news. We're newsing out of our minds. Hello, rat people. Christian Bauergan, thank you. They can't investigate left-wing NGOs funding these people soon enough. Though even if they did, they'll probably fumble it anyway. I would love the investigations. I expect a fumble, so anything more than a fumble would be a pleasant surprise, you know? Tank appreciator spotted. Oh my god, the rats are upon us. They smelled the copious amount of cheese that I buy, honestly. Love me some fucking squimshy cheeses. I can't even remember names off the top of my head now, but I love the squimshy ones. The creamier the cheese, the more I like it. Hello, fellow rats. Binary Mind, thank you for the gift sub to Ririgaki. Thank you. K-Boy, thank you. The commie doublespeak is so real. Once you notice the doublespeak, it gets increasingly frustrating when you encounter people that don't. Commies who don't understand our enemies say this type of shit. The rest of the world does not follow a world of respect and honor. They mostly only know violence. You cannot deal with every country the same, but the majority do not respect weak fucking leaders. True and real. True and real. Most people don't understand. It's infuriating. I hate it. The NLGIC plays an active role in international conferences, delegations, and ongoing projects that examine and seek to remedy conditions caused by illegal U.S. or corporate practices, by bringing an alternative perspective to multinational institutions, schools, community centers, and congressional hearings. The IC and its members actively educate, litigate, and truth-seek toward the end of social justice. The cash flow. NLG and NLG Foundation are propped up by elite leftists via donor-advised funds. Heavy hitters include the Tides Foundation, Soros, Greater Horizons, 2.9 million, Fidelity Charitable, Schwab Charitable, and the Warshmott Legacy. These funders bankroll the legal arm protecting Antifa's ICE assailant. It's time to expose and defund. And then there's a screenshot showing what she just posted there as well. The main problem politically with Africa. Decolonization was just putting Republic of in front of the country's name and letting the natives have at it without actually teaching them how to have a democracy. I'm going to respectfully disagree, as we've seen kind of what happened with Rhodesia and Haiti. Quando Bandwi! I'm so glad I got Craig to say your name like that. Holy shit. Thank you for the 25 warm blankets for the warm bodies on Kick. Thank you, Quando Bandwi. Thank you. Thank you. So they're funding a terrorist organization? Yeah, pretty much. Aged Gouda. Oh, smoked Gouda's so fucking good, bro. The problem with decolonization is the 15-second issue. It's been really funny watching people find out about the 15-second copy pasta for the first time all over Twitter. Schwab like Klaus? Yeah, Schwab like Klaus. Like, now is the time to start forcing behaviors. And once again, since it was asked, I will link this full thread in here. Link the full thread. Anya. And then we had, here we go. President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed the Secretary of War to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege.
President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. What's been allowed to happen in Portland, and we saw disturbing video footage of this last night, this is not peaceful protesting, this is left-wing anarchy that has been destroying this great American city for years, leaving police officers battered, citizens terrorized, and business properties damaged. Since early June alone, Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility. And more people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that
Why would any of the journalists be extremely concerned about that? They're journalists who are the right kind of journalists. They have the right kind of politics. They're not in danger of getting attacked.
Journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of federal resources to Portland immediately, including enhanced CBP and ICE resources. Law and order will prevail, and President Trump will make sure of it.
And I would love to see it. Does this mean we're going to get some comfy riot streams out of this? Because this was posted today. This was posted today, earlier this afternoon. So I'm wondering if we're going to get some comfy riot streams this weekend. That would be an interesting time. They're not journalists, yet the propaganda and radicalization section of the Democrats. The smoky dokey. Thank you for the dollary doodle, my guy. Hey, Momo, thank you. Rhodesia was betrayed by her mother country and the West. Now we are all Rhodesia. Unfortunately, feels kind of similar. Aldreth, thank you. Ronald Extantis was released from prison early. Who is Ronald Extantis? Whomst is that name? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Listening to all this stuff, you're going, oh great, this is the spawn of Leon Trotsky. Hell, clearly Joseph Stalin didn't give him the ice pick soon enough. Unfortunate. Hey. It's not really anarchy when the police are siding with you. It's worse than that. The police are basically giving the protesters the monopoly of power. Remember when the left-wing politicians said we have to give these people space to destroy? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That story is infuriating. It makes you glow. Oh no. Oh no. Slot floppies? What is happening? What is happening? That's likely as the Marxist Red Guard and brown shirts are preparing to marshal their forces to attack. They're seeking a Kent state event. How many times has Nick Sortor been mayor? I have no idea. I didn't even know he was a mayor. Just thought he was some guy on Twitter. God, it's taxes! Thank you for the 10 gift members! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. The mayor of Seattle just said that recently, you believe? Mayor of Seattle just said what recently? And I thought I had a couple more. I don't have these in the correct order, so give me a second here. I read these 3 tabs on the Nick Sortor stuff, but I know I had a couple more, and they just weren't in order because I didn't have time to put them in order in a moment. Ah, yeah, here we go. And if the other one that Binary Mind had isn't one of the ones I'm about to bring up, then we will go to his link after. Nick Sortor said, hey, Portland police, you made a big freaking mistake. You proved what we've all been saying for years. That you're corrupt and controlled by violent Antifa thugs who terrorize the streets. You thought arresting me would make me shut up and go away. You couldn't have been more wrong. Stay tuned. And this is exactly what they hope. They hope that when they do you wrong, when they fire you, when they attack you, when you get arrested for defending yourself, that you just shut up and go away. Because when you just shut up and go away instead of outing these people, you give them more breath to continue doing this disgusting shit. This is why you always need to call them out, and you always need to showcase why what they're doing is wrong. A little short video here. Just of him being perp walked, I guess. Literally ridiculous. Literally ridiculous. The city of Portland's about to learn a very expensive lesson. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm a Tylenol American. Almonia. And then, Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered a full investigation led by Assistant AG Harmeet Dalon of the Portland Police Bureau following my wrongful arrest last night, Bondi confirmed to me. Fuck around, find out, Portland Police. Pam Bondi personally called me to deliver this news, and I'm incredibly grateful to her for doing so. The Trump DOJ will not allow the Portland police to continue to do the bidding of Antifa. How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man? I know, right? It's great to hear, and I hope something will actually come of it. I hope something will actually come of it. Okay, so the update is I've been in contact with direct officials at DHS. What's coming in Portland is unprecedented. Okay, so this was before the shit that I read then. So mine is, I guess, more updated, question mark? I don't know. Massive fucking lawsuit, please. Lawsuit, investigation, everything. You love to fucking see it? You love to see it? Communist with a badge! A Christian Barragan, thank you. Ronald Extantis is a killer of a 6-year-old boy serving half of a 20-year sentence. Stabbing, by the way. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? How? What? What? Before I get to that, I have one more Antifa tab from Andy Nyo here, blinding us with a white page. Antifa's hosting covert training conference in Philadelphia. Antifa are hosting a covert militancy training conference in Philadelphia from October 3rd through the 5th. The meeting location is a secret, and those interested in joining have to reach out via email and be carefully vetted. Antifa groups across the U.S. hold similar secretive trainings where recruits are indoctrinated into the extremist ideology and are provided training on how to evade being caught when carrying out crimes. As I wrote in my book Unmasked, the trainings are usually held in radical anarchist bookstores or far-left music venues that double as meeting spaces. And they've just got a little poster here with like a bird picking a lock, a little knight's helmet, walkie-talkies, a hammer. That's not weed, but I don't know what it is. It says Phillies... It looks like it says Philly Skilly 2025 at proton.me, but that is... There's no way that's what it actually is. That sounds so dumb. It's not an organization, though. I would listen to Fuck the Police as loud as I listen to Kier for Portland PD. Do they give out the cool ninja hats? It's the Philly Skilly now. Jesus Christ. That's what it is. That sounds so fucking stupid. Philly Skilly is like something I would expect to hear out of like an episode of Rocket Power, man. What the fuck? It is literally actually called that. Thanks, I hate it. Binary Mind hit me with the Ronald story. I have not heard of Ronald at all. Convicted killer of 6-year-old boy walks free after serving less than half of his 20-year sentence. Devastated father of the dead son reacts after Ronald Extantis paroled. If I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I saw this on Twitter. I had no idea what it was about, though. I was like, based dad, this is the correct reaction when someone kills your child and justice is served, not, I forgive you. I forgive the monster that did this to my son. No. If I ever cross paths with you, you're fucking dead. I have nothing to live for. You have created a monster. That is the correct response. A 42-year-old man convicted in the killing of a 6-year-old boy in Kentucky after he broke into the child's home in 2015 has been released on parole. That should never happen. That should absolutely never fucking happen. How do you murder a 6-year-old boy after breaking into their home and you get fucking parole? Ronald Extantis, 42, was sentenced to 20 years after being found guilty of second-degree assault in the boy's death, but was released from custody on Wednesday, according to online records. Extantis broke into the Versailles, Kentucky home of Logan Tipton, 6, in December 2015, and stabbed him to death. He also attacked Tipton's father and sisters. I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you what I told the court, his father, Dean Tipton, told WLKY-TV. If I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands. Now, it doesn't matter if he's not actually going to do that. It's the gusto and it's the feeling and it's the emotion behind it that matters. That's what matters. Extantis is now listed as going on mandatory re-entry supervision that is scheduled to last until June 26 next year. Extantis was found not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. If someone is too insane to understand that murdering someone is wrong, they should just be executed. If they have murdered something, and they are insane enough to not understand that that is wrong, they should just be executed. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. No rehabilitation, no permanent medical stay on the taxpayer's dime. They do not belong in civil society. Kill someone, say I'm insane, get away scot-free. I'm tired of it, man. He began serving his prison sentence in 2018, but was released early for good behavior. I laid in bed. I gave up. I gave up on life, Dean Tipton told the station. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die. And, like, I cannot imagine being in this situation as the father. Like, that's insane. You hate our justice system. I hate it. I hate it. Like, there is resounding evidence that nailed this guy to the case. If he's pleading insanity, he has no place in civil society. There is no rehabilitation for this. I don't understand how this keeps happening. I'm so sick of it. Sorry if that sounded weird, but what the fuck? Hey Momo, thank you. Get rid of the insanity plea. Just get rid of it. Yeah, as I'm tired of people being able to plead insanity to get off scot-free from doing heinous crimes. It's unacceptable. Let's see. We have some updates for the Des Moines stuff. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. I had that one other tab. I had that one other tab from Andy Nyo here. He said, here's what I've unfortunately witnessed and learned in Portland. If you're labeled right-wing and are a victim of Antifa/far-left violence, Portland police will not help you nor arrest your assailants. If you attempt to defend yourself, you will be arrested, prosecuted, and likely convicted. In 2017, I testified at the trial of conservative independent journalist at Laugh at Libs, I have no idea who that is, who was charged with nearly 24 felony and misdemeanors for brandishing a legally owned gun in self-defense when a violent BLM/Antifa mob pursued him in downtown in 2016. Police treated Michael Strickland like a terrorist, and a Portland judge convicted him of the charges. He was imprisoned. I mean, this is what you get when you have activist judges. When you have everything stacked that is politically motivated, your political others become basically prisoners of the state. Like, you can't do anything. You, as the person who wants to act in the rule of law, cannot do anything until you understand that the rule of law does not exist anymore. They have changed it, they have raped it, and they have disfigured it to fit their political agenda. It is not working for you. What the fuck is that guy holding between his legs? I think it's a camera stick. This looks like a big jug of water, but this looks like a camera stick. It's anarcho-tyranny under the power of Democrats who have control of nearly every institution and government in the state. Which is why it doesn't matter when people are just like, but Trump is the president. Yeah, Trump is the president, but we don't have power of literally every institution like the left has for decades. This exact thing is why we cannot use preventative measures. These people will not be removed by any legal, non-violent process, sadly. I cannot glow. There's a camera in the plastic jug. I don't know how you get good footage if there's a camera in the plastic jug. I mean, it's probably to protect it from having liquids thrown on it, but like, I don't know how you're getting footage from that. There's a hole cut in the side, but then the water would get on it, thus rendering the jug pointless. I mean, I guess you could put like some sort of plastic over. I don't know how this works. He probably knows more than me because he's using it, right? A dude's got a stendo. Oh my goodness. They're literally acting against the interests of the people of their nation. They are. They really are. I do have an update on the Des Moines guy, Iowa. I think I might have said Idaho again. Maryland Republicans said Roberts' case is absolutely the tip of the iceberg and pledged, we are going to keep digging. A lawmaker reveals how the Des Moines school's chief registered to vote to help despite his illegal status. Ow, that hurt. Help. Ooh, oh god, that hurt. After illegal alien Ian Andre Roberts was discovered to be registered to vote in Maryland, Republican State Delegate Lauren Arikan, a member of the Maryland Freedom Caucus, outlined how she believed it happened. Arikan explained that Maryland allows illegal aliens to obtain driver's licenses, making the state a hotspot for people looking to legitimize their presence in the United States. We do give driver's licenses to people who are here illegally. The Freedom Caucus always opposes it, but that is the policy of the state of Maryland. And so it's very easy for somebody to apply and to register to vote, even though they shouldn't, she explained. Maryland grants illegal aliens living in the state what are called non-compliant driver's licenses and ID cards, that despite being valid in the state, are not federally compliant. Yes, but if you have people who are ideologues working for the cause in other states, they're not going to care that it's not federally compliant, right? Like, having these in some states poisons the entire bowl, as it were. In obtaining these licenses through the Motor Vehicle Administration, Archon said that any individual, even illegal aliens, can check a box to register to vote. Instead of having established processes to verify U.S. citizenship and voting eligibility, Archon stated the state relies on registrants to attest that they are eligible. The result, she said, is that someone like Roberts could simply attest that he was eligible to vote in the United States, and the state of Maryland would allow him to register when he went to get a driver's license. You can't have something that works on the honor system in a low-trust society. It just doesn't work, man. Like, that lockbox is gonna get dented and stolen from. He would not have to really provide any other proof that he is lawful other than he would provide a local address, she said. Roberts was arrested by ICE last week on a fugitive warrant. He was working as the superintendent of public schools in Des Moines, Iowa, despite having illegal weapons possession charges and a final order of removal filed against him. After his arrest, the Maryland Freedom Caucus blew the whistle on Roberts having an active voter registration in Maryland and being registered as a Democrat. In a statement sent to Fox News Digital, Jared...
Late, but Robert Heinlein made a good point about mad child killers in Starship Troopers.
Monya?
Essentially any moral person, coming out of psychosis, who realized they had killed a child would immediately self-terminate. If you don't, it's the state's job.
I mean, again, bringing us back to the Otoya Yamaguchi thing, after he murdered the Maoist communist politician that wanted to change Japan under the same policies that Mao had implemented in China, he wrote an apology letter and killed himself because he still took another person's life and was racked with guilt over it. As much as commies aren't people, it must still be a weird and wild and mentally breaking thing to remove the life of another. You loved the social studies part of Starship Troopers. Thank you, Brave SJ, my dude, thank you. Patchouli, thank you. Good to see they're admitting the illegals are registered to vote. You were already mad the Cheem store was closed. This makes you want to glow. Not the Cheem store, no! I'm sorry you couldn't get your good Cheems today, but yeah. I mean, I'm sure now that we've reached the, oh, it actually is happening point, we're soon going to see the Democrats saying, well, of course illegals were always voting, and of course here's why it's a good thing. I'm sure we're gonna get there pretty quick. It's crazy how these people can register to vote so easily when you're over here almost getting rejected from registering in your new town because they didn't like the bit of mail that you brought. What the fuck? That's absurd. First time you read the book, you found it boring. Every time after that, you enjoy it more and more. I haven't read the Starship Troopers book. In a statement to Fox News Digital, Jared DeMarinis, Maryland State Board of Elections Administrator, described a process similar to the one described by Archon. He said that though an individual may not commit perjury in order to become a registered voter, when an individual registers to vote, election officials rely on the information that is provided by the voter, or in some cases, information provided by the voter to other state agencies for the verification of eligibility. If someone is here illegally, they do not care about our rule of law. So you saying they may not commit perjury does not fucking matter to that person. That's basically a law that might as well not exist. It's happening and it's a good thing. Todd, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, can chat get a butt dog moment? I don't know what that means. Oh, we're gonna be in the it was always normal, it's what the founding fathers actually wanted stage, right? Despite this, DeMarinis assured that Maryland's voter registration list maintenance process is a secure and verified method. Yeah, it's obviously not, sir. He also noted that, according to Maryland law, it is not a crime to unintentionally register to vote despite not being out. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, you disingenuous cunt! He added that the right to vote is a sacred right that has been expanded through sacrifices of many before us, and this office will not disenfranchise a voter based upon partial or unsubstantiated evidence. This man does not belong in any position of power. Get him the fuck out. Concerning Robert's case, DeMarinis said that a review of information available through Maryland's Public Safety Information Act, I added the word safety for some reason, Maryland's Public Information Act, did not show any voting history for any individual with the name Ian Andre Roberts in Maryland. The statement further said that, due to Maryland law protecting personal identifying information from disclosure, SBE cannot and will not publicly announce whether media reports about the individual in question is or is not or was not a registered voter in Maryland. This is so frustrating. It's so simple. If they're illegal, deport. If they're breaking the law, prison. It should be so simple, but it's not. Because we live in a clown country, run by clown people. In response to these statements, Arakan told Fox News Digital she is extremely concerned about the insinuation that a person could accidentally register to vote as a Democrat in the state of Maryland. This is not my experience with the system at the MVA, which asks you under penalty of perjury if you're eligible, and then asks you which party you would like to register with. Again, if the only thing is under penalty of perjury that what you said here is real and true, right? If that's the only thing that would prevent someone from doing that, that's only going to prevent people who don't want to be criminals. Someone here illegally is already a criminal. Any sentence saying under penalty of perjury, they're not going to give a shit about. He just tripped or something. 14 people per year are charged for perjury. That's it. It's basically zero. Yeah, like nobody fucking gets charged under perjury shit, man. Deportation is now the liberal option, and your desire to glow exceeds what is safe to do in a public forum. True and real. It's so hard not to glow, man. Kyle Phantom, thank you. You live in Oregon, and you hope and pray that these lefties here are defeated and Antifa gets thrown in prison. It's hard to not be blackpilled on what could happen in the future. Yeah, I gotta try to keep fucking my white pilling up, man. Do not mistake communists for rational human beings. To them, criminals are allies, illegals are votes, and citizens are subjects. True and real. Hey, Momo, thank you. Oopsie, you went out for milk and registered to vote by accident. That's not accidental. Someone willingly entered that information, whether it was Mr. Roberts himself or an employee of the MVA. We need to know, she added. If an employee is registering people to vote illegally, that's another problem. They've been yelling for years that this is impossible, that they are on top of the voter rolls, and that folks who are here illegally cannot register to vote. They're not doing it, they're not voting, it's not possible, and now it comes out that it's entirely possible. And indeed, it is occurring. I mean, it's the same thing, and I don't know how they keep getting away with it. They're always just like, oh, this isn't happening, and then they're shown proof of it happening, and they're like, well, it was happening, but that's not a big deal, why do you care? And then it escalates even more, and they're just like, well, actually, it was a good thing that this was happening, you know, don't worry about it. It was the same with healthcare. They were like, illegals actually don't have access to healthcare in the United States. That's been proven wrong for how many years in a row, but they keep saying it, and some people still keep believing it for some reason. Have white pills for you. Adoration. Thank you, Bailey. You're cute. It is absolutely the tip of the iceberg. I think it could be huge, she added. And we're going to keep digging until we get to the bottom of how many folks we could be looking at on our voter rolls who are still not eligible to vote in the United States. Fox News Digital reached out to Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore's office for comment, but did not receive a response by the time of publication. Someone needs to compile all these cases of two-tier justice system. They're getting really messed up. Two-tier justice system is just a myth. That's a far-right conspiracy theory, my guy. Har, har, har. Illegals in healthcare, why the government's shut down right now. And then, we have more news on this subject. The Des Moines revokes education license of the school superintendent arrested by ICE. Wow. Something minor happened, at least.
RE blackpilling. Instead of blind optimism, focus on what action can be taken to improve a situation, analyze what's wrong, design a viable solution, and build that solution. Engineering is how humans improve their lives, deliberate action, not vibes.
Absolutely, video gamer. Thank you, my guy. And this is why, like I said at the beginning of stream, I keep harping on, like, get involved in your local politics. Even if you don't have time to run, you could be someone that helps with a campaign for a more conservative candidate or libertarian candidate that can depose the Democratic one. Yeah, they might get a ton of out-of-state funding, but maybe you're in a position to help with funding. Maybe you're in a position to know somebody who could help with funding, right? You can be the butterfly that flaps its wings, but where I start blackpilling is when I start thinking about the overarching justice system and how corrupt some things are, and how, as an individual person, you can't really have too much of an effect on that specifically. Like, as some things I wish for faster fixing because I am either not smart enough or don't know another way to fix them. The gray pill. Things are bad, but I can make it better. Yeah. BT, thank you. A lot of this comes down to how the people are handling the registration itself do it. If they're dishonest, then all the laws in the world won't stop illegal registration. Government is ultimately at fault here. Yeah. Remember, judges and prosecutors are elected. Yeah, but we've seen how much election fraud has been going on in some of the caliphate towns in, like, Michigan and Minnesota, right? And, like, if we just have the articles where they're like, oh, whoopsie, a lot of fraud was found, but then nothing happens, no one gets removed from their posts, no one makes a stink of anything, nothing happens. Like, what are you supposed to do? Unless the person is a magistrate judge. This is a white-pilling reminder that most judges are elected and run unopposed. It depends on the state. Start running opposition! Become the judge! Kirsche loves facing God for not giving her Pokemon. You think she's gonna wait on you to get around to making a difference?
Butter dog, yay!
Have some anti-glow butter dog Foxumunia.
The butter dog is great anti-glow medications. Thank you, Blood Dancer, for contributing to your fellow Tylenol Americans. Thank you, Blood Dancer. It's always oops tee hee and nothing ever happens. Yeah, I want the things are happening part to start. You have to make it through the controlled law schools for that. The problem are the Dems are LARPing as ours. It can't be effective countermeasures with controlled opposition. That's why it's important to get involved locally, right? Because if you're going to help a candidate's campaign, if you're going to help fund them, or if you're going to run yourself, obviously with yourself, you know yourself, but in theory, you're not going to be supporting a rhino campaign where it's just basically a Democrat but running as a Republican, right? As a reminder, you don't need to be a lawyer or have a law degree to be a judge in most places. No excuses. Yeah, like that one lady, that one magistrate lady that we learned didn't even have a degree. I don't think you have to go into law school to be a judge. You think you just be a dude, or maybe you need a couple of years of experience. Figure out, I don't remember what that one lady that we talked about did, but figure out what she did. And then get elected that way as a judge. It took 80-ish years for things to get this bad. It won't be fixed in 4. It won't. I agree with you. It'll take a long time to fix things. That's why I try to focus most of the time on the small wins we do make, the small grounds we do take back. Because it all matters. To get the big ground, you gotta start somewhere, you know, baby steps. But it's just frustrating. It's frustrating sometimes. I'm on you. Can't just be black. You don't have the technology. What? That's it, you're running for president next year. Yeah, it speaks to why we have activists in the judiciary go private and make money, or be a failure and rely on DEI in a government position. I mean, maybe. Maybe, man. I know. It's so dark all of a sudden, Jesus Christ. The superintendent of Iowa's largest school district said his education license revoked by state education officials following his arrest last week by U.S. ICE agents. Ian Roberts, the superintendent of Des Moines Public Schools, was detained by ICE agents on Friday morning in what the Department of Homeland Security described as a targeted enforcement operation. In a statement to The Guardian last week, DHS officials said Roberts, who is a native of Guyana, was arrested because he had a final order of removal and no work authorization. ICE officials also said that Roberts has existing weapons possession charges from February 5th, 2020. And he entered the U.S. in 1999 on a student visa and was given a final order of removal by an immigration judge in May of 2024. I still find that it's really ridiculous that he overstayed his student visa and it took like damn near 23 years, right? 24 years? I can't do math. In order to actually get him the fuck out. Like, how did it take so long to remove someone in our country illegally after overstaying his visa? That's wild. 25 years. Thank you for the math, chat. Thank you for the math, chat. ICE officials said that when Roberts was arrested on Friday, he was found in possession of a loaded handgun, and the Bureau of the ATF is investigating how he obtained it. Following his arrest, Iowa's Board of Educational Examiners appears to have revoked Roberts' education license. According to the board's website, the revocation was issued on Sunday. In a letter dated the 28th of September and addressed to Roberts, the board's executive director, Michael Cavan, wrote that their office had received information that you no longer possess legal presence in the United States. Therefore, you are not able to hold a license issued by the Iowa Board of Educational Examiners. The letter states the license issued to Robert is no longer valid and that his authority to serve as superintendent is revoked.
The letter states that Robert has until October 28th to appeal the decision. On Saturday, the Des Moines School Board voted to place Roberts on administrative leave. Roberts, 54, began his term as superintendent of Des Moines schools in July 2023. Help. Prior to joining DMPS, he served as superintendent of the Mill Creek Township School District in Pennsylvania for 3 years, according to the Iowa District's 2023 announcement of Roberts' appointment. That's a little wild that he was able to be superintendent for a prior school district for 3 years and nobody found out he was here illegally. Like, holy shit, man. Do some fucking background checks. He should get nothing. Yeah, I don't think he should have a chance to appeal, but I guess we gotta follow the law, even though they don't. The announcement also states that Roberts was born to immigrant parents from Guyana and spent most of his formative years in Brooklyn. On Friday, Jackie Norris, the Des Moines School Board president, said that Roberts had been an integral part of our school community. The district also said in a statement, Roberts has a previous firearm charge relating to a hunting rifle, which he disclosed to the DMPS board during the hiring process. He provided sufficient context and explanation of the situation to move forward in the hiring process. He has also spoken publicly about this experience. The district said on Saturday that everything the district has on file indicates Dr. Robert affirmed that he was a citizen who was eligible to work for the school district, and a comprehensive background check was completed as a part of the hiring process. On Monday, the Des Moines School District said in a news release it had learned the Iowa Board of Educational Examiners had officially revoked Roberts' education license to practice in the state of Iowa. And the school board is now scheduled to take action to place Roberts on unpaid administrative leave. Oh boy. This action is required by law, the statement added. Norris said in the release that new information and confirmed facts will continue to inform our decisions as we develop a path forward. Two things can be true at the same time. Dr. Roberts was an effective and well-respected leader, and there are serious questions related to his citizenship and ability to legally perform his duties as superintendent. In the news release, the board also said it reached out to Roberts' counsel and hopes to soon have more information that will guide the board's next steps. A Des Moines Public School Board special meeting is scheduled for Monday afternoon to consider new information that has been learned relating to the detainment of Superintendent Dr. Ian Roberts. I don't like how they're still calling him doctor. According to the Des Moines Register, Roberts is currently being held at Woodbury County Jail. If it was required by law, they made no decision, they suck. Yeah, right? Every single place he worked for failed to validate his work authorization, which in itself is illegal. They should all be punished. Hard agree. Hard fucking agree. It seems incredibly crazy that any places were able to hire him and just get away with it afterwards. Like, I don't like that, man. We have another example of soft on crime ruining everything. We have Stephen Miller here saying, "This is how a society dies." Of an end wokeness clip that's Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell. When a man does 6 or 7 crimes, we do not know his life story. Maybe he was hungry. Therefore, I have zero desire jailing him.
The criminal system has had a disparate impact on black and brown communities. Let me lead with that. So when this person is committing 6 or 7 crimes, I don't know his or her story. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they're hungry. So my remedy is to find their life story to see how we could help first. I have no desire to put them in jail, but I need to protect you, and that's the calibration that we have.
So, yeah, I don't really care what their background is. I don't really care what their life story is, especially with the background that I have, with the growing up experience that I went through. Yeah, no one really has an excuse to turn to a life of crime and doing B&Es and assaulting people or murdering people. I do not give a single fucking shit what their background story is, especially when you say 6 or 7 crimes? No! Fucking 3 strikes rule, buddy, and even then, that might be too much in some cases. Holy shit. This guy down here, though, I agree they shouldn't be in jail. In some cases, yeah, I agree with that. They've had 6 to 7 interactions with law enforcement. They were 6 to 7 times on the correct issues and get them on the better path. But Kirsche, think of the bread. Fox, you feeling the fatigue, Bigley? I am feeling the fatigue, man. I'm fatigued out of my fucking gourd. Being a victim of it should have taught them firsthand why they shouldn't perpetuate it. That is my opinion. Like, you've seen how bad things can be. Why would you want to perpetuate that cycle? You like that guy. What the heck? So freaking what? You were beaten for 5 years by your older brother to work out his frustrations? You did not go, like, crime time? Yeah, exactly. I wasn't like, oh, I see my mom doing all this illegal shit and her friends doing all this illegal shit. It's crime time for me, baby. Like, no. That's not how that works. It's just like... It's insane to me. If you get arrested 6 times and it's a failure of law enforcement, you leave or fix the law. Otherwise, you're the problem. True? True and real. Maybe we should roll the justice system back to the 1950s. Can I believe that someone proposed doxing the admin of the DHS Twitter unhinged? What the fuck? Now imagine someone with 6 or 7 crimes who's been let go every time and politicians say he was just hungry. Don't describe him. We don't want to notice too hard. Yeah, the guy who killed Irina Zarutska, he had, what, 14 priors? 6 or 7's climbing up to that, buddy. And I agree with Stephen Miller here. This is how a society dies. Weak men, like this disgusting soy fuck mayor, regardless of whether he's being used as a useful idiot or whether he believes he'll be part of the ruling class after anarchy kills every one of his opponents, it doesn't matter. He's still malicious in doing this. He's still absolutely malicious, and these are the weak men that usher in the hard times. This is what video games are for. If one is down for some crime committing, I miss crime bobs. Fargan Icehole, thank you. Can't stand the bleeding heart liberals. I was like, I don't know. I don't know how you get into this position as a worldview. It's so fucking stark and crazy to me. And speaking of crazy, we had an update from Sarah, who was talking about how she had been getting attacked by people who are working on the defense of Carmelo Anthony. She says, update, the individual known as Himothy, who made threats toward me and my family and stalked me for months, waived his rights at extradition hearing this morning. Tyrone Gilliard, a supporter of Carmelo Anthony, terrorized my family for weeks, forcing us to go into lockdown, enhance local security, and take extreme precautions while preparing to go into labor with my son. Texas now has 14 days to take custody of him. SCSO is now coordinating with the Transport Authority to retrieve him. In Texas, he's been charged under stalking PC 42.072. New charges passed on 9/1/25 by the governor and Congress through SB 1021. Enhanced protections for stalking victims. He will be ineligible for probation if convicted. Himothy. That's what a weird name. What a weird name. I was expecting a gender special with the name like Himothy. And here's the like issuing thing. Tyrone Devin Gilliard charge stalking. So I guess they gotta go arrest this guy now. And that's great. That's great to be able to issue an arrest warrant for someone stalking and actively issuing terror threats to this woman's family. She also has a tweet explaining the footage that they won't show us. She got to see it. Really? Was it a recent tweet? Do you have the tweet link? Internet Zen Master, thank you. For the context regarding the Seattle mayor, as much as you loathe his statement, his opponent in the mayoral race is 100 times worse. That's how bad your hometown area is. Are you sure it's an opponent, or is it just 2 Democrats running? She also has a tweet. I already read that. Giru Gamesh, King of Heroes, thank you. If we even go by driver's license rules, they are over their points and need to take the test again. 10 arrests, need to lock them away. True and real. True and real. You're on your work computer, so you can't use Twitter right now, but it was a week or 2 ago. If it's an older tweet, then I probably already read it on stream because I've been reading her going through a lot of like video footage and stuff. So I've likely already reported on that if it's older. The alien zombie, thank you. Had to endure listening to a leftist shill about these failed cities and how the crime level is normal. Felt yourself losing multiple brain cells in real time. Have $20 for your suffering. Oh man, I cannot wait to get back into New England, man. I have so much I want to be able to be helpful for, dude. Can I even get a moderate centrist on the ballot? Holy, I don't know if those exist in the Portland area anymore, man. Did I see Logan Federico, the guy who executed her, had like 40 prior charges? Yeah, I briefly touched on that the other day, I'm pretty sure. That sounds familiar. When one resides in a Democrat-run area and then leave, consider you're safe if your neighbors elect leaders that would allow and enable your murder and that of your offspring. Yes. Very much yes. It is an unfortunate time that we live in. Speaking of unfortunate times, here's another update. Today is a Friday of updates. Do you guys remember the cult? The black cult that was being set up by like two random, like a guy and his wife, and then he got a handmaiden from Texas to be like their concubine or some shit that we talked about. We talked about this like a month ago or some shit. A self-proclaimed African king, Kofi Ofe, 36, who called himself King Atahihi, was removed from a makeshift woodland camp in Jedburgh, Scotland. Jed! Jeb can still win! After defying eviction notices for weeks, he lived there with his Zimbabwean partner and a Texan handmaiden. Immigration officers and police raided at 8 a.m., ending their months-long woodland kingdom. This is him just getting arrested. I guess we have news music.
Kingdom of Kubala has come. Kubala, Kubala.
Illust.
Kubala, Kubala.
Illust.
Kubala, Kubala.
Illust.
Leg of lamb is
here.
You know, fair. That's also how I react when I buy a really nice cut of meat. This dude named himself King Haha Teehee. And I was like, holy shit, I need more information. So I looked up an article. African tribe who camped in Scottish woodland evicted. Members of the self-styled African tribe have been evicted from their camp on council-owned land on the Scottish borders.
That was a spicy cat raid.
Malam K. Kaku, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. The three people who call themselves the Kingdom of Kubala have been staying in a wooded area near Jedburgh. The tribe streamed the eviction live on TikTok on Thursday morning. It showed a man and a woman being led from the camp by uniformed officers. I wonder how much their GoFundMe will make, because people are retarded. The group had previously said they were reclaiming lost land that was stolen from their ancestors 400 years ago. We was Scots and shit. And refused to recognize the powers of the courts to evict them. A convoy of police, sheriff's officers, and immigration enforcement officials moved into the camp at about 8 o'clock. Police cordon had been in place since the early hours. Drone footage showed a long line of uniformed officers entering the camp before the detention of two members of the group was streamed on the social media feed. Kofi Ofe, 36, a Ghanaian who describes himself as King Atahihi, Atahene. I don't know if it's Atahihi or Atahene. They spelled it both ways. And handmaiden Cara Taylor from Texas were handcuffed by immigration officers. It is understood that they have been arrested on suspicion of immigration offenses. Wow. I am so shocked that they might not be here legally. Jean Gasho, 43, who's originally from Zimbabwe and calls herself Queen Nandi, left with her head covered, lying low in the back of a pickup truck. The cordon was lifted at about 10 when journalists were allowed back into the woodland. Council workmen could be seen dismantling the camp and throwing bags of blankets, clothes, food, and drink into the back of a refuse lorry. Mr. Offa and Miss Gasho first arrived in Jedburgh in the spring, and they set up camp on a hillside above the town. They were later joined by Miss Taylor, who calls herself Osnot. The group have a large online presence with more than 100,000 followers on TikTok and Facebook and have received worldwide media attention.
Go before me, King Pee Pee Poo Poo.
Thank you, King Pee Pee Poo Poo of Kyrgyzstan. Please find your friends in the other room. And please keep the Texan woman. What are the odds that she's not even actually Texan and she was in the US illegally and then somehow went over there? Her name is what you say after a bad sneeze. On Wednesday, they were banned from moving back to private land they had already been evicted from at a hearing in Selkirk Sheriff Court. Last week, the court granted an order banning them from any council land in the area, including where they had been staying. Jedburgh and District Councillor Scott Hamilton said he was very much relieved by the eviction. It has been a long effort by the local council, police, and other services to achieve this outcome. It is absolutely the right outcome today. The locals have had to put up with a great deal with this. He added, this is an industrial estate. There are businesses operating from here. They have been put under a huge amount of pressure over the last few months. We've had to work through the courts and the law process, and that does take its time. But ultimately, we have achieved the right outcome. I arrived this morning just after 6:30, and the police cordon was already in place. Oh, sorry, I skipped this because it was in bold, so I thought it was an article title. A BBC Scotland reporter Cameron Buddle, who was at the scene of the eviction, described what he saw. We were kept well back from the piece of woodland the group had named the Kubala Kingdom. The authorities wanted everyone as well back as they moved in. Just before 8 o'clock, a convoy of cars and vans swept through the cordon and on down through the woods. A local man had his drone up, and I joined the crowd and watched the screen to see the police, immigration officers, and sheriff officers file along a path into the trees. Then a shout from a woman on her phone. One of the group was live streaming from inside the camp as the authorities moved in. Everyone was then glued to their screens watching events unfold. Eventually, we were allowed down to the woods. Inside the campsite was bare, rows and rows of black bin bags with the group's belongings spilling out. There was nothing left of their kingdom of Kubala. Why does he sound sympathetic to them? What the fuck is going on with BBC reporters, man? I should have left them there to freeze in the Scottish winter. That would have been interesting. You missed a bit of the stream earlier for work. Did you talk about the 2 Jews killed in the UK and how it's suddenly a huge deal that Muslim violence is present? I have not. I don't know much about what happened in the UK. I don't have any tabs on that situation. I saw a couple of things on Twitter about it, but I did not have much information. It's the BBC. Both abbreviations apply at all times. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Let's see here. Ooh, I looked at my time and it was 44444. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that feels good. I love repeating numbers, man. Oh yeah. Okay, all right, back to normalcy. I had my little moment here. The BBC simping for BBC. Who could have seen this? Check 'em did. I love checking them digits, man. Do you guys remember a long time ago?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Thank you, Brave SJ. I wanted to make a pop sound. This is so sad. I'm literally shaking and crying. Who will rule now? Truly, le seconde mort de Arthur, Danya, Vry, Roy, Dalbion. Long live the king! I have no idea what you just made me say. Gooning over numbers. Oh my god, if he's the king of Scotland, he could have at least picked a true Scot name, something like Philin McCracken or some such. Do you guys remember ages ago when I talked about how a friend of mine from high school went completely fucking crazy and was like advocating for some sort of weird anarchy with zero government, zero regulation, zero oversight on anything? And he eventually dipped into the driving should not be a privilege, driving is a human right. And I responded to him because at this point in time, I was still very young and figured you could still talk to these people. And I was like, okay, but like, what if like a 10-year-old steals a car and drives through a stop sign and hits a family speeding and kills everyone in that vehicle? And his response was like, well, I'm sure, you know, people who knew that family would miss them, but like in the grand scheme of things, that's just one family and their loss doesn't really mean that much, and we shouldn't restrict people's rights based on what could happen and what might happen. And I was like, okay, but like, you have a kid. What if like a 10-year-old had stolen a vehicle, or let's not even say he stole it. What if he just got in his mom's vehicle and was speeding down the street because he's 10 and speeding is fun, and your child chases a ball out into the street and gets hit and killed by this 10-year-old that by all accounts shouldn't be driving? And he was like, well, I'd be really upset and I'd be pissed because I'd lose my son, but I don't want to restrict other people's rights based on the fact that I could lose something. And I was like, okay, that's wild. That's fucking wild. And I recapped this story because 13-year-old girl drives drunk, crashes stolen car with 11-year-old passenger in the seat. The teenager's blood alcohol concentration was 0.183. A 13-year-old girl drove drunk and crashed a stolen car while an 11-year-old was in the passenger seat, officials in Arizona said. Both children were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries after the early Tuesday morning crash, the Arizona Department of Public Safety said. As I was reading this, it just dawned on me. The heat map didn't exist back when I was that young. But my friend literally illustrated the heat map. He cared more about random strangers having a so-called right to drive without being tested or licensed than he did about the life of his literal fucking child. My God, the heat map has always been right. Holy shit. There is no right to drive. I know, but his argument was that it should be a right and that everyone of every age should be able to drive with no license and no testing. A child with a blood alcohol level of 183, that's not wasted, that's drowned in booze. Whoever murdered my son is happier to have killed him than I am sad to lose him. That's fucking wild. That's insane to me. Holy shit. Way off topic, you've heard from other Bostonians that occasionally certain parts of the city smell faintly of molasses. Is this true? It is true. Driving is a protocol. You have to understand it or people die. Doesn't sound like he cares about anyone, let alone his own family. Yeah, it was a wild discussion for me to have. The joyride was reported around 1 a.m. in a car that had been stolen from the Flagstaff Police Department. A DPS said, this child broke into a police department and stole a car? Fucking how? Bives, thank you for the 27-month tier 2. Thank you. Help. Yeah, while drunk. The driver went the wrong way across the median on Interstate 40 near Flagstaff and then self-corrected and drove off at over 100 miles per hour, officials said. The teenager then allegedly drove onto the guardrail, causing the car to roll over multiple times and crash into a tree. The impact was so severe that the steering wheel broke off while the vehicle was rolling and was ejected approximately 50 feet from where the vehicle landed. How did the kids fucking survive that? That is wild. The 13-year-old's blood alcohol concentration was recorded at 0.183, DPS said. In Arizona, drivers 21 and older can be charged with a DUI if their BAC is above 0.08. Drivers under 21 must have a BAC of 0.00. Children are made of rubber. We're thankful the kids are okay, but this could have ended way worse, DPS said in a statement. Juvenile joyriding and underage drinking are extremely dangerous. Talk to your kids about the danger of drinking and unlicensed driving. I think for DPS to call this juvenile joyriding is incredibly disingenuous. They somehow managed to steal a car from the police department while drunk out of their fucking minds, and then have an insane car crash that could have killed themselves or other people. We're thankful the kids are... I'm not thankful for that. That's crazy. Cool, but why was a 13-year-old drinking? Because their parents are probably similar to my mom, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I had started drinking at 9 years old. I think my mom gave me like my first sip of beer at 7, but it was like around 9 or 10 when I was regularly given alcohol. And I drank pretty much from then until I finished high school. By the time my 21st birthday came around, I was like, yeah, I'm just not really interested in alcohol, man. I just don't really care about it. Nowadays, like, I'll have an alcoholic beverage if it's like a special occasion, or like if I'm with friends who like drinking. I prefer to eat a weed gummy to drinking alcohol, but like, you know, so sometimes I'll be like, you know what, that blue thing looks nice, let me drink it. That explains things. That explains too much. Alcohol at a young age explains way too much. It probably zapped my ability to retain memories, honestly. Though my memory was pretty fucking good until 2009. 2009 is where my memory went downhill. I'm not really sure why. I wonder if something happened. I don't know. I can't remember. Kirsche, in the USA, it's forbidden to drink under 21. Yeah, but we all know how non-real, how non-conforming my upbringing was. You also prefer weed and you would like to prefer gummies to smoking, but gummies make you feel ill. Probably just need to find like the right type. I've tried like the Delta 8 gummies. Those make me feel ill. And I don't really like the resin ones either. But if they're just like regular edibles, they're pretty good. They're pretty all right. There's some brands I can recommend. Oh, fuck me. My favorite gummies are apparently only available in New England. They're called Fruit Gems. Fruit Gems fucking represent. Holy shit, those things are so good. Thank you for the bless yous. A silence, thank you for the BGNs. Drinking at 9 years old like a true Eastern European. I was drinking at 9. I got my period at 9. Yeah, I was a perfect wife already. That's a joke, FBI agent. Why was the child drinking? Same reason they stole a vehicle from a police station. True and real. Weed is for children. Do cocaine like an adult. I don't have access to cocaine. That's illegal. Are they in the Tingsboro dispensary? They should be. They should be. Let me just quickly look up. I think it's called Nature's Remedy, right? Nature's Remedy, Tingsboro. Tingsboro. That's where I got them before, but I don't know if they're still selling them there, because, like, sometimes, you know, you rotate products. I would like to shop online in Tingsbury. Give me the shopping menu. Nerdy Tax and Accountant, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I would like to search for fruit gems. Those are not it. Yeah. I think these are it. I think these are it. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, they changed the way the packaging looks a little bit. So let me Munchies fruit gem. And you might... Okay, it doesn't actually filter any better than that. Maybe if I take out fruit gem and I just search Munchies. Okay, all right, perfect. Perfect. This browser shouldn't dox me. So these are from the Tingsboro location, Tingsboro Mass Dispensary. There's Munchies Gummies Strawberry, Tangerine, Strawberry, Lemonade, Peach. I have tried all of these flavors. They're all really fucking good. They rotate flavors in and out, so you never know like which ones they'll have. But these particularly are what they look like, and these are my favorite gummies. They work the best, and I have almost no like after effects after I sleep. So highly recommend these kind. Time check. Oh shit. Oh fuck. And cocoa leaves are all natural. How is it legal if you can't go to the park and smoke a joint, or you get arrested because it's illegal? What? Will these make you hear colors and taste sounds? I mean, I usually eat like 2 of them to just kind of feel like a little floppy. Get a little bit of that underwater action. If I want to get like just completely donked out of my mind, I guess I could eat 3 of them, but I feel like that's a little much. Bro, how's it 8 already? That's how I feel all the time, man. Hidden, thank you for the 25 lows. Thank you. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Early, I mentioned about people on the webs going, how dare you defend yourself to prove you're innocent? Making things public, you're spreading drama. We had random DCE and the wingdings pulling that shit on people they hurt. You used to know? I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what random DCE and wingdinger is. Are those people? Is that a thing that happened? I don't know what that is. No wonder you're super autistic. I love you and that you're crazy and unhinged. I had a very interesting upbringing that I don't think most of the people who attack me could survive. You got your credit increase from 14K to 30K a few days ago. Now you may start fucking up. You need stuff. Wait, are you saying you have a credit card with a 30K fucking limit? That's nuts, brother. I could probably get a higher limit, but I don't see the need to ask. I don't need one. Mr. Bailey, thank you. Don't want to alarm you, but you just realized during gym class in 2009 we were playing flag football. A kid elbowed you in the nose hard enough to knock you out for a couple minutes. Memory comment reminded you. Surely not connected. I hope not. I hope not. You've known people with 80K limits. They must be fucking multi-millionaires, dude. That's a crazy limit. Kirsche, I saw a video of me playing gay chicken with Fillion. The Eevee evolution's fucking hilarious. She thought I was bringing up her stream. I was bringing up something more dangerous. The people who attack you can't deal with any sort of adversary in their life. I know. It's insane. And Kirsche lore is more than enough for a TV series. It is. I couldn't make up VTuber lore because my real lore was too fucking crazy. I wouldn't be able to remember anything fake, man. People who attack you can't deal with any sort of adversary. I read that. Oh, yeah. Your dad had a 120K credit card limit? It's just about being neurotic about credit card management? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could get a, like, ridiculous increase on mine, but, like, I don't see the need to. I don't need higher limit. They just increase your credit limit automatically. Yeah, sometimes they increase my limit automatically, but that hasn't happened in a hot minute. They have not done that to me. They did that to me when I was really poor and living off my credit cards. They were like, oh, we see you getting close to your credit card limit. Let's just increase that. And I was like, that seems weird. That seems weird if I'm struggling to pay off what I already have and you decide to increase my limit. I don't know. Okay. Zugsway, thank you for the 6-month.
Ikaron Hate, thank you for gifting 6 months to Zugswain 6 months ago. He's now on his 6th month. Thank you. That was the most confusing message Twitch has ever fucking popped up for me. Holy, I'm tired of doing math homework when trying to thank people. Sphincter86, thank you for the member. Mentance, thank you. Wait, no. Yes, Mentance, thank you for the 7-month resub. I got confused. Oh god, Twitch, help me. Mentance, thank you for the 7-month resub. And Brother Goose, thank you for those 10 gift seeds. Thank you for the oats. Thank you. You know, it's illogical, but with what marijuana did to your brother, you're really not for legalization. However, you're probably a bit smarter than him and more resilient, so you'll allow it. Yeah. I think, again, much with alcohol, people need to practice moderation. If, like, you make your entire personality, like, dude, weed, bro. Like, you're gonna be just as obnoxious as the people who are like, oh my god, eating dick is my entire personality? Like, it's like, you're both equally annoying. Shut the fuck up. Get out of my face. Or you just increased your limit to 40k. Now you can spend more. You're welcome, right? They tried that with you, and then you told them you would leave them. Oh my god. Your shit with money will give you more debt potential. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Yeah, the thing that happened, Random DC and others used to be a gigantic lolcow from the old internet days of late 2000s and 2010s, who antagonized a lot of people and harassed them and got super pissy when they got trolled. Used to know them, sadly. I have no idea who or what you're talking about, or what it is in relation to what we've been talking about. I'm very confused at everything that is being said to me. Spider God, thank you for the 32-month tier 2 resubby bubby. Thank you. Lotus Position, thank you for the 8 months of Peru. Thank you for prooming. Roy Mustang, oh hell yeah, thank you. You stumbled upon me, but you're a Navajo man. But politics has hit your people, and they believe the left lies. I don't know why you said, I stumbled upon you, but I'm a Navajo man. Native Americans always welcome. What the heck? I'm sorry, politics has hit your people. Not like a peace pipe, unfortunately. Navajo are good people. Keep your chin up. Yeah, right? Kirsche, at this point, saying you're confused is like saying the earth exists. Well, it's like if I'm reading your super chat and I'm confused, what else am I going to say, you know? My back is full of bonitis and your coconut has a ball of anxiety. I think the THC in your case is warranted. It's me from Attack on Titan. Levi, come free me. Ever see the Kurzgesagt video on weed? Nope, I don't know what that is. Should just say, oh yeah, chatter, you're right. I feel like that could get me in trouble if I just say, oh yeah, you're right. That's right, honey. To super chats I don't understand. People are falsely reporting Wuthering Waves and Azure Lane to get them censored. They've also targeted other communities and rallied support to get games like Nikke simply because they dislike players who enjoy waifus. Also, can we hear your mommy voice? No, it has to happen organically or it's not funny. That's really weird. Why are they falsely reporting those games? Winnie, thank you for the... You're saying we should send increasingly more confusing supers. No! Do not purposely confuse the fox woman, please. Your mom beat the fuck out of you? You guess you can go do a bunch of crime, no problem. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Geeky Hideout, thank you. It's because I was talking about assholes who would have pulled the whole you made something public on the internet and leaked DM shit, you're a bad person, even if you can prove you're innocent from us harassing you. Those guys you mentioned were the... Oh, okay. So they were the ones who would, like, bully people for defending themselves. Yeah, that sounds kind of shitty. That sounds kind of fucking shitty. Thank you for the explanation. I was incredibly confused. The beatings made you learn your lessons. Jesus. The Diddly Doodler, thank you. New Jersey, I love that you have gotten into farming, but there is more to animal husbandry than just jerking off the animals. I really don't like how the skills on the boats don't match their, like, skill points. Like, why does New Jersey have a fucking lumberjacking skill when her husbandry is a higher level? That doesn't make any sense. Foxu will be rich. Confused as hell, but rich. Hillis Mallory, thank you for the ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla bing-bang. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla bing-bang. Yeah. That's a good song. I liked vibing to that when I was a kid. It's almost time for you to be set free. Soon you will breathe. Yeah, I gotta eat some foods. I gotta find some edible, delicious foods. Ammonia.
While drunk? No, I don't really get drunk. I'm horny when I get drunk, so I try not to drink very often, you know? I don't like being uncontrollably horny. It's not fun. It's not a fun time. They even went after Azure Lane. I wonder if I'll see some of this stuff on Twitters after, because if so, fucking leave my Azure Lane alone. Leave my boat women alone, you freaks! I hate it. I am going to go touch Fillion. I'm gonna go touch the silly Philly. I do have a Fillion collab planned in the future. We had our schedules are so fucking conflicting. It was really rough finding a time, bro. This upcoming October 8th, which is a Wednesday, I have a part-time super terrorist collab. So Wednesday the 8th, next week, gonna be doing stuff with Akiba, Bagman, Moonman on the Juan's Day. Gonna be playing stuff on Juan's Day. I have another collab I've set up with Philip Chan. If you watched the King of the Cart side-scrollers, you'll remember him. He was a pretty fun guy. He invited me to something on the 25th at the end of the month, so we'll be doing that then. And Fillion collab all the way at the 27th before Halloween's. All the way. It's a Monday. They got upset with their Hoyotards. Their game ended in service. Also, you volunteer as tribute. Wait, what game ended service? I don't know what game ended service. Will there be shock collars involved? I don't know how we could incorporate shock collars, but closer to the date, I will be posting a link for you guys to submit submissions. If you want to have submissions on tap, we're going to be looking at housing listings. And hopefully we can find some more crazy cult houses and some more creepy hallways to meme Kirsches into. It was a male gacha game? There's no way that it's like the period tracking male gacha game, Love in Deep Space. There's no way that's shut down. There's no way. Wait, Kier, if you have a Fillion collab on the 27th, are you going on vacation before Streamiversary in November? Yeah, way before. My vacation is literally just a weekend, and it's in October. And did I see the castle up for sale in San Antonio? Nope. X weird thing is found in the house. Shock collar! You don't believe Love in Deep Space is Hoyo? I have no idea what Hoyo shut down. I didn't even know something shut down. If Love in Fuckface shuts down, we'll see like 500 VTubers kill themselves. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Let's not have that happen. I'm gonna go raid into Fillion, and I will see you guys tomorrow for a little more yapping and a lot of more French game. It's been a hot minute since I played the French game. Gotta get back into there. I can't lose my parry abilities, chat. I have to be the parry master. So I hope you guys have a great rest of the night. Great rest of your night. Have delicious dinners. Have good sleep and give Fillion lots of love. I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye.